When you write, your tone influences how readers respond. With Grammarly, just highlight your text and type how you want to sound.
Oh, right down the middle, one, two. Oh! Did he get a submission? Or is it a dis...
Oh! Fucking hell!
Good start. And Mark then could be out. Oh,
Thank God
and it
for
almost...
Talk about.
This could be good. Oh!
Oh! And it rocks the drop champion does. So close to winning. Oh, that's it! I've swayed into the head kick! That's it. Oh my goodness me! Kicking back with a strike to the face! And he's dropped it again! Oh, speed. Oh, my goodness, God, Tango Joe, he's down there. Yes! though. Big ones in the ground and pound, and he's done some damage in that 90 down.
Good evening, good evening, good evening. We're here back for another one. Fellas, this one probably the best main card I've ever seen. Of course, tonight's main event, EASYWORK versus WinterxJ, a rematch from the fight that we saw in the BMF tournament, but the other title fight's just as nice. Kyle MCC takes on Murdoch, who comes in as a late replacement last night. Cellular TV confirmed with pictures provided because he knows the joy of people that I have to deal with has shown me that he is very much in hospital, so hopefully everything's good with him, but Murdoch is the man that is the lucky winner. He comes out of the shadows and straight into a title shot after an impressive end to UFC 4. Tonight, two grapplers, very much so. Those two are going to square off against each other. Kiko or Sequoia will take on highly rated light heavyweight mixed martial artist VRL Kieran. Kieran, of course, backed by not only the XPG camp, but also backed by RJ, who on Twitter said that this is his young prodigy, and he will no doubt be there ensuring that his fighter brings home the gold this evening. Yazan, the talented heavyweight prospect that is now the champion, also cornered by Dex Primacy, will take on Kessler H tonight. Wonder what Kessler's got cooking in the laboratory, of course. With Boa MMA, you'd expect there to be grappling tonight. Showed his hands last week, gets the title shot this week. A veteran that, of course, has experience, not at comp level, but at decent level at least, from back in UFC 3, now in the heavyweight division, of course, getting more and more acclimatized and adjusted to his surroundings since coming back into UFC last title in UFC 4 after about 2 years off. Wonder how he's going to fare tonight in that heavyweight title fight. Yazan's wrestling was off the charts last time out. I'll be interested to see if it's the same again. Non-title fights just as good. Jakey B and Ginger Ninja, another rematch from the BMF. Of course, Ginger, I think, won against Jakey. Jakey chasing revenge, but the first time they've ever faced each other on a pay-per-view card, so a nice kind of benchmark for Jakey and Ginger to make their UFC 5 debuts. Warbsy takes on Webbo for the third time, of course, a 5-rounder, a trilogy decider. Warbsy and Webbo are one apiece. What a way for those two, of course, again, to make their UFC 5 debuts. George against Black Panda, grappling the head honcho of Boa MMA against some of the best striking you've ever seen from Black Panda. He has got combinations that will make you dizzy. Rossetti against Jack 17, another trilogy for you. Again, another kind of matchup where both fighters are one-on-one against each other. A 5-rounder that one will be. Tomaselli takes on Nathan NK after Kylan pulled out and then was effectively kicked out of the league after pulling out for FIFA on Tuesday. If he wants to play FIFA, we can't make him play UFC. Maybe he doesn't own the game. Who knows? Only he knows. Jack 9 against Sam, a wonderful lightweight bout between a lightweight gatekeeper and, of course, one of the most balanced fighters in that lightweight division in Samuel. And, of course, kicking off the main card tonight, Myth against Coxie 96, the PlayStation Gold on the line between two familiar rivals on the FIFA pitch, but tonight in the Octagon. Prelim card just as nice. Rue takes on Apollo. Mac takes on Theo James. Smiley and Inversia. Really excited for that one. Mike versus Chubb Nardino. Chaz versus Jack Hanna. Chaz comes in as a late replacement after Saliba withdraws. Charger against Boober Time. Wilkie against Hago. Arrow against Jack R. Lee versus Jamie. Steve-O versus Ash H98. A great matchup there. I'm looking forward to that one especially. Kieran Crow versus the returning Aiden, or D9GZ as he's known. OK Cheers then against Koros. Elite versus Jax. A PlayStation bout of Foot Got Mad and Zushi X. Kevin G and Zhao. Morgs versus Shire. Got a Lisp versus Assassin Banana. Captain Waffles versus Ugbo. Reese versus SC17. Mikey versus Jacobs SKN. And Bale versus T Stocky to get us up and underway. Of course, the unstreamed results or fight pass prelim results all slowly coming in. Only 4 fights left to go before tomorrow's deadline, one of which is a PS fight as well. 2 of which are with PS fights as well, actually. So 2 PS and 2 Xbox to go. But some incredible fights from the opener all the way to this Kevin Zhao matchup against Zhao. If he was here for stream fights last week, would have got that middleweight title shot. Wasn't, did an unstream fight, lost the road climb, the road back to the summit, the climb back to the summit begins tonight. 2 new PlayStation guys coming in. Will they be here? Won't they be here? That's always the question. Colt Hero, Captain Waffles, and Assassin Banana, both of them back in contention and back in action this evening. And of course, I think realistically, the main card, you could say, starts from about here onwards. Mac and Theo James, Rue and Apollo, both of those as prelim bouts are incredible. So some really, really good fights for you this evening. We're here for the next 6 hours, realistically, so strap in. The main card tonight is one of a kind. Not only do you have 5 title fights that are 5 rounds, you got also 2 trilogy deciders. 7 fights have the potential tonight on this main card to go 5 rounds. I'll of course be joined on commentary at some point by Blaze Complex, and we've also got Rock Jock coming into the booth for his commentary debut for the main card this evening as well. So a really, really fun night of action. Thank you for being with us. Thank you for being here right off. And listen, I really hope tonight, my fingers are crossed, that Streamlabs doesn't absolutely shart the bed here. So yeah, I guess we'll hope and pray. With that, though, I can flick over to this unzoomed camera. I don't know if I'm going to have to change it from a black screen. I am indeed. And then from there, we can go onwards. I'm never getting Viper on comms. He's too hyperactive. He's too much of a young kid. Can't be dealing with that. My sanity will go. Yes, they will. Of course, we know Koros is going to make sure the fight happens as well. A couple of people were saying, hey, listen, don't know if we're going to be there, blah, 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 but we'll see what happens. But for tonight, listen, the predictor card is very much alive. Again, make sure you get involved in the predictor card. It's a chance to win free cash. All you've got to tell me is who you think wins in each of the main card fights tonight. Thank you, of course, to our sponsors in Instant Gaming for my stream, IFC for the VFL FIFA stuff, and of course the Lobby Up for being fantastic partners as always. But there you go, the main card stacked to the absolute brim with some of the best fights that you will see. And with that, fellas, I think if we're good to go early, I'm happy to go early. I think the sooner we can move forward, we can get out, the better. Of course, tonight we're back to normal rules. Next week is VFL 110, so it will be a mega card where 5-star fighters will be allowed throughout every level of the card. But tonight, we're back to the old, usual, familiar rules, where, of course, heavyweight, light heavyweight, middleweight, welterweight, and lightweight are getting 4-star fighters. 4.5-star for featherweight, which of course excludes the cornrows, braids, McGregor, and of course all fighters are allowed for bantamweight and flyweight competitors. Of course, if you are a sub tonight, whether you're PlayStation or Xbox, be here, keep in the chat. You never know what can happen. And without further ado, fellas, let's talk about this first fight. Bale 9 and T Stocky tonight getting up and underway. Bale, the Swedish Somalian, the Somalian Swede, 0-1, takes on T Stocky, a fellow boxer himself. Also started off life on UFC 5 with an 0-1 record. Both fighters very much so having their moments in their UFC 5 debuts, but unfortunately it wasn't their night. Tonight it will be one of their nights. One of them tonight will walk away with their first victory in the heavyweight division for UFC 5. Where does it go? Does it go to the snowy lands of Sweden, or does it stay here in miserable England? Where does that victory go? I wonder. Do we have a stream link? Just waiting on Bale to be ready. I'll be good to go. That's fine. Bale's doing star jumps and push-ups in the back. Absolutely fine. As soon as we have a stream link, we'll be up and over to it. A reminder as well, this month, there are another 3 cards after tonight. The 16th, which is next Thursday, the 23rd, which is 2 weeks today, and the 30th, which is 3 weeks today. After the 30th of November, if you have a 0-0 record in the rankings, you will be automatically retired and de-tagged. That would have meant that you effectively have missed 5 cards in the month of November. As we said with the UFC 5 signups, you should have only ticked and you should have only confirmed to come back if you were going to have the game before December 1st. Everyone's going to have 5 opportunities, 5 cards to register a fight before December. As soon as December 1st hits, anyone with a 0-0 record will be de-tagged and removed from the league. We're not doing this stuff already. with UFC 5 where people just sit there and wait to do a fight. You've got to be active. One fight in the month of November is not a hard task, fellas, is it? It's not. It is not. Abdi, will you be streaming for us? I know that you're in the building. Will you be in the building for us? I think you will be, I imagine. And we'll go there for when you're ready. Of course, I'm interested to see what the 4-star picks are going to be as well today. I really am. And I do wonder. Pip was in the tag request. Yes, Pip was, of course, then removed because I'm not dealing with Pip's ADHD, man. I'm sure he's very happy because he's a main figure now in the ESFL server. But dude, Pip is one of those people that if you have him around people, I think you have him in a Discord server, he just gets weird, doesn't he? So it's one of those. I'd rather not risk it. But we're here, and we're ready to go. Of course, if the fighters can be making sure that they're lobbied up and ready, so as this fight goes in, Mikey and Jacob should be lobbied in. The link should be there. We got to make it nice and fluid. Use the stream section to drop your link, and then we can move from one fight to the other. Of course, my aim is to make sure you guys are not here too late, especially if you're on the card later on this evening. But for now, we're here, and we're good to go. So, 4-star fighters. Back to those usual old rules. Derek Lewis looking like the pick for T. Stocky. Wonderful power he has in his hands, but wonder where he's going to go. Mike Tyson, Muhammad Ali would have been great picks if you've got the DLC. Trust me on that one. You would have loved that to use him. Walt Harris maybe being hovered over. Can't use Jamal Hill. Wonder how much these young heavyweights and light heavyweights have been looking into their 4-star picks. T. Stocky opting maybe with Derek Lewis because of that 99 punch power. Abdi looking. Walt Harris is the pick for Stocky. Interesting. So Walt Harris against Alexander Volkov. The opening picks here this evening in the opening bout. I don't think we've seen a Walt Harris before, have we? Maybe once on a full moon, but this is intriguing. Here we go then. Walt Harris in the blue for T. Stocky. Of course, Volkov in the black for Bale 9. Bale 9, a once upon a time heavyweight title contender. Sailed, of course, as well into that light heavyweight division where he had mixed fortunes. T. Stocky, of course, the lesser of the two experience. But of course, he did show in his last bout that he's got good boxing. The boxing is being developed. Thing that he's going to need to be careful of today is making sure he just doesn't walk into those long limbs of Volkov and get tagged by them. Of course, Volkov, the man with the most disgusting back tattoo you'll ever see in your life. But he's got those stretch Armstrong, those go-go gadget Armstrong arms, you could say. And I think realistically, those uppercuts are going to tell a story. Walt Harris, of course, a traditional wrestler. T. Stocky tonight going to maybe need to rely on his grappling if he wants to keep this one competitive. He cannot seemingly cope with the pace, the pressure that Bale 9 is giving so far. Great hooks there, though, from Stocky. Starts to get into this fight a little bit, swinging and missing with his hooks, though. Works off the 1-2s down the middle, goes back to the body here. Swinging and missing again. This is the thing, you always start to sit and wonder, there's the takedown. When the takedown is going to happen, that's what you start to wonder. But Bale's defense tonight, very, very good. Would have got that from his old head coach, his old training partner, It's Arsenal. Of course, wonder we'll see him back in the league. But again, that was what Bale 9 was always known for in UFC 4. He was known as a Nebo expert in the heavyweight division, but he was also known for his excellent takedown defense. If T. Stocky wants to get him down, he's going to need to find a way to sneak it in. Thing that he should be happy with in knowing is that if he does get Bale down, Bale very much has a tendency to panic on the wrestling and will start to get a little bit nervous. That's exactly how you maybe crack Abdi's confidence as the overhands continue to just rain in. The elbow coming in there. Overhand coming right back towards him. Uppercuts again coming forward. T. Stocky's face now starting to be bloodied here as the counter striking from Abdi is very calm, very composed. He's hunting for almost that lead elbow on Walt Harris. And I think as well, T. Stocky wanted to go for some body work early on in this round, but I think he's got a little bit kind of concerned now by those uppercuts from the Volkov pick. And there it is again, that uppercut stunning him right backwards. He's retreating now, using some of that head movement to get out the way, avoid the strikes. Of course, another elbow that comes in though, as Abdi now closes the gap, starts to pressure more and more. Body kicks now coming on forwards. Another elbow attempted. T Stocky not confident enough to shoot the takedown. Does shoot another great deny. He's going to have to add a turn. If Walt Harris does have a turn in his takedowns, he's going to need to add that. If not, he may need to work a takedown from the clinch. Round one, and it does seem like Stocky is starting to run out of ideas already. He's got to find a way to get this one to the floor. The standard takedown is not going to work. Abdi through Volkov, very much so leading the pace so far. Those uppercuts, a main part of the story, but also his elbows, also his pressure. You can see he's just fighting with a confidence tonight. Abdi walking onto his man, walking into the pocket. There is no fear from Abdi's perspective tonight, absolutely none. Round number 2 off and underway now. T Stocky, another big uppercut connected. There's Abdi now looking for the kill shot. Goes back to the body shots. 1-2s down the center. Abdi going for an overhand here. Body shots galore raining in now. There's a attempted clinch just to maybe avoid things. T Stocky, I think his pads turned off. His pads disconnected. He's back. Abdi there realizing backing away. He didn't have to back away. Could have protected himself at all times. That's what he could have said to him. Overhand comes in again. Fake it. Oh, drops him with the hook. Fake the hook into the hook. And now has top mount. And Abdi here could be about to collect his first win of the year. Yes, he does. The Swede gets it done in a tantalizing performance. A round 2 stoppage through Volkov. Tonight, of course, the downside for Stocky just couldn't get that takedown landed. The takedown defense too good. And I think after those first 2 takedown attempts, I think his confidence just hit the floor. I think it was difficult for him to stand up with Volkov because of his size, because of his reach. I think the pad disconnecting in round 2 as well, taking some of those unnecessary shots, didn't help things either. But in the end, the pressure, the elbows, the uppercuts, all there tonight for Bayo 9, all there tonight for Abdi. He is off the mark for UFC 5, and no doubt that'll do his confidence a world of good. A dominant and strong performance by Bayo. For T Stocky, maybe he'll look back at the Walt Harris pick and say, not the finest moment. I think if he picked someone like Mike Tyson, he could have really given Bale some problems. That's going to be a great pick for heavyweight, Mike Tyson and Muhammad Ali. I really wouldn't surprise me to see a lot of them from guys that have bought the DLC. But of course, congratulations to Bale as always. Commiserations to T Stocky. No doubt he'll be back, but 0-2 now. We're going to have to maybe get in there, get in the lab and try and get a couple of things nailed down. If he got one of those takedowns on though, man, I'm convinced Bale would have melted. I think Bale's confidence in the grappling is still not there. I think when you land a takedown on Abdi, he panics. Tonight, though, he just wasn't able to get that takedown. That's just how it goes. Thank you, Danny Wyatt, as well for the resub. And also thank you, Kieran Crow and Gickord Perkin for the follow. Up next, then, Mikey19 takes on Jacob. This one, a big one. Mikey, of course, fresh off the loss to Kiko Sequoia for the light heavyweight gold last week. He's a submission expert, but tonight he takes on one of the hardest hitters in the light heavyweight division from UFC 4. Jacob, of course, had that impressive knockout streak. The heavyweight and light heavyweight champion, of course, at one point in UFC 4. He hits hard. But tonight, Jacob is going to need to be wary of the takedown, be wary of the jiu-jitsu. If Mikey gets his way and starts to twist him up on the ground, again, it could be a long night for him. Who wins it? Both of these men 0-1. Both of these men been in the limelight of title shots and contendership shots in the past. Tonight, though, it's back to basics. It's back to getting their first win of their UFC 5 career. Let's go over and see who is live for us. Mikey is the answer. We're here, we're ready, and we are set, of course. Looking like a calf for Mikey. Of course, always nice because you have that freedom with the move sets, but for Jacob, he goes with the legend, the icon, Anthony Rumble Johnson, a heavy hitter. I think the third hardest punch power in UFC 5 as well, so that's always nice. But again, it's going to be about that jiu-jitsu defense. It's going to be about that ability to just make sure this fight doesn't hit the canvas, if anything. Of course, in the jet black trunks, or are they grey? Grey trunks, excuse me. It's going to be, of course, the Calf Smith for Mikey. In the white, Jacob, the heavy hitter, the knockout specialist. And you can see already getting those combinations with that uppercut as the exclamation point in this opening round. You can see double uppercuts flying in already. This is the big thing about the jiu-jitsu or the calf types, the the submission calf types is, yes, they're very technical and tricky on the ground, but if you don't get your opponent to the ground, the head health is going to be a concern. And I think as well, if Jacob, trying to roll through and go for that Imanari roll. And this is very, very bad here. Wow, he's already got one submission locked in there, but he's not going to be able to get the tap immediately, but gets backside. Very nice. That there, no doubt, may have confused and maybe debilitated Jacob there just a little bit. But this is exactly what Mikey wanted to do. He wanted to impose his will on Jacob with the grappling, with those takedowns, even with that Imanari roll. Like I said, knee from inside the clinch. He didn't anticipate that one. Jacob eating a big shot there, taking the back again and trying to slam him back down. Gets back to his feet though, does Jacob. He is surviving. Almost like Hamzat Chimaev versus Kevin Holland there for a little bit. Goes for that Imanari roll again, and I think he could get the sub here. Jacob's got to defend it. He's got to get out of here, and he has done. Could have been one of the best submissions of Mikey's career if that Imanari roll again came through, but it doesn't come through yet. Of course, what Mikey probably wants to do is to keep working those leg kicks and then go for that Imanari roll, but he is looking for it repeatedly. He is wanting that leg tonight. And is he going to get the leg? No, again. He's going to need to try and go for the Imanari roll, deny Jacob, and then go for it. And then he'll get the tap. So far, it seems like he's just absolutely hell-bent on trying to take that roll and get that leg. And of course, as well, the submissions do damage to the limbs. So those Imanari rolls are maybe damaging that leg a little bit. But I think, yeah, work the leg kicks and then go for it would be my advice to Mikey. For Jacob, he's got to be very aware. If he can maybe clip Mikey, on the way down with an uppercut, and he can stop those Imanari rolls, he can stop those takedowns, that stamina is going to burn quickly, and then of course he can impose his will on the feet. So very much so, that's the game plan right now. One is looking to keep this up, the other is looking to get this down as fast as humanly possible. You can see Mikey absolutely is hunting for it now. And this is the thing, when you reveal your hand, it's like poker. You reveal your hand at the table. You're telling people exactly what the game plan is. Right now, Jacob knows exactly that Imanari roll is coming. And if he knows how to defend it, if he's got someone in his corner telling him the buttons on how to defend it, then Mikey's game plan has just gone out the window and he's going to need to adapt going into round 2. I think we are going to see a round 2. Nearly an impressive submission, but in the end, we are going into round 2. He gets the leg again, but this time, no real success on it again. Got that one submission push through, didn't he? I think, again, it wouldn't surprise me if he continues to go for that Imanari roll and then just waits for Jacob to make a transition, denies him, and then locks it up. He would definitely be up there for one of the submissions of the night should he get that one, but here we go then, right off the rip we go again, right back to those leg kicks. 1-2s down the middle. There's that horrendous EA input lag that we all know and love. We've all been there. There it is, the roll again. Is he going to get it this time though? That's the question. And the answer, there we go. He's got the deny this time. Is he going to maybe get out of it? Yes, he is. Gets out of it. Maybe he faked the transition there. I don't know. It looked like, there's those uppercuts. That's exactly what Mikey needed to avoid. Mikey, of course, shooting for takedowns. He doesn't have too much faith in his hands here. And Mikey is starting to get peppered. He's shooting takedown after takedown. This is a bit of desperation coming in now from Mikey. And there's that roll again. Gets the leg again. He is not giving up on it, folks. He isn't. Gets right back to his feet. Jacob now confident. He is not worried about those rolls anymore. As the 1-2s thunder down the middle. Beautiful uppercut combinations. Mikey attempting another takedown, but just not being in range. And now he is tentative to enter the pocket due to that damaged nose, damaged cut, should I say. He is not going to be able to recover as freely as he wishes to. A good deny again there. More shots from inside the clinch. Wonderful work. Mikey needs to be confident enough with his hands to make Jacob forget about that takedown. Jacob very much ready for it now and denies it again. Wonderful takedown defense from the St. Kitts and Nevis international. Former light heavyweight champion. Knows all about takedown defense. It would be some story if Jacob managed to get a tap hit with Rumble, wouldn't it? It would completely take the biscuit. It would. Oh, wonderful double hooks there. I think it was an overhand into a hook, actually. And now you can see Mikey on the retreat again. Goes for that kick right onto the kneecap, trying to roll him through and get that leg again. And you can just see Jacob staying out of range, not getting too baited in there. Big hooks again into the straights. Uppercuts galore. Hook there, still firing in. Head kick there comes off. I think this is the thing as well, is that Jacob is also a little bit scared to getting close because of that Imanari roll. I don't think he wants to kind of go anywhere near the pocket because he's just expecting it to happen. And I think he knows it's just going to take one mistake and he could end up getting rolled up pretty much. Mikey continuing to eat shots down the center though. Another takedown, another good stuff. Gets right back to his feet. Jacob eating a 1-2 down the center. This fight is flipped on its head from the opening sequence of round 1. It looked like it was going to be a Mikey victory through glorious submission attempts, but Jacob has adapted well. He's read the situation well, and now he's got his hands going. And he does not look like he is phased whatsoever. He's marching down his opponent. He's stalking Mikey, but this one is going to go into round 3. Damage inflicted on Mikey there, his nose shifting and contorting in multiple different directions. He knows that he's probably 2 rounds down. By my scorecards, if I was a judge, I'd say Mikey is 0-2 right now. I think Mikey has got to hope he can get that Imanari roll, get one deny, and tap him out. He's going for it again. Are we going to see the moment this time? No. Gets out of there once again. He is not guessing left or right correctly. And because of that, he's just being pieced up, peppered again. 1-2s down the center, goes for the Imanari roll again, like the 87th time. Is he going to get out? Oh, he stopped him. This is bad. This is quite bad. He stopped him again. Jacob's got to be careful here. And he's locked him in here. This is bad. This is very bad for Jacob. He's locked in. And now, is this roll going to happen? He gets out of it. No, he doesn't. No, he doesn't. And I think he's got him here. He has. He's tapped him. He finally gets his denies going. And in the end, Jacob is tapped out. He needed the finish and he gets the finish. Finally, after multiple attempts, Mikey gets the direction, the deny correct. His corner no doubt would have played a hand in that. He locks him up. He stacks him to the floor. Almost bends the knee and then says, give me that leg, it's coming home with me. For Jacob, you feel for him because the defense was so good on the takedowns, but as soon as that submission got locked in for the second time and those denies started coming in round 3, you just knew that it was a matter of time. An Imanari roll, not the cleanest from Mikey because it took him about 85 attempts at it, but it's still an Imanari roll. It's still the first of his career, I believe. And that there will take so far the submission of the night bonus. Not clean, granted, but all that matters to Mikey is that he is up and going now into winning ways. And for Jacob, such a shame because I thought his defense at the beginning of the fight especially was very good. His anti-wrestling there tonight showing leaps and bounds from his UFC 4 days, but the transition in the end, the deny in the end, catches him, and that's how it goes, man. A shame. A big shame. Sammy, thank you for the follow as well. Drop Jacob to Bellator. Hey, listen, man, relax. Give Jacob a give Jacob a break. He's a beginner, of course. Welcome into all of you. Hey, no way, it's my first time here and I see a spam. Hey, listen, Sammy, in the way that this works, Sammy, because of course you are new, is that the way that the league works, the heavier the weight, the more amateur. So your heavyweights, your light heavyweights are kind of like your beginners, so they're not going to be as polished. And then of course when you go down lower and lower, so like your bantamweights, your flyweights, your featherweights, that's where like your top 100 very highly skilled guys are. So don't be too harsh to the heavyweights and light heavyweights. They are still learning. Everyone has a chance to compete here. But listen, we move on. We go over to the next one. Reese 170 against SC17 in a middleweight bonanza. Reese 170, another guy that, of course, has light heavyweight history, won the gold and then moved up and beyond into welterweight. Finds himself in middleweight at UFC 5 and is 0-1 to begin with. His opponent, SC17, a very similar story. A former middleweight contender, went into welterweight, but then finds himself back in the middleweight division for UFC 5. His debut fight of this title. He gets it. Sam, SC, of course, very balanced, likes his wrestling, but can also strike on the feet. Reese 170 is an out-and-out kickboxer. He likes to work his boxing combinations, but also doesn't mind throwing in a cheeky head kick here nor there. So let's go and find out who takes it. Will it be SC17 or will it be the Scotsman, Reese 170 or Reese 901, whatever he wants to be referred to as? We are up and over to it. Let's go and have a look what the picks are going to be. Thank you, Vape, as well, for the bits as well. There you go. Now, Mikey, in the end, you very much got it. You very much got it in the end. You adapted, you found it out, and there you go. Fair play, though. Fair play. Fair play when to Jacob, though. So Jacob's takedown defense has come on a long, long way. Again, it's one of those fights where you look at it from my perspective. I've watched all of Jacob's fights, and although he's lost, it's probably one of his better performances. Takedown defense was good. Continued to understand the game plan. Avoided that Imanari roll when it was coming in rounds 2 and 3. In the end, I just think whether it was you, whether it was your corner, Mikey, the guidance to deny the right way on that first time, because I think you can recognize he was going the same way. So once you realized it was, I think, right, you stopped him, you halted him, and then from there it was all she wrote. Unfortunate for Jacob, but he'll be back. He'll be better. He's getting better. He's improving 100%. You can see his kickboxing, his boxing in the light heavyweight division is going to be a problem. Anyway, here for Paul Craig, it's SC17. Uriah Hall is the man, the pick for, of course, Reese 170. Always a strange and unique pick is Uriah Hall, because there's so many better options in that middleweight division. But of course, Uriah Hall, known for his kickboxing, known for his incredible ability to turn the lights out just like that, potentially gets that sweet chin music almost onto the dome of SC17. And now Reese 170 doing what he does best, pressuring his opponents here. When he gets you behind that black line and he just moves towards you, works those combinations, those uppercuts, those 1-2s, it becomes so difficult to compete against him. Paul Craig for SC17 in the blue, the much bigger man. You can see he almost looks like a light heavyweight. That's very much his original weight class. He's not got the hands. He doesn't. For Paul Craig, you have got to make sure you can pull guard. You've got to make sure you can get this fight to the floor. And for SC17, if he can get Reese 170 to the floor, he could well have his way here. Reese 170 now is turning the clock back to UFC 4. The knee bows very much coming out here. But so far, oh, a wonderful head kick counter. That's exactly what SC17 needed. And this could be it right here. Paul Craig has done it in one. Paul Craig, SC17, a pinpoint perfect head kick counter. The distance measured perfectly. Knocks, drops, and then ground and pound stops Reese 170. He starts like a ball of energy, does Reese 170, but SC70's patience, his timing, and his acceptance to maybe get hit a little bit results in a wonderfully timed head kick that drops him to the canvas and then, of course, allows that ground and pound. We always say with Paul Craig, when it's on the feet, it's so difficult to get the fight done. When it goes to the ground, and you can use that ground and pound, but more so Paul Craig's submissions, he's an excellent pick, especially at middleweight. So much of a bigger, just a taller and bulkier option in that middleweight division. Reese 170 will be disappointed because he started that fight so quick, so violent almost. You could see he nearly had nearly had SC17 out of there within moments, but again, it's just that patience. The lower the weight you go, where it's middleweight, welterweight, lightweight, you start to see those patient fighters prosper more. And tonight, SC17 prospers on his debut, his UFC 5 middleweight debut. Congratulations to him. A Paul Craig victory in the books. No doubt you don't vape will be happy. And for SC17, he gets the blue corner up to a great start. A wonderful bit of timing there. Indeed. Top work. If it was a straight head kick knockout, probably for me would have been knockout of the night. But for me now, probably still a kind of standard knockout. But nonetheless, none taken away from SC17 there. Congratulations to him. Paul Craig knockout, absolutely. Oh, you want Reese? It happens, man. It happens. It happens to the best of us, dude. It does. Don't worry. You look so good with Uriah Hall as well. I thought when you got him behind the corner, opening 10 seconds, and you launched that like jumping power flying knee, I thought this is it. He's going to let the block go and it's going to be a knockout of the year contender, but it just wasn't to be. Unfortunate, but you'll be back, man. I know you. I know you better than that, but Nah, listen, congratulations to SC. Really, really nice way to get it done. With Paul Craig, a unique pick in middleweight as well. Up next, then, it's the cult hero, isn't it? 2 cult heroes, you could say. Captain Waffles has taken the hearts of the Discord by storm. People have said that this guy is the truth, he's the future, but of course Ugbo 12 O'Dowda, a very dangerous boxer who remembers his light heavyweight journey with Rampage Jackson. He feels tonight that this is a great division for him to put his footmark on, to put his benchmark on, his signature spice on, to say that he can go all the way and claim that heavyweight strap. He thinks and feels he's got the best boxing in this division. Captain Waffles, of course, started off life with a win last week. He's 1-0. Ugbo saying he wants only the best in this division, and tonight was looking directly at the sights of Captain Waffles to say, people may like you, but I'm here to show you that I'm championship material. Who gets it done? The 1-0 Captain Waffles, or again, another UFC 5 debut tonight, Ugbo 12, coming in with incredible boxing combinations that will very much surprise you for his level. Let's see what the picks are going to be. Muhammad Ali looking like the pick for Ugbo 12. I did say these Muhammad Ali and Mike Tyson picks, very, very dangerous for boxers in that heavyweight division. 100%. Thank you as well, Big Juggy, as well, for the follow. Appreciate you as well. Welcome in. Of course, with O'Dowda, it's always been Ugbo now, as he's known as. With Ugbo O'Dowda, it's always been a case where he has struggled with guys that look to wrestle and look to grapple. Up there with one of the most fast-paced and lethal counter-strikers in the light heavyweight division back on UFC 4, but Captain Waffles, or the Waffle as he's known as here, with Junior Dos Santos in the yellow, he'll be looking to get those head kick combinations going. We still don't know too much about the fight style of Captain Waffles, other than the fact that he just likes to unload when his opponent is kind of damaged. Maybe that's going to be something that Ugbo can make use of, kind of use that head movement to kind of stray out the way. The thing with Muhammad Ali, though, is that you're not going to be able to have too much movement against him because he's just so lightning fast. Of course, some people prefer the Ali pick, some people prefer the Tyson pick because of his sheer power. But of course, JDS as well, as you can see, a naturally taller man and a naturally powerful man. But oh my goodness me, Ugbo already knocking him down to the canvas. That there showing you the absolute hand speed that Muhammad Ali has. Ugbo here starting strong, and he is letting those uppercuts fly. Captain Waffles, for the first time in his career on a pay-per-view card, on a numbered card, going to need to kind of slow himself down and find those gaps. He's not going to be able to swing the artillery at someone like Ugbo all evening. You can see there's the takedown attempt, and Ugbo working on his takedown defense clearly between the transition of 4 to 5. He stopped that one. Again, he could have been and was nearly the first and only ever Rampage Jackson champion of light heavyweight in UFC 4. Wasn't to be, lost the fight that I felt he was comfortably winning a title fight in the summer. He's vowed that that will never happen again. Waffles seems to have paused the momentum of Ugbo for now as he begins to work body shots, but also level change quite effectively. Good leg kick there. Think as well, when you're Muhammad Ali and you're so naturally smaller as well, you're going to have to take risks against Junior Dos Santos. You're going to have to go into the pocket. You're going to have to be brave if you want to try and win this by a knockout. We know that O'Dowda, Ugbo, with Muhammad Ali in the white and red, is not going to take this one to the floor. He's not going to take this one to the clinch. He's an all-out boxer. That's what he wants to do. Box, box, box. Like an F1 driver. That's all he wants to do. Captain Waffles so far, though, although suffering a knockdown, although suffering some damage at the hands of Muhammad Ali, continues just to kind of work those simplified strike patterns and try and make his moments count. The uppercuts there coming in from both men. Little jab straights here. Uppercut and elbows now coming forward. A big clip there, though, from Ugbo, who starches him again and now walking up to him. And he's got to get out of there, Captain Waffles. It's the knee and elbows. It's UFC 4 revisited here. Using that reach of Junior Dos Santos, though. Stifles the attack again. Shoots the takedown. That one's just not in range, though. 1-2's down the middle. Uppercuts again. And there's the takedown. And there's the trip. 30 seconds left. It may not be enough to do anything for Captain Waffles, but at least it's confirmation in his head going into round 2 that he can get his opponent down here. I think this is going to be exactly the game plan he needs to do. I think that pace of Muhammad Ali so far is very much the thing that is causing him difficulty. Round 1, you'd be a fool not to give it to Ugbo. He takes that one with Muhammad Ali. 10-9 to the man there, but Very much so. I would hazard a guess in saying Captain Waffles now is going to look to turn into wrestling mode for rounds 2 and 3. Here we go, round number 2. Glove touch. And we're right into it. How long does Captain Waffles and the yellow of JDS keep this one standing? You can see now Ugbo's very aware that takedown's coming. Trying to get his movement going to a way where he can just eventually have a side step out the way of the takedown, or even maybe back away, like back strafe away. Big overhand comes in. Oh, big hook though, and Ugbo's in big trouble now. JDS, and he's knocked and dropped him. And could this be the moment here? Muhammad Ali eating big shots here against the cage. Captain Waffles is now absolutely letting the elbows go. Body shots galore. The first time Ugbo has been in trouble, and it's those heavy hands of Junior Dos Santos. Look at that head health. It is coming down for Ugbo. And it's another big straight, another big hook for Captain Waffles. He wants that 2-0. Head kick comes off. Steps into stack guard. Is he going to get there? Yes, he is. And is Ugbo about to go 0-1? No, not quite yet. It is an incredible start to life in round 2 for Captain Waffles. He has come out like a freight train in this second round. He really has. 1-2s into that lead hook again. More and more hooks coming in from Muhammad Ali. Ugbo's is absolutely stopped with a Brazilian torture of a straight. That there is the power of Junior Dos Santos. He withstood all of those strikes from Muhammad Ali. Ali has all that pace. Does he have that power though? I think again tonight, it's another one of those. If O'Dowda, Ugbo pick Mike Tyson, I don't think we'd be lifting up Captain Waffles' arm right now. He withstood an absolute heap of damage in round number 1. Regardless though, Waffles now 2-0. Ugbo gonna have to go back to the drawing board. If it was me, and my advice to him would be, don't be disappointed, because the first round was an incredible first round for Ugbo, but I don't think Ali was strong enough to get it done with the combinations he was landing. I think Mike Tyson would have had him out of there. I seriously do. Or even Derek Lewis, because even he moves nimble. But no, nothing taken away from Captain Waffles. Withstood and survived a very difficult round 1 where I thought he could have been knocked out 2 or 3 times. And in the end, he goes 2-0. It's a comeback victory, so he showed that he's got resilience. And now, for him, he'll be looking for one of the top contenders again. He'll be saying, I want the very best of the best. He continues to win. He continues to impress. Captain Waffles, a cult hero, very much back and in those winning books again. That winning way again. Congratulations to him. A strong performance indeed tonight. Com, thank you for the resub as well, 19 months. And also Wilkie as well. Thank you so much for that. Where's my calm down? Where's my title shot? You gotta calm down. You gotta calm down. You gotta calm down. Anyway, going over to the next one, that's going to be Got a Lisp against Assassin Banana. So again, now we go from one side of the team to the other. Captain Waffles and Assassin Banana are, of course, very much so teammates, very much so sparring partners. Of course, Banana would have been in his corner. Now Waffles is going to be in his corner, but Got a Lisp is a very dangerous opponent as well. This is a guy that, of course, again, had good progress in the heavyweight division, came back from losing streaks, and then, of course, turned it around into a winning streak, went into light heavyweight at the end of UFC 4, is here now again in UFC 5, very much hunting for light heavyweight gold. Both of these two, of course, are also 1-0. Got a Lisp 1-0 there, Assassin Banana 1-0 there, so both of them winning their debut fights in UFC 5, but tonight only one of their winning streaks will continue. Got a Lisp more known for his kind of patient combination striking. Assassin Banana, again, very blitzy. I think you'll see those elbows come out as well. I think very much he likes to get in the pocket and really likes to make the fight dirty. Michael tonight going to need to keep his head and be able to kind of handle that style of fight. That is the big challenge, of course. We wait for a stream link and we'll be good to go. Michael, thank you very much, is there for us. And fellas, we're 10 minutes in time already. So thank you so much for being on time. Let's keep this going. It's so good so far. So good so far. Toulouse are on fire. Toulouse beating Liverpool, are they? Well, there you go. That's going to be a lot of people with their bet builders in the mud. So there you go. X-Jax, is this Jax for CAF on UFC 4? Are you Jax? Can CAF UFC 4 Jax? No, it won't be that. Jax is the guy from the FIFA side of things. So I don't think that's the jacks that you're thinking of. Look at my PMs. I will do while we load in. Reese, I can't do nothing. My sparring partner isn't buying UFC 5 yet. Well, you're going to have to crowdfund it for him, aren't you? The duality of man. There you go. Fight of the night, submission of the night. There you go. Theo James, I'll be there. Excellent. Chief Bungwater, absolutely fine. Zhao as well. I didn't have any battery. I can't make it tonight. Of course, Zhao. Brilliant. Planned a meal for 25th surprise meal today. Got no data. Great. Brilliant. We'll cope with it when we get there. Is Viper still banned from the FIFA side of VFL? Don't know who Viper is. Vape throwing me a picture of Paul Craig flexing. Fellas, you good to go in whenever? Well, we'll have to find out a replacement for Zhao since he's from the 1920s and can't afford data. Absolutely fine. Middleweights, we got a bunch of. Again, we can throw Lucky. Well, Lucky and Kev. I don't want to really do that just yet, but maybe we go to it. Who knows? We'll think about it. Anyway, we carry on and we go where we left off. Rumble Johnson against Rakic. And here we go. Rakic, of course, is a crowd favorite in that light heavyweight division, isn't he? He very much has that length, very much has that power. Of course, though, Rumble Johnson, we talk about power. He's power personified. Head movement from Assassin Banana will also be good. Michael is going to have to expect a tough fight here. He may only be 1-0, and it may only be his only fight in the league, but he showed some good qualities last time out, Assassin Banana in the red with Rakic. Michael is going to need to probably stay in that pocket and really try and kind of combat against him. Attempted takedown and a big slam there. Seems like Assassin Banana tonight wanting to get that ground game going, which is interesting because the feedback from people that have sparred Assassin Banana is that he's not so comfortable on the ground. So is Michael going to be in a position here where he could be in trouble? Going into sprawl, is he going to get into north-south? No, he's got one submission confirmed. Michael is going to need to be careful now. He's going to need to deny the next submission where he could be out and about quickly here. Posture up is there, raining down the big strikes and then disengages. Interesting. Maybe could have postured back down and gone straight for an arm triangle or an arm bar from that top mount position, but this is exactly where Michael wants to be with Rumble Johnson now. Got that power going, but Michael's been clipped here. Big shots coming forward again. Head kick there, wonderfully timed from Assassin Banana, who turns on the pressure. There's that takedown, and there's that slam again. And now we get to see what's going to come from this one. Goes over into half guard and trying to maybe get over into backside. He does get there. Posture up there now is activated, you could almost say. Michael's going to need to be careful, though. Every time Michael sees that half guard, full guard position, I think he's going to be a little bit nervy about it. The rear naked choke, of course, going to be attempted. That one there is not possible, though, because of the speed of which transitions happen for Rakic. Michael decides in the blue, Rumble Johnson, get back up and let's try again. Head kick there attempted. One or double jab down the center line. Continues just to work off that double jab again. Head kick, beautiful work again. That double jab, head kick. Got a list special, you could almost say. Uppercuts coming in, but this is when Michael starts to struggle, when that pressure comes in. He's behind that black line. He doesn't know where to go or how to get out of here. Maneuvers forward again. Shoots the takedown. That one there just not in reach. Hook comes off the jab straight. Hook again. Uppercuts now from Michael. The double uppercuts and the head kick. Trying to go through the block there. Nearly forgot a list, but that's a warning shot for Assassin Banana, who's definitely felt it, and he's now stepping backwards, and he's almost hesitant to get back in the pocket in the last 22 seconds. Knees from inside the clinch. 1-2s. Head kick again. That 1-2 head kick from Michael. Very much finding a home. He needs to make sure he doesn't get clipped by one of those ginormous Rakic straights. Round 1 in the books. I think you've got to be fair. You've got to be objective. Although it was a strong end to the round 4 scary times, that for me is an Assassin Banana round number 1. And the stats back it. In every single area, he has been dominant. Significant strikes, total strikes, control time, everything. I think Michael had his best spell when he just kind of abandoned the respect of his opponent, walked towards wow, it's a fake glove touch takedown, is it? Wow. He has got no problems being the bad guy here tonight, Assassin Banana. Not a single problem at all. Another slam and into side saddle now. Side control is now gained. Trying to cross over into full mount, and he gets there. This now is going to be interesting. Is he going to keep going for ground and pound? I think he's pre-guessed on the left-hand side, and now he's gone for this arm triangle. Michael has got to make sure he denies it. He's trying to out-transition him, and that was the wrong mistake. He has been tapped out here by Assassin Banana. When you're in those submission situations, especially when you've had one done on you, you have to go for the deny. He risked it all. He tried to out-transition Rakic, and tonight, Scary Times, got a lisp, has suffered defeat. Assassin Banana completing a double sweep for him and his training partner. 2-0 for Assassin Banana, 2-0 for Captain Waffles, both of them respectively going for their own championship golds, you could say. A big win tonight, a big submission win as well for Assassin Banana. A very, very impressive performance, especially with that pressure that he applied with Rakic. But again, he'll always draw a little bit of ire from the crowd, the fake glove touch takedown. But again, he wants to be the villain. He wants to be the heel of that light heavyweight division. You got to let him. You got to protect yourself at all times, don't you? So there you go. There you go. Where are we going now? We're going next to Morgs and Shire. Of course, if we have anyone, Fabinho in the chat as well, I'm here. Let me quickly double check if Fabinho and Kev have fought before. If not, then we will book that, Fabinho. For you and Kev, I wouldn't mind that, but only if you've not fought him before. Again, thank you for my subs for being here. Of course, yeah, we can't help it if Zhao uses a cannon string to communicate and only sends a message 2 minutes before his fight. We'll go with it, Fabinho. I don't mind it. You've never fought him before. I think you and Kev will be a decent fight as well. 1-0. Nah, actually, no, I'm not. No, because you're 1-0. 1-0 against 0-1. I don't like it. I don't like it. I don't like it. Lucky, I think we are going to go with you and Kev. Just because I think it makes sense. Both of you 0-1. Let me know on Discord, Lucky, if you want to take the fight. Because if so, then we'll go with you. If not, then we'll have to give it to Fabinho. But I'd rather not do 1-0 versus 0-1. It doesn't make too much sense to me. But we'll see. We got to have a fight to go anyway. Morgs versus Shire up next. And a big one. This one is, of course, again, Morgs 0-0. Former middleweight contender. The Welshman was once dubbed Morgs the Beyblade at the end of UFC 4 due to his spin attacks, his knees, his elbows. He was a menace in that middleweight division. But of course, his opponent Shire, former heavyweight champion, of course, joined Boa MMA, developed that ground game. Tonight, Morgs is going to need to be very much aware of the takedowns, but also that jiu-jitsu speciality that Shire may well bring. He's got good hands, does Shire, but he's also got that ground game resilience now. Morg's going to need to show Mr. Shire, who makes his debut as a middleweight tonight. His highest division that he's competed in ever is the middleweight division for Shire. Going to need to show him there's a little bit more to this division than just a takedown and an arm triangle. We'll see, though, if he has the stuff to make that happen. Morgs against Shire, 0-0 against 0-0. That's where we're going to go. Lucky is saying, give me the fight. So we are going to see Lucky versus Kev G. I believe that there is a repeat of the Hall of Fame matchup they had back in the light heavyweight division some time ago. We'll get a recap on that after this fight. But Morgs and Shire first for this one. Are we role-playing Dana White here? I wish we were. Doctor, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome into the card. And Astonic and Birdie Bird. I think that is Birdie Bird. Welcome in, man. Anyone wants to get involved in the UFC League, let us know. Every Thursday, every single level of fighter welcome, from the elites to the beginners. We have weight classes for everyone. The heavier the weight class, so heavyweight, light heavyweight, it's for your amateurs. Of course, the lighter the weight class, your featherweights, your flyweights, your bantamweights, that's more like for your top 100 guys. Anyway, middleweight division up and underway. Kevin Holland in the blue, Kelvin Gastelum in the black and white. Kelvin Gastelum, of course, coming in. Shire opting for him. Kelvin Gastelum feels slow this game. He feels sluggish. But of course, he has that incredible ability to take you down and to really keep you locked up on the ground. Kevin Holland was, of course, a favorite. He was the favorite for UFC 4. He was the most picked middleweight fighter at 4-star in UFC 4, according to the records that we kept. Of course, his reach, his sharpness, all of it was dangerous. But tonight, he's going to need to make use of that, Morgs, and he's going to need to stay off of this canvas. Of course, Shire, I think, will maybe enjoy the power that Kelvin has. He does feel powerful, but he just feels a little bit too stodgy at points. And I think when you try and box with Kelvin Gastelum, you very much feel it. I think the big aim is to effectively just shoot the takedown, get the takedown, and then see where you can effectively go from there. But so far, it's very much a case where Shai has got his confidence up. He landed one, and now he's going for another, and he's landed another. There you go, into side control immediately as well. A great position to kind of make home base on, especially since they made it a little bit, well, I would a little bit, I'd say a lot easier to kind of hold side control this year on UFC 4. Morgs again using that up transition, which has almost stumped Shire and blocks that repeat takedown again. 1-2s down the center. Left and right coming in. Elbow there attempted again by Shire. And it's now that reach. Shire showing that he's very much struggling to get out the way. And this is the thing. If Morgs can just keep tapping that block on Shire, he's going to really put himself in a great position going into round 2. But there's that spear takedown. Big thing that Morgs is struggling with, I'd say, so far, is more the fact that he's pressuring him and he's using that reach, but he's also running out of stamina very quickly, and that's what's allowing Shire to get these kind of powerful spear takedowns off as well. So needs to just be a little bit more relaxed, needs to be assertive and pressuring on the feet, but maybe not so gung-ho. Shire, of course, just needs one flurry in this fight where he can keep Morgs grounded, maybe take that confidence away from him. Goes over into sprawl there, the Shire. Works the body shot. Can't keep him there. And back out to the side he goes. Hook there comes on in. Uppercut attempted, the pullback there, but the big knee, jumping knee. Wow, that could have been something very, very devastating. And there's another one of those powerful spear takedowns as Morgs continues to punch himself into a situation where his stamina is not at a great level. Round 1, I think you have to give that one to Shire. He's been the more aggressive of the two. We know from last week that takedowns and control time do mean a little bit more. I think Morgs has showed good moments, but I feel like Shire has controlled the fight so far. I'm going to go 10-9 to Shire with Kelvin Gastelum. Glove touch and we're off. Maybe needs to make use of those leg kicks as well. As we know from UFC 4, if it's the same, if Morgs can work those leg kicks, it makes the takedown offense of Shire less effective. And you can see he's shooting. He's not pulling him down from back position. He's not pulling him down from clinch. If he can work those pesky chicken legs of Kelvin Gastelum, then big slams like that won't happen. The sprawl there denied, goes up to half guard. And again, a good deny from Morgs now. Okay. Okay, now we've got some grappling here in the middleweight division. There we go. These two now are waking up a little bit. They're unlocking. Goes up again. Works the body. Full guard gains. Now, all the options of the chokes, of course. Oh, and he's locking a choke in. It's a triangle choke here. He's got to make sure that he can just burst out of it. Shire does burst out of it. And he pulls out the full guard transition as well. And now gets a flip and rotation. Great reversal from Morgs now, who's going in for an arm triangle or a Darce choke. I think it's an arm triangle. Oh, no. Oh, it's a Von Flu. Wow. Wow. That would have been something. That would have been something. Morgs hammering away from side control. That's going to be the first maybe warning sign, red flag you could maybe even argue for Shire against Morgs. Oh, needs to avoid that though. That's what I'm saying. His stamina is just absolutely taking a beating here. 1-2s down the center again. Off the jabs. Head kick there. Lunging forward. That's how much reach you get with Kevin Holland. Truly and honestly. You get so much width on that head kick. 1-2s again down the center. Body shot comes on in. Elbows now. Knee to the midsection. Morgs eating another body shot. Jumping knee attempted again. I don't know if Morgs is meaning to go with these jumping knees or not, because they're just so out of place. Shire retreating well. I think he knows to take this round a little bit more slowly now because he's nearly suffered a big submission loss there with that great kind of reading of Morgs on the ground. Overhand comes in. Now you can see back to work in that block. Oh, both of them going for an overhand. It's that jab straight of Morgs where he's really trying to get that block nice and low. The elbows flying in. Oh, pulls galore from both of these two. Shoots the takedown, and the takedown is denied. Good takedown defense, and now good transition defense as well from Shire. This one going into round 3, and it's a very interesting back and forth matchup right now. I think, again, being honest, I feel like if I was watching that fight in real life, it felt like that was more of a Kevin Holland round. The stats maybe will tell a story, but I'm going to just go out there. I'm going to say I think it's 1-1 going into the third. I do. I think maybe that aggressiveness, that aggressive push from Morgs really worried Shire. And there you go. Nice little bit of respect there between the two. A bow, and we go off and underway again. Big hooks again, still firing in. 1-2s down the middle. Oh, big double hooks. Oh, pulls coming galore. Pull elbow, pull hooks, the whole 9. As now Morgs continues to just pile on the pressure, walking towards Shire, not giving Shire a single bit of rest here. Knee to the body there, spinning and whiffing. 1-2. Knee to the body, another knee. And now you can see they're in an absolute dogfight. Shire getting the better of those exchanges. Morgs has got to be careful. His head health absolutely in the sewers right now. Morgs continuing to just work and tap that block. Head kick attempted. Knee to the body. Shire pivots out, gets his back away from the cage and regains center octagon. Great movement from Shire, absolutely. 1-2 down the center again, ducks underneath it. And Morgs is just swinging. He's hitting and hoping, as we like to say here. But it's another big power slam. And right back into ground control we go for Kelvin Gastelum, for Shire X. Good flipping rotation though. 2.5 minutes for Morgs, and he does have the ability to get some stuff going here, especially if he can get in a couple more of those submissions. You can see Shire denied one already, and he's gone and used that power transition to get back over in to full guard, trying to go for his own armbar. Good denies there from both men. We've got to build that GA up a little bit and see if they can find a way. Another good deny there. Kevin Holland would have been in deep trouble because of that submission to stamina ratio. Shire back onto his feet, respectful of what Morgs has in the locker. Body kick there connected, jumping knee again. Minute and 27 seconds, another takedown, and this time a trip. And that one lands. Can he get the transition, the full guard flip? No, he can't. Of course, this camera angle, super annoying when you're grappling on the ground. You have to deal with it at times. And now Shire reigning in ground and pound. He's giving up on his own chase for a submission. A wonderful piercing elbow from top mount as well. And now raining more and more. Shire X has done it. An absolutely thunderous elbow clatters off the temple of Morgs. And Morgs tonight just couldn't cope. It was the relentless takedowns of Shire X that told the story. And then, of course, good grapple exchanges between the pair. Morgs showing that he's got a couple of denies in his locker. Couldn't make the use of Kevin Holland tonight, it just felt like, though. Gastelum is slow and sluggish, but it seems like Shire has found his man. Very much enjoying the power of the punch, but also that dominance in the wrestling that Gastelum provided as attributes there to secure the victory. And for Shire, that's a big moment. His first ever win in the middleweight division across UFC 4 and 5. That is the highest division that Shire has competed in since his heavyweight championship stint. Congratulations to him. A very well put together performance tonight from Mr. Shire. Congratulations to him. A round 3 TKO for the Scotsman, the Irishman. I still don't know what nationality you are, Shire. I just guess at times, but there you go. Up next then, we're going to go to Kevin G and Lucky. Of course, Lucky coming in after the late withdrawal from Zhao due to no data on his phone. What that means, of course, is it's a rematch. Kevin G and Lucky fought many, many months ago. It was all the way back when they were in the light heavyweight division here. The 30th of April, I believe it was a Hall of Fame fight. One of the only light heavyweight Hall of Fame fights we have. And it was for that light heavyweight strap. Tonight, they both meet in middleweight to see who gets their first UFC 5 middleweight victory. Last time out, Kev G won that one in April. Lucky will be chasing revenge this evening. Of course, who gets to pick will also depend on their career record. 13 career wins for Kev. For Lucky, 35. Lucky will get the priority pick after coming in as a late replacement as well. So he will be absolutely satisfied with that one. Thank you again to Lucky for being here when Zhao couldn't be. And let's see if he can get revenge for that loss back in April. We are up and ready to go. Let's see what the picks are going to be. The 4-star picks going to get loaded up. There we go. There we go. Judges are blind. Can't trust them. Also true. Is Shogun around still? Shogun competed here once or twice before, Juggy, but I think he couldn't commit to the times regularly enough. He was super respectful and nice guy. There was no issue with Shogun whatsoever. Shogun, if ever wants to compete here again and said I can make one fight per month, would be more than welcome back. There's no bad blood between Shogun. I think he's still around in the community. He just doesn't compete here anymore. So there you go. Okay, here we go then. Middleweight rematch from 6 months ago. Kevin Holland seen again for the second time in a row. Will Kevin G, with Kevin Holland in the blue, make it a little bit more convincing than what we just saw from Morgs? Of course, Lucky opting with ruthless Robbie Lawler in the black. A man that blocks with his face. His CTE is out of this world, but he's also got hands like cement mixers. He very much does. And you can see Kev G there opting for a knee to the midsection rather than pulling guard, which very much Kevin Holland could do. We all know with Robbie Lawler, don't we, that as soon as you take that fight to the floor against Robbie, it becomes your fight. On the feet, Robbie Lawler is a dangerous man to dance with. He is. You are taking the risk if you want to try and stand up and box Robbie Lawler. People in UFC 4 called him the middleweight McGregor. But of course, when you take him to the floor and you have that kind of dominant position on him, it becomes a whole different game. And Lucky 13 knows that, and that's why his takedown defense is absolutely sky high at the minute. Good transition into side control, though. Now Kev G needs to make sure he can hold this position and start to really work his magic here. Posture up there, and he pushed towards the cage. And now you can see the clinch strikes coming in from Lucky. Lucky getting a judo toss there, and he now gains dominant position. Thing as well, Robbie Lawler, is his wrestling won't be great, but if you get him in this position with the ground and pound, it is very dangerous. Kev G was nearly put out there. Robbie Lawler has incredible superhuman strength. You get him in that knee on belly position, you get him in that top mount position, he can turn the lights off very, very quickly. A fantastic reversal, pre-deny reversal though, into half guard for Kev, who now gets top mount and will be looking and hoping that he can maybe get a deny off here to then maybe tap Robbie Lawler out. It's going to be a tough cookie to knock out, is Lucky, but with Robbie Lawler's submission defense, you'd maybe think that's the way to go. Kev G gets up though. Wonder if that's a misinput or intentional. Don't think Lucky's going to be complaining too much though. He'll be happy with that one. Spin kick right to the body. Head kick, swing and a miss. Big straight down the center, making use of that Kevin Holland reach here as Lucky continues to just retreat for the time being. 1-2s down the center. Again, another big straight absorbed. 45 seconds left, and it has been an absolute action-packed bout compared to the last time they fought in the light heavyweight division when both of them had that slow-paced game style where it went into round number 5 for the light heavyweight belt. This could be over in one here if one of them's not careful. It's just going to take one small mistake. Backs away again. Spin kick to the body. Wonderful use of those spin attacks from Kev as well. Lucky there, swinging for the fences. Round 1 in the books. That one's a difficult one to call in terms of the round. 14 to 18, 30 to 27. You'd argue you'd argue, because since the control time isn't really that massive, you'd probably have to argue Lucky 13 gets that one. You surely have to. Both of them had good periods, though. I think it'll be interesting to see what Kev wants to do. Was he impressed by Lucky's ground game, or does he feel confident that you can maybe take this one into a position like rubber guard, take this one into a position like even side control, and really make him pay?
Trust me, I bet.
Spin kick there attempted to the body. That one there, though, whiffed again.
I am bored RDY to break a face.
Leg kicks coming. Thank you so much as well for the message and the bits as well, whether you're vape or the resub, whether you're the guys in the chat. Really appreciate it. Your subs, generosity, pay for this camera, pay for this mic. So really do appreciate you. Got some cool stuff coming on, of course, this past week as well. Thanks to some of you guys in the chat here, especially guys like Webbo and Mike. VFL as a community has crossed over that £5,000 milestone since January 2022. Worked out the exact number since January 2022. VFL as a community has now raised £5,127 and something like 30 pence for charities. So that is incredible. We will continue to do that, but really, really, really happy to be a part of that and to help so many great charities. So thank you so much to you guys as well. You took part in this charity one that happened this week, or the one a couple of weeks ago in October. Really, really happy to cross that limit. Next up, it's 10,000. That's where we go next. So big ups to you guys. But Lucky 13 just working off that jab nicely, and you can see he's starting to cut open Kev as well. He's damaged that eye too. It's a fight very much so that is just got damage and blood written all over it. Big front kick from Kev G and a big straight there onto the dome of Lucky 13. Uppercut there from inside that clinch, and now jumps as Kev G looking to put Lucky 13 away. Good sway out the way there though for Lucky. That one could have been dangerous, and he's locked him in an armbar. This is bad. Is he going to be able to keep him snuffed in there though? No, goes over into side control. Kev getting himself out there and getting right back onto the canvas. 1-2 down the middle. Lucky, I think, is just almost too respectful. Kevin Holland's reach as he's been hit by a front kick, and a big straight drops him again. And Lucky's going to need to be very careful here because the doctor could come in at any moment. His nose is absolutely in a terrible state. And another hook into the straight. And Lucky 13, is he out? Is the late replacement going? Yes, he is. Kevin G gets the job done. He's now 2-0 on his arch nemesis from light heavyweight Lucky 13. Lucky 13 will be asking the question, where and when will the wins come from? A big stop tonight for Kev G. Used that reach of Holland excellently. Didn't get phased by any of those stuns that Robbie Lawler put in. Lucky showcased that his ground game still very much being worked on. His ground game didn't look too bad with Robbie Lawler, but when you get taken to the floor and you're on bottom with Robbie Lawler, it was always going to be a difficult night. Kev G made it count. Nearly got the finish a couple of times in those grounded positions, but he gets it here tonight. A beautiful stop by Kev G. He'll say that he feels he was probably winning that first round. I'll say I still think it was a lucky round. I'll be interested to see, actually, before we go, what the judges scored that one as due to the control time again. But the scorecard's not needed tonight. Kevin G through Kevin Holland, the namesake, carries victorious vibes. Kev G now 1-1. And the judges had that one, yeah, 10-9 Lawler. I was correct. So there you go. A good comeback victory of sorts from Kevin G as well there. Congratulations to him, and Lucky as well. Thank you very much for filling in and being available tonight. Props to you, sir. Up next then, we go over to our first PlayStation bout of the night. We'll have to hope and pray these PS guys are here. Of course, if we've got any PS people in the crowd that want to play, we need you, then shout. But these two, both of these two, making their debut tonight. Of course, the PlayStation division, very low scale. This is PlayStation This is Xbox. You can see the numbers difference. So, of course, the PlayStation weights are decided by effectively a randomized wheel spinner. Tonight, very much we're going to get to see Foot Got Mad and Zushi fighting in women's flyweight, which is always a fun weight to kind of be involved in. And I guess we're going to find out together if we have a PS fight or if we don't have a PS fight. But no doubt, I think if we don't, we've got people there that are ready to kind of go in and get ready. But I think this Foot Got Mad guy is I know Zushi was asking me about the fight earlier on. So I think Zushi will be here. The concern is going to be over Foot Got Mad. So if Foot Got Mad is not here, then we will, of course, go and get a replacement. But we'll see. We'll see what he does. We'll see if he comes in or not. Have we got any PS guys in here that would want to fill in? Should this guy not be here or no? Give me luck. I'll give him the worst night of his life. Wow. CJ, you want to know calling out someone that's 0-2. Come on. Come on. We had Nightfall, but he's banned. Well, yeah, there you go. Good luck, PS lads. Well, there you go. Coxie's there as well. If we have any PS people that want to come and fill in, we may need you because there is that concern that Foot Got Mad is not going to be here. If we have Create or Lister, that would be a nice shout. But I can get on PS if needed. Nah, I'm not interested in. No, we're not doing 2 fights in one night. Nothing like that. We're not doing anything like that. No. If they've already fought on this card, I don't want to do it. Lucky, that is a complete fallacy, by the way. I mean, respectfully, you don't know what the fuck you're talking about. Because if you think I watched his ESFL fight, he is not featherweight level. Sorry, mate. You're chatting was there. Absolutely not. I don't think a guy that has thrown 26 out of 128 strikes in his ESFL fight is ESFL level. Sorry, Lucky, you're wrong there. That is a mega monumental fallacy. We'll see if Lister wants to take the fight. If he does, then we'll see if we can get that one going. Lister, are you here? Because I think Lister's usually good before 8 p.m. So we'll see. We'll see. Oh, but no, good so far. It's been a good card so far. And of course, there's always someone somewhere that doesn't know how to read a fight card, read a clock. So it's one of those, isn't it? I guess we could ask Jack 17 if he wants to get Jack Telling on. Wait, is Jack Telling alive? If we get Jack Telling in, I'd take Jack Telling every day of the week. Would have been great to have him in, but we'll see. For the time being, we're still in a good time at least. But again, there's always the risk with PS. The PS fighters, I notice, are a little bit more slow in terms of reading when the fight is or when it's going to happen. So it's one of those, what's his PS? Again, like this guy doesn't even know what's going on. He doesn't even know that a doc exists. So it's one of those. Coxie, I love you, but you need to get your Xbox, man. Come on. Come on. You and I both know, son. We've had this conversation. You and I both know. You and I both know. It's a majority Xbox leave. Yeah, I would say that's a fair assessment, Mr. Centre Mass. I mean, Centre, if you're on PS and you want to come and compete, man, there's a spot right now. Load it up. We'll get you your debut if you're on PS. 100%. 50-50. 50-50, Mr. Marty. Come on. I told him, Soren. I told him, get the box. I told him, get the box. He'll be over here and fit in with the rest of us. I have no complaints. You'll never hear me complaining, man. I'm a team player. I'm a team player these days. If it saves you any flack from people who want to play, I can rotate out tomorrow. I don't mind at all. I ain't got no problem whatsoever. Don't think he has 5. Terrible from Jack Telling. I needed to lose corner. Well, hold. Hope it doesn't come. It doesn't happen. But we'll see. We'll see. If there's no PS replacements, then one of those. It's one of those. It's one of those. You feel for Zushi, but that's PS VFL for you, man. They just don't know. They just don't know how to read it. No one's got any friends. That's on P. I'll give anyone a PS fight that isn't on the card. I don't want to give it to Adversary. He's already fought this week. I don't want to give it to Ginger. He's fighting on the main card. We're not doing any of that. I just need to know if there's anyone in this chat that wants to do it on PS. Is UFC 5 on PS2? If it would, then it'll be terrible. I don't know if Rasta's home, Booba. Is Rasta home? Toasty's already got a fight. Toasty's already got a fight. If Rasta's home and can fight right now, I'd give it to him, but I don't think he's going to be home because it's early for him. But I'm UFC 5 on PS and I was. So, I mean, no one really wants to... yeah, but Rasta is a difficult guy to get his attention off if he's streaming. He is. He is. So it's one of those. I'll go and ask him, but like it's, you know what I mean, I would have preferred to go and get someone that's like a bit easier to get hold of, because I don't know if he's gonna be able to immediately see me. This is where it's ideal for crossplay. You're not joking. You're not wrong. Right, let me go and see. Let me go to the Lord Borders and see if Rasta wants to fight. Trolls live as well. Let's see. Rasta, you want to come and do a VFL fight real quick on PS? Had a guy no show. PSA, the bane of my existence. I mean, the good news is that we're in time still. We're in time still. But this foot got mad guy is going to be punted out. I don't care if he's a FIFA guy or not. He'll be punted out. Don't ask to fight in the league and then not be able to be it. So what time's the next fight? And we're ready extra time? Yeah, no, we will. We will do that. But I need to, like, this is what I'm saying. It's just hard to get Rasta's attention. And see if he wins the fight here and then wants to... Come on, reply. Reply, you beautiful man. He's so hyped right now. Come on. Come on. Say yes. Say yes.
This is my first fight of the day.
Oh, God.
It's heavyweight. We're Mike Tyson going up against the Bumblebee himself, Muhammad Ali.
No defensive intent, no defensive intensity.
You want to come and do a VFL fight real quick on PS? I'm down.
Oh, fucking hell yes.
Just got on.
Let's go. Let's go. All right, we're swapping it.
Fuck it, bro. Let's go.
Okay, sweet. Let me get him his PSN. Okay. Passing him your PSN ID now. All right. What the fuck is it? Is it this? Is your ID? Again, sorry about if this causes any delays further up the cards. You know what it's like. People can't read. People are dense. We move as quick as we possibly can. This guy can get a punt. There you go. You can go and play Ultimate Team all year now, pal. Stay out of there. Don't ask to do a UFC fight on my card if then you don't know how to be here, man. And this Zushi guy needs to reply to me as well. There we go. Beautiful. What's his? I've just asked for yours. What is yours? Come on, man. I'm not. Come on. Get me in. What, for comms or for what, man? Is your PSN ID Big Dixo or not? Come on, man. Why are we being so cryptic here? Comms. I'll get you in a minute. Thank you. Expect an invite in like 2 minutes. Right. I need Rasta to just get this one done quickly. Rasta, when you get done here, add an invite. He's ready to go. And we're with you now. It's what's the weight again? Women's flyweight. Women's flyweight. All fight is legal. Right. Just gotta wait for Rasta to just kind of get this done. Of course.
Nope. Sorry, you're not getting that.
Elite and Jax for me like 2 or 3 minutes late. But we're moving as quick as we possibly can. Yeah. Adversary, completely honest? No, I don't. Because, completely honest again, there's like 10... What would I care more about, Adversary? You in the 200-person league or you in an 8-person league? Come on. The reality is, I'm trying to convince more and more PS people to get Xbox to compete on the UFC Xbox side. Like, it's just the truth. For some reason, we don't really have too much of a draw on the PS stuff for UFC. I would love there to be more of a draw. We get a couple of big players now and then, like the Wavy Pappies of the world and the Creativities of the world, and then they kind of just disappear. They fade out. We had that one Jamaican dude. Who was it? The Jamaican dude, Demo Rye. Had him at one point. And then he just kind of, like, disappeared. There's no way that out of all of my luck that Rasta's going to end up going to decision with this guy.
But guess what? We're both boxers.
There's no way. This is going to be fantastic, isn't it? Hey, it's all right. What is a UFC VFL card without like a 10-minute delay, I suppose? But this is why you don't show up for your fights. You get kicked out because you create delays like this. Are you going to relax? Why? Like, just chill out. This guy's doing backflips, man. I don't know how to change your PSN from private. I don't play on that garbage console. Why does Muhammad Ali have a back-sitting armbar? Well, go for a joint. No, if only.
What's going on, my guy?
If I give him this PSN after this fight and he's like, yeah, I'll do it in like 10 minutes, I'm going to scream. I never wanted Rasta to lose more right now. Come on. Just get knocked out, man. There you go. Come on. Yes, yes.
He should have jumped on me right there.
Yeah, jump. Exactly. He should have. And this guy's going to be flipping out, isn't he? There we go. Jump. Jump, Rasta. Yes. Kill him, Rasta. Kill him. Yes. Yes.
Let's go. Get
okay.
On, dude.
Yeah. Yeah.
All you got is overhands.
All right. Go, Rasta. Go. Fly, 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 fly. Yeah. Smoke that cigarette and then invite your guy. This is going to be...
Bro, then I shouldn't be smoking this cigarette on camera, bro.
Yeah, you should. Yeah, you can. We've seen worse. We've seen worse. We've seen way worse than Rasta smoking a cigarette on stream. You know.
So I know how much shit everyone's talking.
All right. Okay. So this is going to be a flip. So that's flip to Rasta and Zushi. That's good. All right. We got a cult hero. A cult hero, Rastanug's coming in. Excellent. Absolute fantastic. So good.
Holding my hand, I'll keep you by my side with my superhuman.
Next time I find a corner to tell me to stop chasing, just plant my feet. Well, there you go. Now you know. He's a company man. Hey, listen. Rasta's the GOAT. I used to have Rasta on the Xbox side of things, but he just couldn't compete as often as I think he wanted or I wanted because he was just so busy with work and stuff, man. I would love to get Rasta in like Showtime like every single week. I would love it. The dude's such a draw. When we used to tell people that Rasta was going to come on and fight, it would be the same reaction as what Showtime gets. People would be absolutely fucking loving it, man.
Did I do that right?
Big underscore Dixo77. I don't know. Do capitals in PSNs matter? Let me. There you go, Sammy. Yeah.
All right, let's go, baby.
There you go. He's invited you. We're ready to go. You can keep it on. You can keep it on if you want to keep it on, Rasta. I'm not gonna make you turn it off. Ready when you are. I think if anything, we'd like to see your face. We want to see the joy, the admiration in your eyes. Wow. So let's see. This guy is gonna.
Ass slaps are not. Nah, laws. There are no ass slaps in UFC 5. You can't do it.
There's no ass slaps in 5. This is terrible.
It's not a thing.
Want my refund? It's terrible.
Boo is fucking right.
No invite. Then you don't know your own PSN. This is incredible. This is incredible from you. Christ almighty. Rasta, can you type in my chat what your PSN is? Because clearly this guy is fucking headbutting a wall, man. He hasn't got a clue where he is. This guy may be doing crack in his room or something because he doesn't even know what his fucking name is.
Yo,
Unbelievable.
Come on.
I mean, he's just invited. Just invited. That name, buddy. But his invite bop Pony. This guy's fucking had CTE. This guy has got so much CTE, it's nuts. So much, it's nuts. What's wrong with doing crack in your room? Everything.
So if I just search.
Yeah, but Rasta, drop me your PSN, and then I'll give it to him. This guy's clearly stupid, man. Drop me your PSN ID and text. Man, he's stupid.
Slap your ass anytime, anywhere. Ooh, I hope so.
I can't believe that I've got to sit there with Zushi X, who doesn't even know his own PSN ID. Incredible, man. Delaying everything. What is CTE? When you get hit in the head so much that you forget where you are.
What is it? Rasta Nugs TTV? I didn't even know my own fucking tag. Fucking dunce.
There we go. There we go.
Good evening.
Hurry it up. Hurry it up. There we go. Hurry it up. Me and Jackson, I'll be ready. We'll be there. We'll be there. Can you move me up? I'm rushing. Listen, it's not my problem if he's delaying. I couldn't care less, Koros. It's not my problem. You forgot you got to go pick your girlfriend up. A round of applause doesn't fit. Thank you very much, Lawrence. Soren, let me get back on track and then I'll get you in. All right. It's just because this guy is too busy smelling windows, man. This Zushi guy is just killing me. Absolutely killing me.
Discord for you too.
Rastanug/TTV.
Oh, I'm used to people not having that fucking setting on anymore.
Yeah, he's probably afraid you're gonna snap his bum. Rasta. He's stranger danger type player. You know what I mean? God damn. I didn't know we were 12 years old and we had the privacy settings on. I could only get messages from my friends. Terrible. Awful from him. Anyway, we're back on track. Apologies about that. Apologies about that. We're there. Thankfully. We're there, thankfully. So, better late than never. And you get to see the phenom, the greatest of all time. The ass-slapping phenomenon, Rastanugs himself. Even if ass slaps are not in this game,
there you go.
we very much know that he will look to wrestle and strike with the big guns. Those are terrible. You should burn those in a fire immediately. Fantastic. Women's flyweight, please. Thank you as well. Games with Chin for the follow. Thank you so much, man. But we're here. And he's taking a wonderful... This guy was nervous about smoking a cigarette. Now look at him. He's just getting in the zone. Those are... that's his fight ritual, man. When Rasta's in the locker room before a title fight, it's like a hot box session. It's just nothing but smoke. It's like an Undertaker WrestleMania entrance. Absolutely. Here we go. Andrade and Blanchfield. All right. So, a debut on PS for Big Dixo. Or Big Dixon, whatever. And of course, for Rastanugs, a veteran. So many fights on Xbox. Was the 420 champ for so long. Defeating Showtime for the strap twice. Of course, though, now, on the PlayStation side of things, maybe he'll be on the Xbox side of things as well. Who knows? Don't rule it out. But for now, he's very much there and ready to let his hands go on this PlayStation division. Of course, Andrade in the yellow for Rastanugs. And in the white, Dixo with Blanchfield. Works the body. Of course, Blanchfield, a behemoth of a woman compared to Andrade. Seems like the pressure is going to be, no doubt, a statement factor here for Rasta. But there's that toss through and now into side saddle. This is no problem though for Rasta. Rasta, unlike Showtime, is a bit more of a traditional wrestler. He was the kind of guy that when he was competing on the Xbox side of things was launching people into the sky, almost like Brock Lesnar Mark 2.0 in WWE, suplex citying everyone and their mother. He was that guy, but you need to be a little bit patient here tonight. No doubt Dixo is looking good with some of his denies so far. Works to get that grapple advantage. Posture up is there. Works down the body, strikes great ground and pound here from Dixo. Pulls him in here into half guards. Works the body shots here, continues to build the G8. Little hammer fists here coming in again. Denies well. Nice. And Big Dixo here going for an arm triangle. Wanting to see if maybe Rasta will bite on any of these. Gets an immediate one chain in and then flips round. Goes over into backside. Now the posture up here. Good pressure on the wrestling. More and more coming in. And the get up is there. Wrestling right back to the floor. You can definitely see what Dixo's style is, and that is to make use of all of Blanchfield's attributes and traits and make this one a bit of a spider's web for Rasta. Back sitting here, little taps behind the deny there. It's good. Rasta gonna need to just keep his cool here, sail on into round 2, but of course he will be wary that one more submission will be all she wrote. Round 1, I think you would admit that very much so as a Dixo round. Impressive from the debutant so far. Of course, with this PlayStation division as well being so open, being so limited, title fights are not hard to obtain. It's effectively who impresses who in the rankings. Of course, no doubt Cam's former Xbox bantamweight flyweight contender competitor will be feeling he's in the running for a shot. 2-0 record after his prelim victory. Now Rasta gets back underway with his kickboxing combinations right from the off. Of course, the wrestling, no doubt, I think will come out again at some point from Dixo. Dixo's got to be careful, though. He's being tagged and very much being lit on fire here in the start of round 2. As a cut emerges on Dixo's face. Big uppercuts into the hooks. Oi, good counter shot, though, from Dixo. The slip straight there is very nice. Ducks underneath the hooks, knees, and elbows now flying out there. A throwback to UFC 4 almost. Big hook comes on in. Leg kick, overhand. Wishes away. Body kick comes off, works the body again. 1-2s, uppercut again. Fantastic work. On the stand-up here, Rasta is starting to unload on Dixo. Dixo's got to shoot for a takedown at some point. He can't compete with Rasta on the feet. As the American now stuns and clatters back. Blanchfield shoots the takedown. There is the land. He needed that one. That was a desperation takedown if I've ever seen one.
Everything else is muted.
Elbows there from bottom side. Pulls back down. There's the pull up there. More and more elbows coming on in. Goes for the get up. And Rasta gets back up. This is great news. American, he raises his arms. Dick's so happy with himself there. He wants to be maybe refocus. Because on the feet, he has not been looking convincing here in round 2. Wrestling is one thing, the striking is another. Rasta continuing to circle around, stalking his prey. The block is looking very, very bad now for Dixo. Uppercuts there, firing on in from Blanchfield. It was a great round 1 for Dixo. It's been a fantastic round 2 for Rasta. Oh, blocks low, goes high with the head kick. The block continue. Oh, and the cut's going to be checked it. Blanchfield could be in trouble. Big Dixo. Is he going to get Doctor stopped it by a fan favorite? And the referee and Doctor say that this one will continue. But Dixo is going to need to very much protect that cut here. He cannot take too much more damage. He takes too many more strikes to the face. This one will be a debut PlayStation victory for Rasta Nugs. Former 420 champion, former welterweight contender, lightweight contender as well on Xbox. Oh, good counter knees there. The shot of the takedown is avoided by Rasta. Uppercut there into the hook. Wonderful combinations here as Rasta Nugs going for the kill now. Needed to control himself there. Nearly went a bit too heavy, but there we go again. Knocked and dropped. And Rasta Nugs against the cage. Is he going to finish? No, not quite yet, but that cut is getting even more worse here. Knees to the midsection. Clinches up. Rasta. Oh, nearly. I thought it was going to maybe let off that cannon of a hook. Round 1, a clear as day round for Dixo. Round 2, clear as day for Rasta Nugs. 1-1 on my scorecards. The cut is nasty. And Rasta Nugs' stand-up game is looking very, very spicy this evening. I don't think Dixo can eat too many more shots onto that right brow. I think it could just be as simple as maybe even a couple of jabs and that thing is going to get split open. Here we go. Third and final round. And we're right back into the action. That block is already gone as the knockdown happens. Rasta Nugs not supposed to be on the card tonight. It's almost like when you go to WrestleMania and The Undertaker just comes out of nowhere. It's a special guest appearance. And that cut, I think, is going to be all she wrote here. The Doctor coming in. And the Doctor's stoppage here for Rasta Nugs is confirmed. Rasta Nugs wins it. A round 3 TKO. He gets it done on his PlayStation debut with Jessica Andrade after a very difficult round 1 as well. A comeback victory. Round 2, some of the best and silkiest striking you have seen from Rasta Nugs. A wonderful, wonderful performance. Rasta, thank you so much for coming in and filling in this evening. A PlayStation victory, a PlayStation debut for the ages. Top tier, round 3 TKO. And for me, probably, again, maybe a little bit biased, but who cares? He's the GOAT. Performance bonus so far for me, for Rasta Nugs. Congratulations. We're going to quickly, for Elite and Jax, we're going to quickly switch over and do Cheers and Koros first, because we know Koros has to go to pick up his girlfriend or whatnot, so we're going to go to that one first. So up next then, Cheers then and Koros. Okay, Cheers then coming in with a 0-0 boxers record. Koros, of course, another one, a 0-0 boxers record. Koros was so close to becoming heavyweight champion of the world at the end of UFC 4. Okay, Cheers then was effectively the boxing gatekeeper of the light heavyweight division. So many wars he has had in that division at the 205. But tonight, of course, he makes his debut in heavyweight, and he believes that his boxing, much like Ugbo, will be enough for him to sail up to the high heights of this division and claim the championship gold. It is a Scotsman versus an Englishman. It is two boxers taking on one another. Koros against OK Cheers then is our first fight coming up next. Let's see who gets this one ready and secured for a debut of dreams in the heavyweight division. Of course, Koros will be happy to still be in heavyweight. It almost felt like OK Cheers then felt maybe a little bit even disrespected that he was put into heavyweight. But when we looked at his last time out in the light heavyweight division, his takedown defense still wasn't up there with the best of them. His grappling in general wasn't up there with the best of them. Koros maybe will look to wrestle a little bit, especially with the options at hand. Seems like OK Cheers then opting with Walt Harris, and Koros, the Scotsman, opting with Jarzinho, or Jarzinho as we describe it. Rasta, again, thank you so much, man. You're the absolute goat. You're the absolute goat, man. Congratulations. Performance of the night is in your clutches. Can you hang on? Here we go, then. Walt Harris in the blue for OK Cheers, then a man that had highlight reel level knockouts in the light heavyweight division. Koros, of course, the last #1 contender in the heavyweight division, and this is something new that we are seeing here. Do my eyes deceive me? Do all 4 of them play tricks on me? It is Rob OK Cheers then shooting wrestling. He is grappling here tonight. What are we seeing? Maybe this is a man that is very much on a mission to prove that he can go above and beyond those confines of the heavyweight and light heavyweight division. We never saw him shoot a takedown in UFC 4 in the light heavyweight division. We never saw him cope with that wrestling. Today it's looking like with Walt Harris, he's very much got plans to do so. Going to need to be careful, though, of Koros' quick combinations. Say, Jarzinho, we saw him with guys like the XPG, I think it was XPG Chopper or Synergy, one of them that used Jarzinho so commonly and so often. He is dangerous, especially with those head kicks, as we saw. Of course, for OK Cheers, and here in the blue, he seems like a naturally bigger fighter, does Walt Harris. So he's going to have that reach, he's going to have that size. OK Cheers then very much believing that he's got the attributes to not only stop Koros tonight, who had only lost twice in UFC 4 in the heavyweight division, despite only starting recently, but he also feels that he's got the ability to go for the title. He wants to be putting on a show tonight which says, I'm next for that strap. Of course, ever reliable is Rob, and if he's adding that wrestling to his game and doubling and coupling that up with some of his highlight reel knockout power shots, he could be a big danger in this division. He really could. Works off the jab, shoots the takedown. That one there is stuffed and stopped. Big knees to the midsection. Oh, inside the clinch though, and Koros may well have just cracked him with a big knee inside the clinch off the 1-2s again. And OK Cheers then struggling with the pressure that Jarzinho is bringing forward. Ducks underneath that one. Great head movement from OK Cheers then, to be fair. Uppercut there. The cut into the hook. 1-2s down the center. Continues just to throw that uppercut, and that nose now is absolutely in tatters. It is mashed potato that exists on his face where his nose used to be, and it's an overhand from Jesus Christ himself. And that's dropped him, and that has not stopped him yet. OK Cheers then hanging on for dear life. He's going to need to make use of this ground game. He cannot stand with Koros here this evening. It's the second Walt Harris pick we've seen tonight, and he's not been a convincing pick so far. He's got the chance to lock in one sub if he can, and he's not been able to complete that sub. That sub bar didn't go down. That's what he's going to need to do. I think if OK Cheers then wants to be able to secure this victory, he is going to need to wrestle again throughout the next 2 rounds. He is struggling with Jarzinho's speed. He really packs a punch. He's got that Derek Lewis-esque speed, as Rosenturk or Rosenstruck, however you pronounce it. But hell of a round from Koros. That's 10-9 to Koros. 100%. The replay is being watched by one man. As we wait to go into round 2. Some people like to watch the replays. What can you say? What can you say? Here we go. Round number 2. Glove touch, and we're off. And there's again that sprinting straight right from Koros. He's a man with places to be, people to pick up. As you can see, OK Cheers and just effectively trying to slow down the pace here. Works the body, goes to the body again. Uppercut now from OK Cheers then. He's continuing to just box. Maybe trying to wait for that time to... Oh, big jump in, need to present itself for a takedown. Lovely body shots there though as well. Uppercuts. But that nose is back to being an issue. And Koros punching through the block. Is he going to crack it? He's got to get head movement. He's got to duck it. But okay, cheers. Then it's been dropped. And now into stat guard he goes, and I do fear the worst here for OK Cheers then. He is going, gone. A round 2 TKO by way of Jarzinho, and Koro67. His aggressive start to fights is carried on from 4 to 5, and that guy is one of the most dangerous, aggressive pressure fighters you will find in the heavyweight division. It looked like it was going to be a wrestling sensation from OK Cheers and early on in the first round, but he just couldn't nail that takedown, couldn't nail that submission at the end of round 1. And in the end, Koros punishes him and makes him pay. A big win and a big start to life in that heavyweight division again for Koro67 tonight. A round 2 TKO victory for the Scotsman. He will be delighted with that one. Without further ado, we go back over then to XPG Elite and Jax. XPG Elite, of course, 0-0. Jax, of course, also 0-0. Again, 2 fighters that have had mixed histories. Jax, of course, was at one point that guy that went into the heavyweight division, nearly captured heavyweight gold, went right back into light heavyweight and was thinking to himself, let me try and go for the gold. XPG Elite had dominated this light heavyweight division, went into middleweight, went on holiday, came back rusty and never truly recovered. Tonight, both of them back into that light heavyweight division, which they are very much familiar with, and only one of them can start their career in a winning way. So let's go over and see what happens here. This is interesting, Chorus. If we had to go pick up your girlfriend, that's interesting. Gotta go pick up my girlfriend, but we're gonna go into clubs instead. Never ever am I rushing my stuff ever again for you. I did that because I thought you had to go and pick someone up, not because you had to go on clubs. So all good, Koros. That's noted, man. Absolutely noted. Fucking liar. But that's okay. He'll be remembered. Elite and Jax, we go over to it. Don't lie to me about where you've got to be. That is complete bullshit from you. That'll be remembered. XPG Elites and Jax up next. Here we go. Let's go. Johnson and Cannoneer. Here we go. Beautiful. Volume's good. I've been guessing with the volume all night tonight. I have. Here we go then. So, Rumble Johnson, Jared Cannoneer. He's running right into battle here tonight. Is XPG Elite. Of course, XPG Elite already been clipped and downed. He's not going to be able to sit there and strike like that with Jared Cannoneer. He's got power shots for days as he's eating more big shots here. Uppercuts. Overhand coming in. Lord ducks that head kick. And then maybe goes back with his own big return hook here. These two are just letting the hands go early. And I don't think Jax is going to be too disappointed with this either. This is the way he loves to fight. A brawler on his day. Absolutely. Of course, XPG Elite in recent fights in his recent division has always been the guy that's been looking to maybe grapple and maybe get that clinch going to show that he can tap people out. He's not gone with that for Rumble Johnson tonight. An overhand from the heavens itself. But now look at that. Jared Cannoneer right back into it. It's power shot after power shot here. Uppercuts. Oh, clips him again. Beautiful work. 1-2 down the center. Fantastic stuff as the hook comes on in. Uppercut again. Oh, tries to go backwards. And there it is. An absolute rifling to the floor. A rifling to the canvas. And tonight, XPG Elite running in. Aggressive as can be. And gets the stoppage. Courtesy of Jared Cannoneer does Jax. Again, he loves those fights being that way. He wants fights to be scraps, wants fights to be brawls. And tonight, I think not only will he take a victory, he's on for that knockout of the night purely because of that lopsided landing from XPG Elite's Anthony Rumble Johnson. Fair play, a wonderful knockout, and no doubt one that he will be very much happy with. Thank you very much again to Elite. And to Jack, sorry you have to wait so long. It's not your fault that Koros is a filthy liar. But we go on to the next one. Kieran Crow and Aiden is up next. I've been very excited to get Aiden back into the league. Of course, he disappeared at the end of, the middle of UFC 4. Kieran Crow, though, has been on an absolute tear. It's his featherweight debut in UFC 5 tonight. But of course, for Aiden, it's his reintroduction. D9GZ, as you can see, not on the rankings. We didn't know who was going to be here or show up today, but from what I understand, he very much is here. And tonight, it's going to be one that Kieran Crow is going to need to very much treat seriously. Aiden may not be as sharp as what he was, but if he comes into the division tonight and starts fights as he did in UFC 4, very aggressive, very fast-paced, Kieran could be flashed and stunned very, very fast. I think Kieran probably needs to take this fight slowly as it begins and then ease into it. I think if he tries to match Aiden's aggressive streak, he may well find himself out there cold quickly. We go up and over to it. Kieran Crow taking on none other than Aiden, D9GZ. Of course, 4.5-star fighters are the legal limit here. And as they load in, we're going to go and get Soren as well from the back. There's a picture of Jack sandwiches for you as well. Where is Blaze? I've lost him. There he is. Well, okay, yeah, we'll call him, we'll try. There you go. We're up and underway. All right, we're here. Hello, Soren. Here we go. Yair Rodriguez and Ilia Topuria. Two classics, of course, that they like. Kieran Crow, of course, in the green with Yair Rodriguez. Aiden, of course, in the red with Ilia Topuria. And this is what we talked about. These two are just starting aggressive. Do not blink. You may well miss it. Aiden is not backing down. He loves these aggressive starts. He does. Tries to throw the punch. Kieran fakes it. Of course, Kieran has been one of the most active guys in the league in terms of spars, in terms of BMF performances. So many hours dumped into this game already. He has an absolute burning desire to be one of the very best in that 145 division, which is just filled with killers. The head movement of Aiden so far, though, with Topuria, very, very good. Uppercut comes in. 1-2 goes underneath that one. Works the body shot. Big hook comes on in. Works off the double jab. Nothing there. Now a period of calm. Rodriguez, 1-2's down the straight again. Kieran Crow's eye already cut. Or eye already swelling and the cut already on his face as well. Aiden, when he saw that he was put into the featherweight division, said, listen, happy to be back, but I just don't think I'm that good anymore. It seems that he was very much being modest because he is having an absolute war here with Kieran Crow inside the first 2 minutes. 1-2's down the center again. Works off that long jab of Yair Rodriguez. And Yair Rodriguez, of course, no leg kicks thrown yet. No body shots thrown yet from Yair Rodriguez either for Kieran Crow, which is he's not really using all of the tools that Rodriguez brings, which is interesting. But same you could say, oh my goodness God, Jesus Christ almighty. And Yair Rodriguez, as we talk about the tools and the weapons of the Mexican, absolutely nearly just puts Ilia Topuria into a body bag. And now ground and pound coming in from Kieran Crow, and there's a great flip and rotation from the wrestler Ilia Topuria. Faking here with the transitions. Works more. Strikes down the center. Goes over into backside. Pushes him to the side. 1-2s again. The hooks coming. The aggressiveness of this fight continuing to be shown. And it's another wonderful spin kick to the face. And D9GZ Aiden, is he in trouble here? He's been caught twice with it. And there's that judo flip into side control. Kieran Crow may have looked like he started off the fight pretty slow, but it's been those high-flying acrobatics, almost you could say, of Yair Rodriguez that have very much put him in a great position. And back to the feet we go. Head kick there, trying to go right for the block. He's got such a whiplash with that kick, doesn't he? The head kicks of Rodriguez, incredible. Round 1 in the books. And that there is no doubt a Kieran Crow round. Round 2. And for Aiden, a lot of damage obtained, a lot of damage given though. Going to need to make sure that he can just protect himself. Oh, there's a big straight thunders in, the uppercut, and now against the cage here. And is Aiden going to be able to survive at this time? Kieran Crow letting the hands go, bows in his face. He respects the efforts from his competitor in round 1, but he says, tonight I'm just too good for you. Kieran Crow with an absolute blitzing in rounds 1 and 2. The question marks were going to be if he could handle the pace and the pressure from Aiden. It didn't look like he could. And then before you know it, he manages to put the exclamation point on him. It was those 2 spin kicks to the dome that really, really troubled Aiden. And if those 2 didn't hit, may that fight have gone a different direction. You could possibly say so, but we will never know. For tonight, Kieran Crow sets off UFC 5 his way in motion with a big, big win in that featherweight division. Congratulations to him. For Aiden, again, a very fast start. I thought Kieran could have been in big trouble. Didn't think he was going to be able to rebound from it, but he does. And that's all that matters, absolutely. So congratulations to him. What a firefight that was. What a firefight that was. We go over to our next one then, fellas, and it's over to the welterweight division. Steve-O against Ash H98. Another 2 guys that know each other well, and another 2 guys that, of course, make their UFC 5 debuts here. Of course, we know Steve-O has had big, big moments in that middleweight division. He was up there for the middleweight title at one point back in UFC 4, but Ash H98, right off the back at the end of UFC 4, with that Hall of Fame fight with TP Feng, is a brawler, a resilient scrapper that never, ever will lie down and take a defeat. He has had comeback victories. He has had dominant victories. But Steve-O, of course, tonight is a whole different challenge. His wrestling, his ability to control fights on the ground, but also on the feet with his distance management, and also his kind of calculation of range is really tricky. So I'm interested to see what Ash can do here. So 0-0 against 0-0, a former middleweight contender against a Hall of Fame fight earner in Ash H98. Let's go over and see who gets this one done. Soren, are you with us? He's dead. He's working on his mic. Don't worry. He's next to me. Oh, he's there. You there? You good? Oi.
Thing is, like, it keeps cutting it up.
Yeah, your mic is fucked. It sounds like you're doing the thing on Xbox when you're lagging and like you flick the mic on and off. You know what I mean? You're doing that. It's all right. When you fix it, then chime on in. But until then, we'll just go about you. I don't know what you got the mic off the back of a lorry, Soren. All right. Here we go. Tyron Woodley. A nice pick. I'll tell you what, Tyron Woodley, underrated. I think you're going to see a lot of Tyron Woodley in this welterweight division. 97 punch power. Maybe we'll feel a little bit stiff to some, but a very nice pick, especially when you combine that with the wrestling attributes he has also. Tonight, Steve-O opting for Tyron in the blue. Ash H98 opting with Jorge Gamebred Masvidal in the black. And this is the kind of fight that you'd expect right off the rip. You know that Steve-O is going to want to control this fight by keeping it kind of grounded. You know Ash is going to want to basically deny the takedown and just effectively work his strike combinations and patterns to really frustrate Steve-O. Big thing that Ash has got a history of, though, is timing the uppercut right. Even on UFC 4, he had times, periods, fights where he's effectively just absolutely catapulting people's chins into orbit as he's now working those head kicks and pressuring Steve-O here. 1-2s down the center, goes into that hook as well. And that is the first kind of big moment of the fight where Steve-O has had to kind of retreat and say, you know what? I live to fight another day. Let me back out and come back in. Jumping knee. Oh, and nearly got hit in midair. Leg kick goes off. Shoots the takedown. That deny is wonderfully timed. That 1-2s down the center again. This is the thing as well with Steve-O. Is Steve-O not the most confident of strikers yet? He's not going to want to sit there and stand and just strike with Ash, especially when we've seen Ash kind of lay up like 4 or 5 punch combinations with Masvidal's and McGregor's before in UFC 4. And Ash is just kind of taking this very, very subdued. He's kind of getting into that pocket. He's landing 3 to 4 strikes, and then he's just walking out of it, using that jab as a rangefinder. I think he probably would, in my opinion, kind of stop with those body kicks, though, because that body kick very much opened him up here. As now Steve-O is just swinging onto that block. The uppercuts and the hooks there very much being used to try and bundle on through, you could even say. Leg kicks now coming off of Masvidal. Ash H98 just keeping himself measured. Another takedown attempted. Tries to pull out back. And now you can just see maneuvering round, spinning around still. Big hook comes in. Wonderful combination again. The overhand this time. And another takedown attempt. And this time, Ash H98 says the takedown isn't going to happen today. No, sir. 1-2s goes to the body kick. I think it's a smart kind of thing from Steve-O to do. Work those body shots, whether they're body hooks or just body kicks. Try and drain that stamina of Ash a little bit more to then make those takedowns a little bit harder for him. Head kick there comes on in. Defends the body kick and gets the trip. And then even maybe lands a diving punch onto him on the takedown position. Maybe just as a way to say, listen, we can go down there if you want to go down there. But so far, so good. From both fighters, a good start. A very good start from Steve-O. But then a great response by Ash H98. Just looking at the fight and seeing effectively how that one went, I think that head kick from Masvidal was the difference maker and will very much be what secured him the points. I'm going to go 10-9 to Masvidal in the black here. Round 2, up and underway. Head kick again. Shoots the takedown. Denied again. The takedown defense very much awake and present. Goes back to those body shots. Knees inside the clinch. Uppercuts. Oh, nearly caught him with a big uppercut. Steve-O's life may have flashed before his eyes there. That was millimeters away from being a takedown straight into an uppercut. But for now, dominant position here from Steve-O is gained. Steve-O was another one that said when re-entering the league, I don't have the confidence there. I feel like I'm going to be back into the heavyweight, light heavyweight division. You can see a lot of modesty here tonight of Steve-O, because he's looking like he's hanging on in there against someone that's very impressive in the striking realm. When it comes to, oh, it's a good, oh, it's very good. Ash is trying to go for the choke here. And is he going to go and get the choke? He gets out of it. Well played. Well played. Ash kind of escaping that dangerous position of Steve-O. Steve-O, maybe, if it was me, probably should have just kept thinking about top mount. Would rain down those kind of heavy strikes from the top position. Works the body. Goes for that jab straight down the center again. As he now just walks forward. Body kick. Oh, the hook there could have been dangerous from Masvidal. Again, Ash H98 as well. One of those guys that never really likes to go that road of pulling back. Some fighters don't like it. Some people feel like it just reduces their stamina too much. They feel like they're going to get clipped if they go backwards. But as you can see, Ash tonight not going for too many pull uppercuts, not going for too many pull elbows. He's just trying to basically work off those basics. And now Steve-O is trying to contain the situation again. Tries to maybe go over. But this time, not able to flip him is Ash. Crawls over into top mat. That one there's denied as well. Now goes into sprawl. Now, okay, going for a Darce choke here. And will he be able to escape this one? Yes, he can. Couldn't do it. And Masvidal there saving himself. His stamina nearly burnt to the core. Goes back to the body. Hook there comes on in. Uppercuts. 1-2s down the middle again. Shoots the takedown. Gets the turn. And now elbows piling on forward. Pulls him back down. Goes to back sitting. Wonderful stuff. Kicks the arm away. Now over into full mounts. Full mount here gained. And now Ash again ending round 2 just as he ended round 1 with a dominant ground position. I think a better round for Steve-O. Steve-O, of course, so close to maybe getting in that first submission. Wasn't able to do it. And then again, Ash is just... This is the thing that Ash does, is Ash isn't necessarily the greatest wrestler that you're going to find at 170. He isn't. But his anti-wrestling, his ability to avoid troubling situations is up there with some of the very best at welterweight. And then when he gets you back up onto the feet and starts to let that free-flowing boxing go, he's so dangerous. Why he was a former welterweight contender, middleweight #1 contender. He's been very good in his kind of development in UFC 4. Absolutely has been. 1-2's down the middle again. Big clip there, comes on in, clinches up. Big knees to the body. 1-2 again, goes towards that hook on the side of the block. Goes to the body shot there. Wonderful work from Ash again. But good maneuvering from Steve-O. Gets that kind of duck underneath it. Could have been one punch away, one uppercut away to maybe kind of take the fight there. Head kick. That's beautiful from Ash, who now turns up the pressure to 100. Works the body shots. And now the takedown shot and the takedown defended by Ash H98. Very good. And Steve-O here running out of gas. Goes back to the body. Oh, the head kick out of steam there. Nearly Ash. If he maybe had that full stamina bar, that could have been a TKO right there and then. More hooks coming on through. A difficult position that he finds himself in. Good takedown. And now looking to again maneuver around Jorge Masvidal. Goes up into sprawl. Good work there. Going for another Darce choke. And this time, that one there coming on in. Is he going to be able to get out of this one? Ash H98 does. Again, a sliver of stamina left here. And now side saddle gained. It'd be interesting to see if maybe Ash wants to go for one of these submissions, especially considering that Steve-O's stamina is so low. It wouldn't take too much. It wouldn't. More little hammer fists and taps to the face continuing. And then disengages. Spinning into nothing there. Ash H98 wanting to avoid the judges' decisions we've seen last week. Control time and takedowns definitely mean something. And it's a big knockdown in round 3. And an absolutely thunderous head kick that clatters Steve-O to the canvas. It's another night of head kicks. It's another night of high action-paced knockouts for Ash H98. He leans into it, the Steve-O. That is unfortunate. And the shin catches him perfectly. And tonight, Ash H98 shows that his anti-wrestling, but also his striking, still up there with some of the very finest at 170. Tyron Woodley lands on his head. He needs a pillow, he needs a blanket, he needs some warm soup and orange juice. He is absolutely out for the count. What a performance. What a knockout. And just like that, the knockout of the night bonus has switched hands already. Commiserations to Jax, but Ash H98, what a head kick to bring him home his first victory of his UFC 5 welterweight career. Hell of a performance there. Nuts. Fair play to Ash H98. A top performance indeed. GG's to you, sir. Going up next then, where are we going? The show continues. We rumble and rumble on forward. Are you there, Soren?
Yeah, can you hear me well?
Yeah, you're not cutting out anymore. What did you fix? You fixed something.
I went onto the Discord.
That's fair. Okay, well, there you go. Right, well, we're with you now. So we're going over to Lee66 and Jamie24 next. So Lee66 coming into this one after a big win last week against Bass Inferno. 1-0 divisional record for the Welshman. Jamie24 also had similar success. The Scotsman getting an unstreamed victory last week. Tonight, someone's O has to go. Jamie24 has been close to featherweight gold before, as has Lee66. Neither have achieved that vision, that bonus. Of course, Salt and Pepe will be keeping an eye on things in this division. But tonight, it's going to be kickboxer versus kickboxer. Maybe a bit of Muay Thai from Lee. Depends what kind of style we see. But Jamie24 will look to keep this fight on the feet and we'll be looking to pressure Lee right from the off. That's what this 145 division is like. People start fights so aggressively. It's all about if you can match the pace of your opponent or not. We go up and over to it. Soren, the stream link is in the... Oh, Christ. We've dipped out of the call and came back in. But there you go. That's for you. We're there and we're set and we're ready to see what happens in this one. Does overall stamina affect your sub-stamina? Yes, it does. Masva Goats. Jake Paul, who? Great. Warm soup and orange juice is absolutely found. Not if you're sick. Not if you're sick. All right? That's absolutely fine. But we're here and we're ready to go. Lee66 opting for Taporia. Jamie24 opting for Max Holloway. What'd you make of the picks, Soren? Taporia and Holloway? Aired tremendously. It's okay. It's fine. Oh, there's that.
You'll hear me. It's like...
Oh, you're lagging like shit, son.
It's all right.
Oh, now you're good. Now you're cutting out again. Are you streaming? Are you Discord calling me from like a local McDonald's, Soren? What is this? You were fine a minute ago. Now you're absolutely hog ass again. Anyway, Lee 66 right off the rip, getting a takedown. And now, of course, the side control elbows are going to fly on down. This is not the kind of fight that Jamie 24 wanted to have. Jamie 24 was very, very candid when he made that move to featherweight in UFC 4. He said, keep me down here no matter what, because I know that I can beat these people. I just don't play the game enough to care to put in the time and the effort. But even when I'm playing the game casually, I can still beat people at 145. He's refused at times to even move to lightweight. He sees it as an insult. Tonight, Lee 66 tasked with maybe reminding him that there's levels to this division. Of course, with Max Holloway in the black, Jamie 24 has that incredible accuracy rating. For Topuria in the red for Lee 66, that wrestling is going to be absolutely a key factor, key asset. Thing as well with Lee 66, though, also, is that he's got that history for being a little bit cheesy at times. Those knees and elbows will come out. It's all about if Jamie can effectively hang on to it and handle it. Swings round, uppercuts there, the straight there. Overhand comes on in. Uppercuts into the hook again. Elbows more and more. 2.5 minutes left of round number 1. The jab, the hook. Uppercut clips Lee, and Lee jumps. Lee could be in a big bit of trouble here. Jamie 24, has he done it? No, not quite yet. Jamie 24, nearly securing a 2-0 record in this stacked division. Lee struggling with the reach of Holloway, but also the accuracy of Holloway. He's got to get this fight back to the canvas, and soon, because he is eating big shots here. Jamie 24 closing in on a big victory against the Welshman. Oh, the big toe nearly creating some serious repercussions there from Lee, who ignores his health stats, ignores his block, and says, I'm fighting to the death. This is what these featherweight fights happen like, man. As the mouthpiece goes flying, Lee 66, the Welshman, is out of there. Jamie 24 gets it done. The Holloway pick again for Jamie. He has found his man, and that there is one hell of a performance from Jamie 24. Suffered in the opening sequences, but made Lee 66 pay very much so where he stood and very much where he stood. I can't even speak. I'm that blown away. Jamie 24 for us is, again, unfortunately for Rasta, even though we love him, is going to take that performance bonus away there. The way that he just controlled Lee and effectively kind of went into the fight with no fear against Lee, even countering Lee's grappling at points. Very, very impressive. Thank you so much as well to Lee for the raids, but unfortunate tonight. A 1-1 record is not anything to be ashamed of, but Jamie 24's striking continues to be that of a high level at this featherweight division. A big performance from him tonight, and no doubt one that he will look back on with absolute glee. The division is calling more and more for Jamie 24 to potentially have one of those high up fights. Maybe should Chaz win tonight, or maybe should someone maybe like Pigeon Scout win another fight, that could be something monumental in the division. But this division filled with killers for a reason. Some of the best strikers that you'll find in the UFC community today. Absolutely guarantee it. We go over to our next one then, and the fun does not stop. Arrow 2224, Showtime resident, takes on Red Dot, Jack R 1907. Arrow, of course, coming into this one with a 0-1 lightweight record. It did not go his way in his UFC 5 debut. However, for his opponent, it's very, very different. Very kind of difficult kind of setting to say, because Red Dot, again, 0-1 record, yes, but he has performed well in those BMF tournaments. He has looked decent at times in those BMF tournaments. Maybe you could say that the loss last week was unfortunate, but the former lightweight champion Red Dot will be saying tonight, this is where his evening starts. This is where everything starts to come together. Who gets their first win in the division? Will it be the North American sensation Arrow, or will Jack R Red Dot make a ascension up the lightweight rankings once again? We go over and we find out together. Arrow is live for us. Always a pleasure to have this guy with us. Some of the most exciting fights we've seen in the last couple of months have come from guys like Arrow, like Sabretooth, like Cellalot. So There you go. Well, there you go. Bump the Crocs again. That is terrible. That's awful from you. Those Crocs, man. Burn them with fire immediately. Maybe we'll get Blaze back. Maybe we won't. Whether it's static from his mic or lag his sides, hopefully he'll get it sorted. Always a great mind to have on. Absolutely wonderful. Absolutely wonderful. Max feels brilliant. I've heard nothing but the same, Jamie. People love that Holloway pick. They do. Here we go, though. Jorge, Gamebred Masvidal against Conor McGregor. This is an old classic that we saw in UFC 4, isn't it? Tonight, of course, Max Holloway, not in this fight. You would love to have that reach against someone like McGregor. You would just love to kind of, on the outside, just bop McGregor's head health away. Usually when we've seen these fights in UFC 4, it's been about who exits the pocket first and makes that first back step. That usually indicates the lack of confidence. These two are going to want to stay and just absolutely compete against one another. A flying knee there from Jorge Gamebred Masvidal. McGregor in the green, of course, for Red Dot, the former lightweight champion. Arrow, of course, so close to lightweight glory. Lost his only lightweight fight in UFC 5 last week. Lost the rematch to Lord Lagout. That's the title fight that we were referring to. Lord Lagout, of course, now the champion. No doubt about it. Arrow will be saying he wants the trilogy. Arrow 1-1 against Lord Lagout. 1 win, 1 loss. But the climb to the top starts again tonight for him. As Red Dot here is going to need to cope with some of this incredible striking acumen that he has. Deep kick there sends him backwards slightly. Goes back to the hooks. And then you can see as well, the thing that Red Dot does so well with McGregor is he doesn't just headhunt. He also looks to incorporate those body kicks, looks to incorporate some of those leg kicks, which is not what a traditional McGregor does. You'd think that would maybe come more from Masvidal because of the whole thing about McGregor's gas tank, but, you know, each to their own. So far, Arrow just keeping himself calm, keeping himself composed, not really wanting to get involved in a firefight with McGregor because he knows all about that speed, that pace of what McGregor can throw with. Of course, we'll be having a McGregor specialist on the comms desk later on the main card. Rockshot from PlayStation, Ireland International. No doubt he'll be giving us some words of wisdom about kickboxing with McGregor, no doubt. Goes back to the body again, works those midsection shots, does Red Dot. You can see exactly why this guy is a former lightweight champion. Wonderful spacing, wonderful distance, but also just killer combinations with McGregor. Of course, we're more used to seeing him with Fiziev. That's a good old reliable 5-star pick for him. Not able to, though, tonight because of the prelim placement of the fight. Big straight goes all the way down forward. Leg kick. Big straights into the hooks there. More and more the 1-2s. Clinches up. Knees to the body. Jumping knee. That jumping knee is not being given up on by Arrow. He's very confident that he can at least catch Red Dot 1 or 2 more times. See if he can crack the skull, see if he can get that cut maybe exposed on McGregor. But you can see Red Dot is growing in confidence here. He is not allowing Arrow to even consume the momentum, but now he does. As I said it, commentator's curse right at the end. A wonderful flurry from Arrow gets the cut on McGregor. A very, very tense round. No stuns, no knockdowns for each. You could give that one either way. It really depends who you think's just been the more aggressive, been more controlling in the fight. I think you would probably say Red Dot, but maybe that cut changes things right at the end of the round. I think I'm going to stick to my guns here, and I'm going to say Red Dot has taken that round, but very, very narrowly. I do think so. Round number 2. We glove touch, and we're off again. Leg kick. 1-2s again, goes back to the body shots. Those body shots are definitely taking a toll on Masvidal as well. You can see that body health slowly coming down, but McGregor's head health as well after the end of round 1. Not looking great. A big stun there. Head kick tries to go through. Red Dot turning on the speed here. Oh, a big back step into the hook and the head kick. It's a night of head kicks here. It's head kick city. We're in Salt Lake City this evening as the head kicks rumble on. It's another Jorge Masvidal special. Arrow 2224 has come back from his title loss last week with a venomous strike to shut the lights off on Red Dot, who was moments away from winning the fight himself. He was controlling it. He had stunned Masvidal. It was just a lapse of concentration that allowed Masvidal Arrow to get right back into the fight. And that's what happens. It is a cruel, cruel mistress as UFC 5. But tonight, Arrow 2224 on to winning ways, on the winning path, on the winning road, as he wants to get that trilogy with Lord Lagout. A round 3? Round 2, excuse me. A round 2 knockout for Arrow 224. And what a way to win it was. Incredible victory. And it's another Jorge Masvidal head kick that just is sickening. He just throws the head kicks with such strength, doesn't he? Which is wild, because you didn't really see too many Masvidal head kick victories last UFC 4, did you? But there you go. And with that, just like that, we're back on time again. So thank you everyone for being on time today and keeping with us. So there you go. We go over to our next one, and we're going to say it's going to be Wilkie against Hago. I'm excited for this one. Wilkie 13, copying the game, I think, on Friday, just gone. Steps in immediately against Hago and says tonight he wants to get to winning ways. He was asking about banned submissions earlier on. He was delighted to hear that the rear naked choke is an illegal submission now. Wilkie and Hago, Hago and Wilkie. Wilkie a 0-0 former light heavyweight champion or light heavyweight contender, I believe. And again tonight, Hago 59, 0-0. A great balanced fighter. He's got wrestling. He's got striking. We saw at times in UFC 4, he's got some of the most controlled wrestling in middleweight. Wilkie, of course, though, made a name for his jiu-jitsu base. Tonight, he will be looking for submissions, not only based on his UFC 4 history, but based on the facts that he was asking me about submissions earlier on tonight. How will Hago cope with that? 0-0 takes on 0-0. Let's go over and see who gets this one done. Wilkie is live for us. Let's go and have a look and see what the picks are going to be. Kevin Holland, ye old reliable for Wilkie, it seems. If Wilkie's Twitch will load, if Wilkie's internet connection can handle it. Wilkie, fix whatever hamster is on your wheel, please, or get the other guy to stream it. Booba, Charge hasn't responded on 3 platforms. Charge will be here, or me and Charge will be having very strong words, because I'm supposed to be relying on Charlie. But we'll see. Said he knows he's got to be here next. If he's not here, then he won't compete here anymore. All he said, I'm not going to go into it yet until he... What in the lagging Christ, Wilkie? Oh my word. Well, hopefully we don't see us teleport into the nether realm in this one. Listen, Hago here, aka Sam, opting with Lyoto the Dragon Machida in the black and silver. Of course, he's enjoyed Lyoto Machida in previous fights. He's made use of that devastating front kick that he has. Wilkie, of course, picking Kevin Holland in the blue, always known for his incredible ability to hold rubber guard, but also to kind of flip it into a side control position and work that Kimura. I think as well, Wilkie's going to be one of those guys that only benefits from the submission system changing. I think, again, his denies, he'll trust in them. He certainly will. And tonight, it's going to be that kind of case, though, if he can maybe get Hago to the canvas. Wilkie knows his stand-up game is still not at that kind of required level. He's still working on it. He is. And that is where I expect Sam to punish him here tonight. Front kick there, immediately rifling off from Lyoto Machida. Goes over to the body kick. Continues just to kind of pace himself here. This is the thing, is that it's his exit and re-entry, Hago, with Machida. He just comes in, gets 2 or 3 shots, and then lets out. And there you go, a reversal on the takedown into a judo flip. That is what Wilkie has got to be very careful of. A brilliant, brilliant bit of showmanship there from Hago so far. Of course, there has been limited submissions yet this evening. Of course, the Imanari role in the opening fight tonight still on for sub of the night, you'd imagine. Sub, knockout, and performance all very much there. Fight of the night not decided yet. Big, big hook there, though, from Wilkie. Wilkie catching Hago. A jumping knee there from Wilkie now. Wilkie has got to keep calm. Wilkie's majority of fights is when he's been chasing victories and then he's ended up losing. That's what he does. Saw it in heavyweight, saw it in light heavyweight. We've seen it a couple times in middleweight, where he gets so close to winning, he gets obsessed with just walking into the pocket without any sort of thinking, any sort of consideration. Leg kick. Overhand comes in. Goes to the body. Big hook comes on in there. Big hook again. Body kick there. Caught. Oi, jumping crane kick could have been devastating. Leg kick. Elbows coming off. Tries to go up and over. Goes back to the body shot again. Uppercuts. Double jab is good from Wilkie. This is what he needs to do. He just needs to continue working off that double jab. He doesn't need to rush it so much. Hago has done well with his counters. Wilkie then nearly getting a good counter of his own, but a big elbow strike at the end as well. This volume seems very loud for me. That doesn't. It's fine for you. Thank you as well to Toasty for the resub. Thank you so much. And as well to Lee for the raid early run as well. A good round, though. A good round for Hago and for Wilkie. I very much like that takedown deny into the immediate judo toss by Hago. Very nice. I would still say that I think Hago has took the first round, but narrowly. Those body shots on Wilkie are certainly making an impact as well. Leg kick immediately coming in. Tries again. Wilkie just obsessed with this overhand, and now pulling the guard here. Bottom position. I think Wilkie is one of those kind of Paul Craig fighters as well. He likes to be on bottom. He does.
Nice pass.
Little taps here. Working the G8. Tries to posture up. Tries to go for the armbar. That one is denied as well. He's going to need to be a little bit more sneaky, a little bit more tricky, is Wilkie. And Hago, respecting what he's seen, disengages. Who can blame him? He's had the better of the exchanges up top. Ducks underneath that one. Works up the double jab. Head kick again. Tries to go for that overhand. Uppercut there attempted as we go into a lag sphere of Wilkie's internet. This is what it looks like when you're on the absolute poor package, lads. Not me, not you. This is Wilkie's diabolical shitternet. So we sit and we wait, I imagine. Yeah, I don't know what to tell you. Wilkie's internet seemingly has frozen. I don't know what this guy's doing, but no idea. No idea. We saw that his stream was lagging like shit before the fight selection screen. So nothing. We've got nothing. Wilkie's internet has exploded, man. As he's gone offline, his internet has fried itself. We will have to get clarification if that will be a no contest or if the fight's still going on. But you cannot fight here if your internet is that poor. Please understand it. I'm here. Hello. You there?
Hello.
Right. You fixed it, you big dosser?
Oh, it's still lagging. Bucks.
You're fine for me, but if I'm lagging for you, that's probably a me issue. Or, is it a me issue? Am I lagging in the stream, fellas? Am I lagging at all? Or no?
No, it's just a call. It's just a call.
My Wi-Fi is fine. No lag or anything. Well, Wilkie, I beg to differ, mate, because your stream is fucking terrible. So your stream's not even on anymore. That's how bad. No, it's not, Wilkie. Oh, now it is. Well, there you go. We get to see something. Hopefully, Wilkie's stream stays on for enough time where we can actually evaluate the fight. But if your internet is too poor to fight and stream at the same time, stick to unstreamed or get your opponent to stream it. Your stream should not be cutting off halfway through. That's pretty poor, Wilkie. I can't even lie to you. But we don't know what happened in the second round, in truth. Effectively, we saw as much as we did until the stream turned off for Wilkie, and now it's back on. How long it stays on for, who knows? But again, we saw Hago have good exchanges and good kind of passageways in that second round. That cut is open again for Wilkie as well. And the thing is with Wilkie, when you're thinking about your internet and nervous about your internet, how much does that take off in terms of your focus in the fight? Are you going to be able to fight correctly and fight freely when you're thinking about maybe your internet being absolutely smoked? So if anything, this is a great advantage to Hago. Just keep on going as you are and just fight the good fight is all you can really do, because his striking tonight has been nothing short of sublime. Oran comes in again. Body kick, and there's the clip there from Wilkie. And more flying in. So clearly, in game, they're fine. But, oh, big uppercut there from Hago. Works the body. These two are now going. The stamina issue on Wilkie. Very much looking like a big concern here as the pressure from Wilkie continues to come forward. Breaks the nose now. Oh, and there's that head kick. If Hager can time a duck correctly, this could be massive. Overhand comes in from both sides. Big hook again. 1-2 down the center. Body kick. Hook comes in. Wilkie is throwing the kitchen sink at it, and those big body shots are definitely helping Hago. Sways round to the side. Big hook comes in again. Uppercut again. And there's the block gone. The block health and the head health gone for Wilkie. Wilkie uppercutted into the stratosphere, but still alive. But there's another one. Wilkie down again. He's not out yet, though. And there it is. An absolutely anticlimactic uppercut. But Wilkie's debut in the middleweight division in UFC 5 ends in disaster. Not only for his stream, but also for his chin. His chin flying off into space. There you go. There goes Blaze's internet again. Yeah, I think it's his mic or whatever. I don't know what's going on with him, but yeah. I mean, as long as the stream's fine, then as self-centered as it sounds, I don't really care too much. I can do commentary on my own if needs be. It would have been a nice idea to have Blaze on comms, but if his internet's fried, what can you do? What can you do? Hago, though, gets it in round number 3. Shame we didn't get to see all of it. Looked like it was going to be a very back and forth fight. So there you go. There you go. But GZ Peeps, he said earlier there's a signal issue in his area. You hate to see it. Well, commiserations again to Wilkie. Congratulations to Hago, and thank you to Atesta77 for the follow. Up next, then, we're going over to CharJ and Booba time. The Welshman comes back into the welterweight division after a loss last week against Suave. He fought tooth and nail CharJ to get into this welterweight division, said that he felt disrespected going into middleweight. Of course, once I withdrew myself, that opened up a spot in welterweight. Therefore, we kind of re-shimmied the divisions around as well. Booba time, though, looked good last week. May have lost as well. Both fighters 0-1. But Booba time, again, a friend of Showtime, a friend of Rastan, a guy that knows how to pressure, a guy that knows as well how to mix it all together. Got good wrestling acumen, but also good pressuring, striking ability that maybe will force CharJ to panic and get a little bit nervous. We've seen it before against his fights with Viper RKO. When that pressure dials up and up and up on CharJ, he does sometimes crack. Is he going to be able to withstand that tonight, or will Booba time be able to kind of take this one home? We go over and we find out together. Connections, no worries. You're all good. Cries in Thai. There you go. I don't know what crying in Thai sounds like, but I trust you. But we go over to it. Booba time is live for us. And let's see what the picks are going to be. There he is. The man, the myth, the legend, the icon. Booba time. Lawbors. Still, Charlie's here. Charlie's here, thankfully. So we're good. We're good. T-White. There you go. That's fine as well. No, he's smoking up. He's getting ready. He's in the locker room, and he's getting ready to hopefully take a hit to victory. Unbelievable. There you go. We've got Nate Diaz. We've got Nick Diaz. We've got every single smoker in the UFC 5 community here. We love it. But he's ready to put on a show for the fans. CharJ opting with the notorious Conor McGregor. Booba time today opting with Jorge Gamebred Masvidal. Fresh off of his feud with Chael Sonnen on Twitter. Never thought I'd be saying those words in my life, but let's see if Masvidal can get the job done against McGregor today. We've seen a couple of McGregor Masvidals today already. It's been impressive in terms of Masvidal's head-kicking ability. Are we going to see another soul claimed here? CharJ in the green with McGregor. Booba time, the American, in the red with Jorge Gamebred Masvidal. We know CharJ starts fights aggressively. We know that. Former middleweight champion for a reason. Former lightweight contender as well. Booba time tonight. Gonna have to go in against someone that is just very, very ready to push the pace early. Wonderful pull elbow there as CharJ now gets his stuff strutting quickly. Ducks underneath that one. Booba time's gonna have this challenge of slowing the pace of the fight down right from the off. He's going to have to make CharJ think a little bit. When CharJ's free-flowing like this is when he's at his most dangerous. He loves to brawl. He loves to strike, especially when he doesn't feel threatened, when he doesn't feel pressured. Wonderful strikes so far from Booba Time, getting right back into this one. But that McGregor speed is just something fierce, fellas. The slip straight as well packs such a punch. It's like a heat-seeking missile launcher. It never misses. It really doesn't. Big knee to the midsection again. Big hooks coming in from Booba Time. 1-2 down the middle. There's a big hook there from Booba as well. CharJ now a little bit, almost slightly retreating. Doesn't seem too out of place yet, but when CharJ is backing up, that is indication that maybe he's feeling a little bit threatened. And it's another Jorge Masvidal head kick that gets the stuns going early. He's got some underrated head kicking, does Gamebred. CharJ going to need to be careful as he's cut open now. The eye is also damaged. Head kick again into that straight. He loves that combination, does Booba. He has withstood the pressure early from the Welshman. And he is, now on the receiving end of it. Booba Time clipped and dropped to the floor. CharJ backs away. A man of honor wants this fight to finish and conclude on the feet. Both of them have landed some heavy strikes, have rocked one another. Booba's got to make sure he can just make his timing absolutely spot on. The straight there attempted. Another big hook comes in. CharJ knocks and drops him, and the American could be in trouble. The ground and pound, and CharJ disengages. Wants a clean stand-up knockout. Will he live to regret that decision? Tries to go for that slip straight again. Another big hook. That left hand from McGregor, absolutely lightning fast. Body kick there comes in. It's another uppercut. It's a double tap. And now clips him. And CharJ looking for the finish and not able to get it just yet. Slips underneath it. Goes over now into a choke. Booba Time saying he wants to go for a submission today. The Darce choke. Maybe going to be locked in, but no, the Darce choke is going to get locked in potentially. And then over into Neon Belly. CharJ disengages. We may well see a round 2 here. Good swing and a miss. But the elbow, how did that not connect? He would be furious. Oh my goodness me! And Jorge Gamebred Masvidal has been knocked out. Booba Time. Can't believe what he's seen. And CharJ may have just taken the knockout of the night bonus once again. We are in Head Kick City certainly this evening. Another absolutely thunderous spin kick to the face. And it is a McGregor masterclass here. Timing beats precision.
Yo.
Timing beats power.
Opponent. That was a great fight. Hey, you know what I say? Fuck the titles. Fuck the win. Fuck the subs. Fuck the finishes. I'm here to break faces and I'm here to bounce, son.
There you go.
Next time, and I'm busting some more noses.
There you go. Booba Time, as entertaining as ever. An incredible knockout for CharJ tonight. Probably one of the best of his career. He was made to sweat by Booba Time. Booba Time at the start of the fight really made him kind of pause and had to think a little bit. Of course, CharJ started the fight very aggressively. As soon as Booba Time downloaded the file there, effectively pushed Charlie onto the back foot and then made him think. Of course, a couple of rocks, a couple of stuns, but it's always that McGregor left hand. The McGregor left hand was just the story tonight. And then, of course, it culminates in that wonderful head kick knockout. A big victory tonight for CharJ. Another head kick, this time not for Masvidal, but against Masvidal. CharJ takes it at the end of round 1 with a wonderfully timed performance and a wonderful timed head kick indeed by the notorious Conor McGregor. Better late than never for the Welshman. He gets it done in 1. Congratulations to him and commiserations to Booba. Again, another guy that 2 times now in a row has been so unfortunate, so close to victory, but just had it snatched away from him. That's the difficulty with UFC, isn't it? That's just what it is. Ace Gallagher, thank you as well for the follow. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Lucky timing. One of us was done there. I think so. I think whatever one connected first, Charlie, I think was probably going to take the other one out because you were both in sequence. So I think that one was good. But that one was good. Knockout of the night? Absolutely. I think so. We go over to the next one. Then it's going to be Chaz2601 against Jack Hanna. Chaz2601 coming in as a late replacement on effectively an hour's notice before the card started due to Saliba having to withdraw to some personal issues. Chaz and Jack Hanna tonight gracing the featherweight division, gracing the 145 division, and Chaz 2601 wants as many fights as humanly possible as fast as possible. He says that he's in his element right now of his kickboxing and believes there's no better pressure boxer in the division than him. A 1-0 fighter after his debut last week takes on tonight. Jack Hanna comes into the featherweight division after sparring with so many people, after sparring against so many greats. Of course, I've heard nothing but glowing references from people like Gold Panda, who said that this guy is one of the most improved fighters since UFC 4 to 5 has transitioned. Jack Hanna today maybe a little bit nervous about his featherweight debut, but will be feeling confident once the octagon door closes and he's able to kind of get in there with Chaz. Chaz, of course, one of the great kind of stories from UFC 4 that went from basically a welterweight fighter all the way into a featherweight fighter. Jack Hanna looking to replicate that story himself. England takes on Northern Ireland. Chaz 2601's kickboxing style against Jack Hanna's pure boxing style should be a Christmas cracker of the ages. I say that we're in November, but it's like 48 days till Christmas. That's just there to depress you all. We go over and up to it. Jack Hanna is live for us. Let's see what the picks are going to be. Of course, there'll be no Volkanovski tonight and also no Braids McGregor. So always interested to see what the 4.5 star fights are going to be. Jamie McGruer. Can never say your name, Jamie. I know who you are from FIFA, but thank you very much for the follow, man. Appreciate you. Appreciate you. How many we got left? Grizzle, we've still got an entire main card to go. Title fights are still coming as well. So it's going to be good. It's going to be good. Go to 30, see if the volume's good. I don't want to have the game volume too loud. Jose Aldo, the pick for Chaz. Ilia Topuria looking like the pick for Jack Hanna. Here we go. Topuria and Aldo. Again, I always get worried. Always get worried when I see Jose Aldo purely because of his height. So, of course, people have made it work before, like the Kemyors of the world, but to be fair, it's not so much height difference between him and Topuria. They look quite the same. I thought maybe Jose Aldo was smaller. I think of Jose Aldo, I think of a garden gnome. Don't ask me why. Jack Hanna, of course, in the reds here tonight with Topuria. Chaz 2601 opting with Jose Aldo in the black. Chaz, of course, is more experienced in this division, but there's nothing more dangerous than a young and hungry up-and-comer that wants to prove that he can survive in a division for the Sharks. This is already clipped and dropped. Chaz 2601 here. And, of course, Chaz has been absolutely blitzed by Jack Hanna early on. Ilia Topuria looking like he's coming for the kill quite quickly, quite soon. Chaz is going to have to find his feet quickly. It's that length of Topuria, and he's gone into the hook again. Chaz 2601 tonight, just looking like he can't keep up with the pace of Jack Hanna. It is an absolute stormage by Jack Hanna, and performance of the night has changed hands just like that. Gold Panda was not joking when he said this kid has got serious talent, and tonight Chaz 2601, a veteran of the 145 division, couldn't even get a sniff of Jack Hanna, couldn't land a punch, couldn't do a thing, and Jack Hanna very much asserting himself as one of the best strikers in this featherweight division. Another fine addition to the collection. 4 strikes significantly, 9 total. It is a domination for the Northern Irishman tonight. Jack Hanna has found his feet in featherweight indeed. He said he was nervous. He said that he didn't think he belonged there. He showed tonight he certainly does. An absolute masterclass from the young man indeed. The Topuria, I've spelt that horrendously wrong. We'll just call him Toop. The performance of a lifetime from Jack Hanna to get in there. That's what all those hours of sparring and all those games with the top players will do for you. He is certainly elevated himself to an entire new level that we saw on UFC 4, and he is looking dangerous in this division now. Congratulations to him. A hell of a victory against a very, very tough guy. You got to think Chaz 2601, fellas, was 30-33 and had so many fights in featherweight when he was over in UFC 4. Of course, came into the featherweight division. You got to think, all the way back, when did Chaz also beat Odran last time out as well in UFC, well, the last time out last week, but on UFC 4, fought against guys like Dex Primacy, Cowboy George, has not had an easy resume of fights. These are some killers that he's fought against. Fought for the featherweight gold against Ali ADP at one point, but has been in that division, what we call the common man's bantamweight flyweight division, since VFL 55. He's been fighting featherweight level for effectively 8 months nearly. That is incredible. For Jack Hanna to come in and assert himself like that shows that he means business. The Northern Irishman, very much so, is an up-and-comer to look out for at 145. What a win. What a performance. That one is not one that is going to be topped easily tonight. Up next, though, we go over to Yeah, I'm Mike and Chub Nardino. Mike, of course, coming in at 0-0. Chub Nardino also coming in at 0-0. Chub Nardino, fresh off the UFC 4 heroics, where, of course, he won the dual middleweight championships of the world, won the one middleweight championship, won the UFC middleweight championship, made S. Morris retire. Morris has not been seen, and of course Stealth left the Discord after those defeats. And again, that's something that Chub Nardino has. He's got that annoyance factor, known in UFC 4 for his knee and elbow terrorism, and now obviously I think tonight we'll see maybe a different element of that, since the knee bow stuff has been, of course, nerfed, patched. But what kind of style is Chub Nardino going to really be bringing? Would he still be looking for pull elbows? Would he be working off knee and elbows still regardless of the nerf, or will he be advancing into that kind of grappling role that Boa MMA have been known to show? Mike, of course, a former lightweight contender, had some incredible fights in his time, most notably with his Islam Makhachev pick. He won't have that tonight, but there are some excellent picks for him in welterweight, an excellent balanced fighter that can stand up and box, but can also roll you if Chub Nardino chooses to. 0-0, both of them, their debuts in UFC 5 and in that welterweight division. Let's go over and find out who gets it done. Mike is live for us. Let's see who the picks are going to be. Of course, 4-star Leon Edwards wouldn't be a bad pick either for anyone. There you go. Thank you so much as well, Charlie, for the resub. Appreciate that one. Appreciate that one. We're here. And we're set to go. Nick Diaz, looking like the pick for Mike. Again, Nick Diaz, known by guys like Showtime in this division when he was in there for a brief period. Very, very good boxer, good pressure boxer. Kevin Holland was always the pick for Chub Nardino in middleweight. He is now his pick again for him tonight in welterweight. He's confident with that. Let's see what the kind of style is going to be. And here we go. Nick Diaz in the white for Yeah, I'm Mike. Chub Nardino in the blue with Kevin Holland. Of course, the big thing with Kevin Holland is always his reach, but also his ability to lock you up and rubber guard. But of course, with Mike as well, he's had to fight some of the most dangerous people in lightweight. He's had to go against UFC 4 Volkanovski in lightweight. Nothing will phase him compared to that. I was surprised with the Holland pick from Chubb. I thought maybe that Leon Edwards 4-star alter ego would have been a great shout, but he opts against it this evening. Of course, tonight, looking like he's taking it a bit slow pace. The knee and elbow's still there, but he's going to notice that that is significantly slower now. You can be caught on those counter shots so much more easier with the knee bow this year. So that's something that he's going to need to be a little bit wary of and make sure he can just kind of read. You can see Mike as well controls the rotation, the pivot of the fight so well. He did it in lightweight, especially when we fought, I think, at VFL 60-something. Again, very, very good in terms of how he can just effectively just spin you around and make your head spin almost. But it's a takedown attempted. Chub Nardino denies that one. And now a knee inside the clinch here against the cage, looking to take his back and drags him to the canvas. Of course, Chub Nardino, when he fought against SX Morris or S. Morris, had difficulties on the ground as well. But Chub, although not a groundsman, avoided being knocked out, took the fight into round 2, and then finished the fight with some big big knee elbows against the former middleweight champion. But this now is exactly where Yeah, I'm Mike likes to be. Of course, like I said, we saw him do this with Makhachev in the lightweight division tonight. Chub Nardino, of course, graduating from being the dual middleweight champion, winning both middleweight belts, ONE and UFC at that big finale at VFL 107. He was always prepared to naturally progress up the rankings and up the divisional weight classes into welterweight. And with that comes more wrestlers. We've seen people really kind of calibrate their wrestling at 170. tonight, Chub Nardinho is going to show us that he's either going to be able to sink or he may even, suffer in this division. So far, though, it's a very, very good ground and pound performance by Mike so far. And, of course, got that big stun on the ground there with that big elbow as he rains shots to the body. I think Chub Nardinho will be using this to just basically wait for Herb to stand them back up. I don't think he's going to be in too much of a rush to move out here, especially after what he's experienced in the first 3 minutes of round number 1. Back mount there is denied. Of course, he knew that one was going to happen. I'm trying to go for a bit of a submission here. A leg lock here could be a bit devastating, especially if he can't get out of this one. There you go. Barely anything done to Mike. Look at that. Not even a great chunk done. That's, what I want to say, maybe 15% of the bar, but it's something. A good end of the round for Chubb. No doubt that's going to be one that Mike's going to need to be a little bit wary of, but he doesn't lose too much of his submission bar. Chub Nardinho, although finishing positively, I think will be down 10-9 in that one. That big elbow stun on the ground, as well as the control on the ground, very much being a difference maker. Now going forward again. And you can just see with Nick Diaz as well, you've always got that kind of Diaz ability to absorb strikes, but also work off that 1-2, which is just so lofting. Uppercuts there. Whips him round into tie clinch. And there's the knees coming off when Chub Nardinho takes the back hit. And I think he's going to be looking to take the back here as well. He is. And Mike slams him down. No stranger to the backpack position is Mike. Goes over into backside. Can he maybe avoid the roll through? No, he can't. Back here. Now going for the rear naked choke. And again, it's going to take 4 submissions, it almost seems like, for Mike to be tapped out. So Chub Nardinho here now with top position, reining it in. Of course, that's probably due to Nick Diaz's jiu-jitsu background. And now going for an armbar here. That one there is denied by Mike. As the taps are going in. And now going over into side control. Elbows coming off. Goes into full guards. And now rubber guard. Nick Diaz always dangerous from this position. That one there's denied as well. Chub Nardinho found himself locked in here against Morris, but eventually pops out, but then denied there anyway. So he's still stuck in Nick Diaz's rubber guard. Again, it's always that 50-50 position with rubber guard. You guess left or right. Even if it was 2 guesses from Mike, he still managed to get a good bit of damage off. And that rotation into full guard has now been gained. Goes over to the right-hand side, crosses. Does Mike. Full guard position or transition is denied by Mike as well. Wonderful read and IQ. Always knew that hand was going to go on that hip. Raining down the ground and pounded. Chub Nardinho's got to find the way to get out of here again. Going for another one of those patented submissions and gets back up instead. I thought it was going to be another one of those leg locks. Could have been even more dangerous for Mike if it was. As now the fight back on its feet. 1-2s from Mike. Chub Nardinho getting that pull elbow off. And now more elbows and knees going to be flying on, I think. But this is what Chub Nardinho does to frustrate people. He usually gets people frustrated with these knee bows to then basically coax them into doing it. And then effectively that always leads to people fighting with anger and frustration rather than any clarity. Leads to a negative situation for them. And now going over with another submission. But what are we going to see here? Is he going to be able to pop out? Yes, he is. Half guard gained. No submission clearance that time. But he's trying it again. Going for it again. Half guard that time. Again, goes through. Round 2 in the books. Chub Nardinho, I think, will know he still needs 2 clear submissions or 1 drained submission to be able to catch Mike. I think Mike is still 2-0 up. I could be wrong. It could be 1-1, but it does feel like it's a 2-0. Chub Nardinho hunting for a submission. He's got that Boa MMA DNA inside of him. But Mike's going to need to very much be expecting that now for the whole of the 3rd round. Goes for it again. A rotation through. A great flip there by I'm Mike. The posture up is now there. Rains down the big strikes. Mike with those heavy straights. Chub Nardinho's got to move his head out the way. Try and make him miss. And now going upwards again. And Mike says, no, you're not getting the leg this time. The mount's there once again. More and more strikes through. The elbows absolutely carving Chub Nardinho through. This is what we need to see now. We need to see the former middleweight champion of the world be in a little bit of kind of danger to see how he can react. It's great denies here. And now going for a posture up, but that's denied by Chub Nardinho. Saves himself a little bit of time there. Postures up. More strikes raining down the center. More and more straights. And Chub Nardinho is one posture up away from being put away here. I have to say it. Goes over into sprawl. It's a good position. Good defensive position. Mike wants this one back on the feet. He's waiting for Chub Nardinho to get back up. Chub's got to find that counter, that pull to maybe get the knockout there. There's the takedown. There's the trip. There's the land. 2.5 minutes. Chub Nardinho probably knows he has to go for a finish here. Big strikes coming in. Pulls him back down. Denies him there. Goes to back sitting. That one denied as well. Goes and rolls through. Wonderful, wonderful reversal once again by I'm Mike as he postures up and looks to maybe, hopefully, get the final flurry. But he even pauses, stops there for some reason. Doesn't want to maybe gas himself out, leave him in a position where he's open for a submission. Chub Nardinho now getting the denies going here. Goes for the bottom side. Kimura, this is dangerous. Mike here needs to be a little bit concerned, because this, not looking great here. Manages to get... No, not tapped yet. But Mike is one submission away, and he will be in trouble. And he's going for it. That one's denied. Totally legal because he gave it a pause of time. It was absolutely fine. Chub has 40 seconds to get one more confirmed sub. And that there is the worst possible scenario for Chub Nardinho. Mike back on his feet. And Chub now stunned as well. Eats big strikes. The elbows now flying in. And Mike looking for the KO. He's walking away now. He's confident he's done enough. And the fight goes the distance. I think he has done enough. I would say at least 2 rounds to 1. It wouldn't surprise me if it was 3-0. But a decision nonetheless. We have seen fights be strange with the scoring. Control time, takedowns all matter. But tonight, Mike surviving the submission attempts from Kevin Holland with Nate Diaz due to his jiu-jitsu background. Let's see what the score was. Wow, Kevin Holland wins. There you go. It's another controversial decision. No doubt Mike's going to be absolutely blown away by that one. We got no idea on the score. There was no commentary. We'd love to see the scorecards there, but it's another one when you look at it and you just think to yourself, how has that happened? Diaz on the judge 1, 29-28. Wow, 2 judges gave Chub rounds 1 and 2. Let's have a look at the stats here, round by round. Round 3. Round 2. 14 significant strikes, 1 takedown out of 0. Oh, I don't know, man. That round 1. Go again. Go again. That's a controversial one. That is a controversial one. You could argue 1 to Mike, 2 to Chub, 3 to Mike. I would understand that. Yeah, dude. How have 2 judges given this round to Chub? That's nuts, dude. How have 2 judges given round 1 to Chub? That's a Chub round. We'll give that to Chub. 1 and 3 is Mike though. And again, 2 judges gave that round 1 to Mike. No? Go and show me the scorecard again. Round 1 should be to you. That 2 out of 3 judges gave that to Chub. That's crazy. 2 judges gave that to Chub. That's wild, man. I think there was any more for you. That the judges is quite wild then. There you go. Don't leave it to the scorecards. Bass Inferno. Never a truer word spoken. Dave saying that the reason for the sub or for the decision win is because he locked in a sub every round, so that adds to the scorecards. There you go. It's true. The words of wisdom from Bass Inferno is true. Never leave it to the scorecards. And tonight, Dave, very much correct. Maybe the submissions have made the difference. Mike will feel like a rematch is in order. Chub Nardino will feel, and his camp will feel, that he is absolutely the rightful winner. He starts off his welterweight career with a victory. Mike tonight will be furious. No doubt he'll be knocking on the door asking for an immediate rematch. That is a wild one indeed. Congratulations, I guess, to Chub Nardino, to Mike. Commiserations. The round one, surely just locking in a sub isn't enough to bypass the control of 2 minutes and 27, the significant strikes, the total strikes. That's wild. If locking in a sub trumps 2 minutes and 30 control time and all of that significant strike damage, that's a little bit crazy to me, but there you go. That's UFC for you. Next up then, Smiley against Inversia. Up next, Smiley 0-0 in this featherweight division. The man that was, of course, responsible for the great charity event during the week, back in action for the first time in UFC 5. And of course, his opponent is a dangerous one. It is Inversia, a former featherweight champion, a former bantamweight flyweight contender. He is back today, his first appearance since halfway through the end of UFC 4's sequence. Tonight, only one of them, though, can go all the way and claim their first victory. Will it be the Highlander from Scotland, or will it be Inversia hailing from England? We go over and we have a look together here. Both of them kickboxing extraordinaires indeed. We go over and take a look-see. Jay Sherman, I will do good in featherweight. 6'10" to 2. I don't know what this is. Your record, I guess. I don't know. Nathan's there as well. Chaz, we go again. Para as well. How do I actually re-enter? Just ask for tags again, Para. Ask for tags again. But yeah, we're here, we're set, and we're ready to go. There we go. Might deny how to defend somebody, just had to deny up. You're right. But is that the kind of the way that it is? Then Dave, you're the best person to ask. So realistically, like you all taught us before, Dave, in UFC 4, the significant strikes were the key. Will you say then in UFC 5, locking in a sub, that's like you have to lock in a sub. If you lock in a sub and your opponent doesn't in a round, that means that you're going to win the round? Like, is it that black and white? You're the guy that we need to ask, man. You're the robot here. So, that's wild. Okay, we'll check back. But Dave, keep me updated. I'm interested in that. Here we go. We're here. We got no volume, but at least we have picture. Of course, tonight, another Yair Rodriguez and another Max Holloway. Why does this Max Holloway render, by the way, look like he doesn't have eyebrows? Do you all notice that? Where is Max Holloway's eyebrows, fellas? From, like, there they are, but, like, from this angle, doesn't look like he's got any. Thank you so much for the raid. Works the body, goes up top to the head. Uppercuts there, being attempted. 1-2 goes low to the body. Again, kickboxing is going to no doubt be on show here. Leg kicks. Very much off there. Goes underneath. Oh, clips him. That's a big one. Inversia stopping Smiley there nearly in his tracks. Of course, Inversia today opting with Yair Rodriguez in the green. And for Smiley, of course, not the greatest BMF tournament for him record-wise on Tuesday evening. Ended up, of course, going 0-4 in the BMF. But again, always a dangerous striker. Knows exactly how to get those hands going and moving quickly. And tonight, so far, he has been stunned by Inversia. Inversia was always going to be coming back to UFC 5 as super talented featherweight competitor. Some would say he's on that kind of Mount Rushmore of featherweight champions. That's how good his run was. Was always a kind of never truly kind of made it as the kind of title contender level in bantamweight flyweight. Was always a kind of middle of the pack bantamweight flyweight, which is by no means any shame. I think a lot of people in the league would love to be a middle of the pack bantamweight flyweight, but could get some wins in bantamweight flyweight. Never ever truly consistent though. Featherweight, he made this his jungle, didn't he? He really did. Goes low, and again goes up top. Still maneuvering backwards. Is Inversia. Big straight there. Tries to go for that. That axe kick is being looked for. Very much so. 1-2's down the middle of the big elbow. Trying to swipe in as well. Swing and a miss on the leg kick. 1-2s again. Goes for that slip straight. 1-2s into the hook. Knee there to the body. And now just maneuvering backwards. Oh, jumping knee from Smiley. Uppercut there. And Smiley AUFC. Is he going to maybe take this one against Inversia, who's looked so strong against him all evening so far in this opening round? Continues just to maneuver around. Goes knee to the body. Jumping knee attempted. Body kick there. Rip shots to the body. Uppercuts. Still nothing there. Oh my goodness me, I thought he went right into the uppercut there. And it's Smiley AUFC again. Now jumping onto the former featherweight champion of the world. And Smiley AUFC, has he done it? Yes, he has. Smiley AUFC manages to survive the initial flurry from Inversia. And then Knox drops and stops him right at the death of round 1. The former featherweight champion of the world may need an acclimatization period. He said he didn't like the feel of UFC 5 yet. But tonight, he has been defeated. He has been stopped by Smiley AUFC. What a performance by the Scotsman. The Max Holloway pick, as Jamie said earlier on, feels very, very good this year. The accuracy, the reach, all of it just feels sensational. And I thought, you know, there's no way he's going to get out of here. I thought that first kind of flurry with Yair when he clipped him and dropped him, that was going to be a done deal. But in the end, it is the complete opposite. He gets it done, and he gets it done in true style. Congratulations to Smiley. A hell of a scalp to claim in his opening fight for UFC 5 in the featherweight division. What a night for some shocking results and some great knockouts, man. Really is. Fellas, remember as well, please make sure if you are here tonight and playing along, you get involved and you play the predictor card. Very easy to play the predictor card. All you got to do is go into this prediction card channel, go to the pinned messages, and then all you've got to do is tell me who wins in all of the main card fights tonight. If you guess all of the winners correctly, title fights and non-title fights, you will walk away with a cash prize free of charge. That's free to enter, free to play. As you can see, everyone has got their picks starting to fly on in. So again, join in. You got until the end of the prelims to get your picks lodged. We'll ping the Discord when we are getting near, of course, after this next fight. So only 2 fights remain on this prelim card, and they're 2 absolutely monumental ones as well. Thank you, of course, again, for all of you being on time, being here tonight, because like I said, the smoothness of the card very much is determined by you guys being lobbied up, being ready. So thank you so much. Up next then, we've got a rematch for the ages. Theo James and Mac. Of course, these two are very much familiar with one another. Theo James, of course, and Mac met. Where was it? It was Theo James and Mac was... There it is. I was already on it. VFL 52, the 1-year anniversary, the 23rd of February of this year. Mac on that fateful evening won the featherweight strap against Theo James in round number 2. Tonight, Theo has a chance to gain retribution, revenge as well, because Theo James this year on UFC 5 is looking like one of the most dangerous strikers that you could find. We saw Mac and Mark the Shark have a fantastic back and forth pressure boxing masterclass in the BMF tournament. Tonight, we may see the exact same. Of course, Mac coming into this one in the bantamweight division as 0-0 competitor. Theo James as well, very much the same, if I'm not mistaken. He's over, yeah, he's not even on the rankings yet, so he's going to be coming in as a 0-0 competitor. So, again, both of them fresh off the boat, both of them looking to go 1-0, but who gets the victory? A rematch. Let's go over and see who gets the W, and let's see what the picks are going to be as well. Remember, flyweight division, all picks are legal, so don't forget about that either. There you go. Check my messages quickly. I'm trying to slowly low ground and give me time. Calling me an Englishman. I completely forgot where you're from. I can't even lie. I got messages about FIFA. Don't care too much. Kieran Crow. There you go. Well, that's already handled. Again, sorry if I air you in the DMs. It is just purely because I'm doing the thingy. You know, I'm doing the old card, the old commentary. But there we go. Fellas, we're ready whenever you are. Don't feel like you need to wait for me. I am here in the background. So since I hear the ready up sound, I'm going to be full screen with you. So don't worry. Don't worry. And remember, fellas, anyone new here today wants to come on in and get involved, we welcome all levels, from the very best to the very amateur. That's how we operate. If you're new to UFC and you want to fight, you want to get involved, the heavyweight, light heavyweight division is right there for you. If you're an experienced baller, all the weights between. The lighter the weight, the more higher ability the fighter. And this is one of the first examples you are going to get of the top of the top. Corey Sandhagen in the white today for Theo James against Mac with Sugar Sean O'Malley. And you can just see people were saying about the OP-ness, if you want to call it that, of Sugar Sean O'Malley in this division. Corey Sandhagen is, of course, looked at as a very valid and usable counter pick. Theo has been complimented by many of his peers in the league as being one of the most dangerous strikers of spars in UFC 5. And of course, he said he wanted to be in that kind of conversation of being one of the best, and that's why he finds himself in that bantamweight flyweight division. Sliced open by that elbow of Mac, though. The pull uppercut is lovely from Corey Sandhagen. And Theo, though, that front kick again there, uppercut again, whiffing in the sky. 1-2 down the middle. Again, just skimming on by are those missiles, those straights. Off the jab again, jab straight once more, piling on through. Front kick, big hook comes on in, uppercuts. Goes for the straights. More and more as these two continue just to stand and trade in front of each other. Goes underneath, uppercut attempted. Little jabs here, the straights as well from Theo, proving a treat. Oh, great counter shot. That's how lightning fast Theo James is. Continues to just pop. Mac with those incredibly dangerous straights from Corey Sandhagen. Off the double jab there now again, the straight just out of reach. Big hook comes on in. Uppercuts. More and more flying forward. Another hook comes on down the road. 1-2s, big hook off the jab. 1-2's a great 3-piece, 4-piece combination from Theo. He is not scared of Sugar Sean O'Malley whatsoever. He's not scared of Mac whatsoever. He's really showing no respect to Mac whatsoever. Not allowing him to back up and do too much. And this is the thing, though. Sugar Sean O'Malley can always end a fight in one sequence. He's got that kind of Yan feeling on UFC 4. Just taller and more agile. Great hook, though. Theo James throwing a hook in there. Sugar Sean O'Malley feeling the heat from Sandhagen. We've heard him be called Corey Sandpaper before, Corey Sandcastle, but tonight Corey Sandhagen is looking like one of the most viable counters for a Sugar Sean O'Malley. Pick as Theo J continues to butcher the veteran in Mac. He was waiting for this rematch for so long, lost featherweight gold to Mac, and tonight he is taking all of that out onto him. Absolutely flawless. We will see a round 2, but there's not too much left in this fight to go. Wow. What a fight. What a performance by Theo J. He is looking unstoppable. Mother of God. The performance of the night bonus is like a game of hot potato. It is changing and changing and changing. Can Mac wrestle this one back from the trenches? He is in a very bad way. That's a possible 10-8 round. It is. Continues to just pepper that cut as Theo continues to just stand in the pocket and trade. Big clip there from Mac. Oh, it's a wonderful... It's all come from the uppercut, of course, as well. More and more strikes trying to go on through the guard of Mac. Big hook, uppercut again. Big straight down the middle. Uppercut again. This is the uppercuts that is really troubling Mac here. You think he's going to maybe try and just kill the momentum. Even, again, just clinch a takedown, something. He can't hang with Theo J. And Theo J with one of his most dominant performances to date against an arch rival that took featherweight gold away from him months ago. He said he wanted to be in one of these top divisions. He certainly proved himself this evening the best performance VFL has ever put on in a UFC octagon for VFL. Performance of the night has a new home. VFL's Corey Sandhagen tonight looking phenomenal. Mac just couldn't cope with the speed of things there. A round 2 stoppage and one of the most dominant performances that we've seen in that bantamweight flyweight division. One of the most dominant performance that VFL's ever put on there. And especially against that against that Sugar Sean O'Malley pick, people said Sandhagen was not too good in certain aspects and other aspects, but there you go. Theodore doesn't mess about. Big chest. I'm telling you, man. I'm telling you, absolutely. Like, there's a couple of people who have come into UFC 5 and have just really developed their striking in such a crazy way that you'd be amazed. You wouldn't be thinking these guys were the same people as last year. They really have done well. So again, Theo, give him props where it's due, man. It's very much so the case for him. I'm going to tag up Para quickly so then I can let him do his predictions as well, because you've not got UFC tags, Para. There you go. And of course, like I said, we're back next week, but don't worry, we've got a main card still to go. We're not anywhere near the end yet. So final ping then, UFC final prelim fight is now live. Get your predictions in ASAP. There you go. We have, oh God, I've not even done it in bold. Whoops. We have made great time today, fellas. We are effectively 20 minutes early. This is going to be great news for people that, of course, got to go off early. I think they'll be celebrating in their masses, won't they? But again, right now, we've got one more left to go, and that's going to be Rue versus Apollo. Rue and Apollo, a very interesting fight. When I had that possibility of making the fight in the matchmaking, I said these two are going to complement each other so well because of how they fight. Of course, Rue comes in tonight, a 0-0 record. Apollo also comes in with a 0-0 record. Two veterans from UFC 4 that really made a splash. Apollo had such incredible fights. 4 out of 5 fights that Apollo would have, you would talk about being fight of the night. You would talk about being an entertaining watch. He was always one, whether it be a Jovi Rami, whether it be a Fenomeno. He was always a guy that when you put him in there against someone of that high level, he either hangs in with them and pours out the fire or really makes it a competitive scrap. And that's what you need. You need guys like Apollo that will push people that will go in against you, really make you think about things, and then come out of the fight and say, Apollo did this to me, that to me. I can really adapt and change some things there. Rue, of course, very much on the other side of things. Rue, again, another one of those guys that has had an incredible 2023. A guy that at one point was a welterweight that didn't look like he was ever going to really go too much beyond the lightweight. Disappeared for 3 or 4 weeks, really worked on stuff in the lab, came back and looked featherweight ready. Wrestling, grappling, striking, movement, all so good. Of course, he's done as a kickboxer, but he is a balanced man as well. Look out for him if he takes this one to the floor. Apollo may be surprised if he tries to wrestle him. I would not advise doing that. I think we're going to see a stand and bang war here tonight between these two of the very best in this division for kickboxing. Who wins it? Apollo, hailing from North America, or Rue, hailing from the United Kingdom? The final prelim fight of this evening is here, is set, and we're ready to go. Let's see what the picks are going to be in this flyweight division. If the stream loads. If it loads. Maybe we need Rue to stream. I don't know. No. Oh. This is frozen, lagging. I think we need Rue to stream, fellas. Oh, yeah. Look at that. Oh, yeah. Oh, this isn't looking great. Is there no possibility that Rue can stream? We can't watch this, man. Look at this. Look at this. This is scuffed. Rue, is there any possibility you can whack a quick one up? Oh, we're back. We're fresh. Okay, thank Christ. Okay, now we're clean again. All right, let's hope. Okay, Apollo, thank you very much for restarting. That scared me, man. I was like, what kind of McDonald's is he playing from? Fair enough. Here we go. Pantoja for Apollo. Dangerous is Pantoja. Very decent. And ye old reliable Brandon Moreno.
Come on, I just talking.
You want to know?
I'm just asking if Vandal.
You want to know?
One now. One now.
One delay is
One
ready.
now.
You
One
have
now.
to stop.
One now.
Please stop.
Oh, that's right there.
One delay is ready. Here we go. Pantoja and Moreno. Here we go then. Pantoja in the black and gold for Apollo, the American sensation, of course, for Rue. The Brit, he fights with black and silver, the pastier of the two men. Rue, of course, was so close to featherweight gold, lost featherweight gold and said, hey, I want to move up. I'm cursed in this division.
Okay.
It may sound stupid, but I want to test myself against even better. He got given that. Of course, got a couple of wins in bantamweight flyweight at the end of UFC 4 and very much looking to progress himself once again. You can hear the coaches in the background as well. Of course, Apollo, part of that great camp that, of course, helped Rep obtain flyweight gold. It would be great to see Apollo and Rep go one-on-one against each other. Oh, my goodness me. And Apollo's controller's disconnected. Protect yourself at all times. It's controversial, but he won't care. And Rue has done it. The controller's gone. And hey, it is what it is. Protect yourself at all times. Rue didn't have to. He took it. And the coach screaming no. Apollo won't believe it. Rue will take it. It's Floyd Mayweather against whoever it was.
Kidding me?
Hey.
I was literally just saying, bro, I need a new fucking controller. Does that actually how it...
Hey, protect yourself at all times, Apollo. I love you, brother. I do. He could have backed away. We've had it before. And just like that, Rue will take it. Some people will boo that. Some people will absolutely cheer that. But Rue very much so ups and says, you don't get a win in the bantamweight flyweight division every day of the week against someone so good like Apollo. He takes it. Some will say it's dirty. Some will say it's fair play. Rue will play the McGregor card and say, who was the guy that McGregor, Mayweather, who was the guy Mayweather did that to when he tried to hug him in boxing? I always forget the name. Who was it? Mayweather and who? The guy tried to hug him and he knocked him out. Ortiz. He will say the same thing Mayweather did against Ortiz. Hey, man, protect yourself at all times. So that is what it is. Apollo calls it disgusting. Hey, there you go. There you go. Apollo loses via round 1 TKO. I still love you, Apollo. I know you'll be heated, but I did nothing to you. You're going to have to take that up with Rue and complain to him. But listen, fellas, we are in fantastic time. We're 20 minutes early for the main card. Myth is going to love me for this, but I'm going to quickly go and check if Rock Chalk is good to come on early. We're ready for the main cards. No rush. Just ping me here when you're ready to go on comms. Fellas, that is how the prelim card ends. So right now we have no fight of the night bonus. So it's down to you to entertain us. So of course, we got a performance of the night from Theo James. We've got a knockout of the night from CharJ. We've got a submission of the night from Mikey, still because of the Imanari roll. There you go. No fight of the night as of yet. But of course, the main card is stacked. 5 title fights tonight, kicking off with the PlayStation fight, the bantamweight, middleweight, light heavyweight, and heavyweight, all very much on the line, with also 2 trilogies, Warbsy, Webbo, and also Rossetti, Jack 17. That there exactly is how we go. We will be back in a moment. The main card is on its way. Don't go anywhere.
Oh my God.
Leg beat up, man. That's before you
Picked up from Poirier, now a right hand.
Oh my God.
And SLG Jokers has put the former middleweight champion to sleep. Light heavyweight champion.
Goodness.
It's time.
And here we are. You're a filthy casual. You're just joining us for the main card this evening. Welcome, welcome. A night of incredible fights and drama, as you may have just seen if you saw the last prelim fight. But, of course, some great ones tonight. From Imanari rolls to head kick knockouts to debuts of dreams for some people. It has been a top night. We've been here since 6:30 p.m. with the prelims, and now early is quite strange for us. We have never been this early in terms of the main card, but it makes sense to carry on when we've got 7 fights that potentially could go all 5 rounds. So we're going to make use of that time. 5 title fights this evening from EASYWORKGG and Winter at the main event, which will be closer to around about a midnight kickoff, all the way to Kyle versus Murdoch, Kiko versus Kieran, Yazan versus Kessler, and even Myth versus Coxey, with trilogy finalizers, you could say, of Warbsy Webbo and Rossetti Jack 17. We are in for a big one tonight. So without further ado, we kick on and we crack on. It's the PlayStation title fight. Up first, Myth, of course, the champion, winning the belt last week, comes in 1-0, and he takes on Coxey 96, a man that's got barrels and barrels of experience. Of course, Myth won't know truly how he fights. Coxey, of course, has fought in the league before. A dangerous, balanced mixed martial artist, works grappling well, works striking well, but can also turn the tempo up at any flip of a dime. So he's one that Myth will want to be very, very careful with. Of course, with the PlayStation belt, because the PlayStation division is so limited, Myth will decide the weight, and of course, with that, he will get the first pick of fighter. There is no mirror matching that Coxey can do. We go over to it and we find out where the PlayStation Gold will go and reside. We are going to go and see if they are ready. Of course, if they are not ready, we can do some more build up. We're very much able to carry on as we mean to go. But with Myth, if he's not here, the PlayStation belt will still be on the line. It will just be stripped, of course. But yeah, we're ready to go. Where if you're not here, I have to strip you and rehome the title. So yeah, we'll see. Of course, I'm not going to be too harsh yet because we're so early, but I would be hoping that because we're that early, we'd be good. So we'll see. If Chutebox doesn't answer, then yeah, you see, please reply to the guy. He's DM'd you. There you go. We'll see if Chutebox replies or not. Again, we're just using this, of course, to evaluate people that want to get in and play. Of course, you want to get involved in the league and play over 200 fighters across 2 consoles. We offer streamed fights and unstreamed fights. The weights, of course, are also skill-based. The heavier weight that you compete in, the more amateur the level, the more kind of, what's the word? The more kind of fresh you are to UFC. Of course, the lighter the weight that you're in, flyweight, bantamweight, featherweight, then that's kind of more like your top 100, etc., etc. Myth, of course, is here. He's saying he's waiting on Coxey to add him. So there you go. He's saying he's waiting for you to add him. So there you go. These two, they're not talking to each other. They're not in communication with each other, but they are ready to go. They are ready to fight. So this fight, this PlayStation bout is very much going to happen. We just got to wait and see. We just got to wait and see. I want to fight, but I'll take it on a default. You're not going to take it on a default. Stop it. Assassin Banana, thank you so much, man. Congratulations on your win tonight. Some great fights. We'll be joined by Rock Chuck as well. Great PlayStation guy that fought in the league back in UFC 4. A E-Pro, you could call it that. Of course, UFC fan as well. The Irishman will be with us as soon as he gets done on his stream. He'll be with us for the rest of the night on the main card. So it's going to be good. He's messaging me now. Excellent. So that PlayStation fight is in preparation. This is good because, like I said, we're in time. These delays kind of get cancelled out because we are in such great time. And a reminder again for the performance bonuses tonight so far. Theo James on a performance of the night bonus. Char J on a knockout of the night bonus. Mikey 19 on a submission of the night bonus. So far, there has been no fight of the night. You missed some great controversies as well from the Rue versus Apollo fight. No doubt that one will eventually be, I think that one will be probably ran back next week. I think Rue won't fight it either. I think Apollo will be even more bloodthirsty to try and take his head off. Chub Nardino, decision win. Some will say the subs made a difference. Others will say that Mike was robbed, and no doubt Mike's going to be chomping at the bit to get that one back. It's been a really great card with a lot of drama and stories in it, man. So really enjoyed it. Myth is live for us, the PlayStation belt. Moments away from being defended, and it's going to be Islam Makhachev against Charles Oliveira. Myth, the champion who won the belt with Habib last week, keeps it at lightweight, but now opts for Islam Makhachev. We are here and we are up and over to it. A 5-round bonanza for the PlayStation Gold. Coxey tonight in the yellow with Charles Oliveira, wanting to make use of all of those submission specialities that he has. Of course, with Makhachev, he hits like a truck. He does move a little bit kind of sluggish and slow, but he is an absolute tank when it comes to running through people. And Coxey so far is feeling the unpleasantries, should I say, of competing against Myth when he's got that Makhachev pick. Said Habib last week, Makhachev this week. He's running through the whole Dagestani collection, isn't he? Wouldn't surprise me if we see him make an Umar Nurmagomedov calf soon and just use him to defend the belt. Imagine. This is exactly where Myth wants to be, though. That dominant position and right into a triangle choke. Going to see if Coxey can just escape out of this one. Coxey being drained down. He's going to need to be careful, though. Is that triangle choke going to be synced in? He does, but only a section of the bar goes. Now into side saddle. Defends himself. Coxey almost stroking his shoulder there, saying, hey, come on. We can be friends here. Don't need to KO me. Goes over into backside. Goes for the rear naked choke again. Flips him and rolls him round. And now we're going to see if he can maybe keep him locked in this one. Goes back over into half guard instead. So far, it's a typical Islam Makhachev performance, you could almost say, from Myth. Crawling on his opponent, using his opponent as a Dance Revolution mat. The armbar being denied here. And this is where you'd say that Coxey is going to need to make the most of this situation. He's going to need to remain calm and very, very, very aware of the subs that are going to come from Makhachev. If he can get the flipper, if he can even get a submission from bottom, he could very much catch Myth. This is a typical way that you'd think Coxey would play this. He's got 5 rounds to work. He doesn't need to kind of sit there and rush anything. Now he has top position. Posture up there is denied. That one there, again, rolled through into another triangle choke. The triangle choke very much being preferred here tonight by Coxey. And he can't get out of this triangle choke. This could be it right here. It could be Makhachev, Myth. Oh, it's one more submission to go. And Coxey may well be in trouble. Goes over into side saddle again. He lets that stamina recharge, and now he's going for an arm triangle. That one's denied by Coxey. Myth wanting to be a submission jiu-jitsu machine this year, it seems. Last year, when he went through his PlayStation title runs, we saw him be a kickboxer. We saw him be a dominant wrestler. Tonight, looking to tap out Oliveira, just like Makhachev tapped out Oliveira in real life. Round 1 clear as day to round 1 to the current champion, Myth. Very much looking like Coxey has got a mountain to climb here. Round number 2 in this 5-round PlayStation fight. 1-2's down the center again. Now you can see Coxey getting his hands warmed up. The takedown there, the ankle pick, absolutely sensational. Gets the grounding on his man, and now the elbows raining in. More and more coming through. Transitions into sprawl. It's good. And now side control. Okay, I thought it was going to flip into side saddle, to be fair. But it seems like Myth is preferring side control and side saddle compared to that kind of dominant Islam Makhachev top mount position. Goes over into side control. Elbows. Goes over into sprawl. Now into backside. Tries to take the back here. Back mount gained. Throws his arm to the side. And now this going to be a fantastic armbar if he can get it. And I think he is. Myth going, and has retained his PlayStation Championship. It is a title win and a title defense. Coxey tonight couldn't cope with the submissions.
Good evening.
He couldn't cope. He couldn't handle it. And some people in the division like Cams will say, this was a farce. I want the next shot. Cams will no doubt be looking and hoping to get his hands on Myth soon, but you cannot deny that Myth now winning the belt, defending the belt. He is the benchmark in this division. His wrestling, his grappling has been up there since not just the beginning of UFC 5, but the end of UFC 4 when he was having a couple of fights here and there in the PlayStation division. Especially now so that more of the Xbox side of things have not got the game on PS. Of course, you had Mark Dev, you had Blaze Complex, you had Rossetti all owning the game on PlayStation last year. Those guys are now solely on Xbox. So this has opened up a playground for a guy like Myth to run around in. And he's won it again here tonight, defended it again. A Makachev pick this week off of a wonderful armbar. And he is looking like he is enjoying his journey, his adventure in that PlayStation division now. Who can stop him? Who can out-grapple him? That may be a question that Cams has the answer for. Round 2, 155 for Myth. Is your prediction card in the bin? Is it not? Let us know. Let us know. But Myth and still PlayStation champion of the world. There you go. Hell of a performance from him. Hell of a performance. Thank you as well, Conter Cage, for the follow. Cage is going to no doubt be licking his lips at that one as well. Absolutely. Absolutely. He didn't do awful on that defense. He just did good as the attacker. Very good is Myth. Like I said, when Myth gets in his groove, man, he's dangerous. Super dangerous. Anyway, we go over to our next one. If Rockchuck is not ready, then we'll still carry on. And there you go. And he says, another sub, another stat. There you go. He's welcoming all challengers. And there's Jay Sherman. They're getting his win on the unstreamed cards. I don't know why he's messaged me personally, but thank you, Sherman, with a win tonight on the unstreamed prelims. We go over to our next one then. It's going to be Jack 9 against Samuel. I've been looking forward to this one ever since matchmaking. Jack 9, 0-0. Samuel, 0-0. Jack 9, of course, a kickboxer. Of course, the cousin of Tomaselli. Empties the tank in round 1, knows how to blitz the opponent, knows how to walk through walls and get knockout victories. Samuel, of course, former middleweight champion, former welterweight champion, wants to capture gold in this lightweight division and feels that he is very much on the path to do so. Jack 9 has caused people to retire. Jack 9 has caused people to implode. He is effectively the benchmark of this lightweight division, and he wants to call it his division again. If he wins tonight against Samuel in an impressive fashion, there may be calls for him to take on someone like a Jayco 5 or even a Viper in a high stakes matchup for the division's #1 contendership. Who knows? But we go over and have a look. It is the 0-0 Samuel against the 0-0 Jack 9, whose winless run, whose 0-0 record becomes a 1-0 record tonight in the first fight of their UFC 5 lightweight adventure. Let's go and have a look. Dustin the Diamond Poirier for Jack 9, looking like it's going to be Islam Makhachev for Sam. Indeed it is. Again, we're in this kind of realm now where nearly 2 cards in a row, we've not seen one lightweight pick Volkanovski. That is quite refreshing. I can't lie. That is quite refreshing. YRNWB, you are drunk because you know you've been in this league before, and then you basically told me that you weren't competing in it anymore. You can go and check our DMs. We've literally spoke before. Okay, the audio may be a little bit delayed here in this stream, but we'll just mute it because I am absolutely... I think that the audio is like desynced. So here in the blue trunks, you got Jack 9, of course, with Dustin the Diamond Poirier. Very, very offensive striker is Jack 9. Same like Tomaselli. If the stamina ain't burned by the end of round 1, you've got to hope. Sam in the black and gold of Islam Makhachev is going to need to try and withstand all of this forward pressure. Going to need to withstand all of this momentum in order to try and basically win this fight. With Tomaselli, with Jack 9, the 2 Tomasellis, you could call them, it's one of those where you know that you've got a great chance of winning the fight if you can take it into the deep rounds. Whether it's rounds 2 or 3, you can just maybe calm the fight down, put that spark out, fizzle that one out. You can very much so catch him. On the striking aspect of it, Jack 9 will be confident that he's going to be able to kind of take the head off the shoulders here as Sam tonight. Sam's got to stay on the outside like he is and just work that wrestling. He cannot sit there and trade with Jack or Dustin Poirier for too long. I don't think that's going to be the best road to go. Thank you so much for the raid as well. If that was you, Rockchuck, hop in the DMs. I'm going to get you in the call after this one as Jack 9 continues to just wail and wail on Islam Makhachev here so far. Sam's shooting the takedown. The takedown is denied. A big knee there to the dome as well for his troubles. as these two continue to just get it going. And you can just see that simplistic fight pattern of Jack 9 is just so difficult to compete against. He's not doing anything flashy. He's not doing anything high level, as you could call. He's just working those 1-2s, those uppercuts and those hooks, and really pressuring Samuel here. And that is what he is struggling with. He cannot get a breathing space here as he's clipped him with the hook. And now the strikes against the cage still alive here for the time being is Samuel. There's the takedown attempt again. There is the deny again. And there's that big shot right upstairs. Jack 9 just walking towards him more and more, assaulting hooks onto that block, trying to take him out here before he can even get going. But you can already see in the top left and right of your screen the stamina bar of Jack 9, but also Sam showing the differences. This is exactly what Jack and Thomas Sully will do. They very much aim to just really stun their opponent, to kind of overwhelm their opponent, make them forget about the basics, the core basics of defending. And once they do that, they have you in their grasp. They really do. Great slip straights though. Sam now coming back with good counter shots. Very much starting to show himself in this division, but it's that elbow into the hook. The up kick saves him though. Jack 9 was smelling like that one was the end. That uppercut again clips Makhachev, but we are going to go into round 2, and it's just that pressure. It's just that pressure from Jack that makes him so difficult to be competitive against. And I think that's why we've always seen Jack 9 be taken to the ground, where we've always seen him be immediately grappled. People do not like it. They don't like that suffocating striking that he brings. And you can see now uppercuts and pull elbows whiffing in the wind. There's another takedown attempted. Sam can't get the completion as he again walks towards him, but there's the turn, and now Sam has him wrapped up. This is where he needs to make all that damage back that he absorbed in round number 1. Of course, Sam, history in wrestling, has that light heavyweight spell of his career when, of course, he was an amateur and didn't really know the basics of wrestling, was a comeback fighter, went into that middleweight division, then of course the welterweight division where he really exploded with his grappling, and that's when he started to look like this, the absolute mauler that he can be when it comes to the ground game. And this is exactly where and how Jack 9, sorry, there's too many Jacks, could lose this fight by effectively just being stuck down here underneath the incredible pressure of Makhachev in top mount, and end up just basically losing all of that block, all of that head health. The best thing that he can do right now is just try and maybe commit to sprawl and see if he can get back up. There you go. There's the sprawl. Now he's got to be patient. I think he rushed that one. He's got to be patient. If I was him, I'd just absorb the body strikes. And just use that GA to get up. But now the posture up again from Sam. Rains down the strikes. His arm almost breaking to get round him there. And rolled through and rotated through. And that there is good. And there is an attempted Kimura, but then shimmies back up top. Still a good position for Jack 9 to be in due to that head health. Of course, that takedown, if it happened in round 1 from Sam, it could have been a different story as he's been dropped. And is he going to be stopped? Not quite yet. Knees against the body. Now in the head from the clinch. And this one is done, and done. Jack 9 tonight. Pressure, striking, everything there. Pinpoint perfect. He denied those takedowns for as long as he could. Did Jack, but when it eventually landed in round 2, you started to question whether or not he had the ability to finish the fight. I feel like, again, if Sam had committed and managed to find that turning takedown in round 1, it could have been a very different fight. The only reason that fight goes that way is because he absorbed so much head damage, so much block damage in round number 1 that it just became too difficult for him to effectively kind of compete against someone that is so hard hitting like Dustin Poirier. For tonight though, Jack 9 gets it done, and Jack 9 looks very much like a danger in terms of pressure fighting in this division. Jack 9 and Showtime could be one hell of a matchup to make. I'll tell you that much for a fact, because those two fight very, very similar. Let's go and see if Rock Chalk is ready to come on, and then we'll go and grab everyone's favorite Irishman. There he is. There he is. Excellent. Rock, was that you that raided me before as well? It was. You're the GOAT. Let's call him. Let's go. Let's go. As he goes for an emergency poo. We'll go and see. Who am I fighting? Jack 9 looked good. Looked very good, didn't he? Looked very, very good. Looked very good. Yeah, congratulations to Jack. Oh, hello, hello. The Irishman himself. How are you, pal? First time I've actually had a conversation. It's fantastic, isn't it?
It is. I'm doing well.
That's good, man. How was your stream? Was it good?
It's good, man. The new Messi cards in eFootball. You want to see them. 105 rated. So
there you go. Well, fellas, Rockchuck, of course, competed in the PlayStation division on UFC 4. Hopefully we'll see him back. But again, Rock, tonight you've not picked a better card to be a part of on the commentary. I mean, some of these names will mean nothing to you, but some of these Xbox fights, probably from this fight onwards, Tomaselli and Nathan, and then Rossetti and Jack 17, some incredible fights. And then, of course, the main event tonight, Easy Work and Winter. Two are probably the best in Europe on Xbox right now in terms of their kickboxing ability as well. JKB and Ginger Ninja, of course, two Hall of Famers. It's just nothing but non-stop action here. But, I mean, for you, I mean, you were, when you were fighting on PlayStation, you were the guy that was going for effectively high-level knockouts. You were effectively like a showman, like an Anthony Showtime Pettis. I mean, for you tonight, I'm assuming you're going to be looking for high-level knockouts for kind of those kind of entertaining fights, because I'm putting you in charge of deciding who's going to get fight of the night, because I can't decide. So while you've been here on this main card, you're going to be kind of studying everything with your Mourinho notepad out, and you're going to tell me come the end of it who's going to get fight of the night tonight. Sound good?
yeah, that sounds good.
Excellent. Right. Well, we go on then, and the show goes on. Of course, we're nice and early still, so Tomaselli and Nathan, you owe me one. Tomaselli and Nathan up next. Tomaselli making his debut in the bantamweight division for UFC 5, 0-0 record, but we all know about Tomaselli. He's no amateur. He's been here, he's done it, he's seen it. Of course, he had a bit of a losing streak at the back end of UFC 4, corrected it on the last hurdle, was nearly at the point of being put into featherweight, which, again, for some of those guys, they take it as a massive sign of disrespect. But tonight, Nathan NK is the target. It was supposed to be Kylan. Kylan withdrew. He pulled out. Tomaselli instead getting an 0-1 competitor on the other side of the octagon. But Nathan NK is anything but easy. Gave Ali ADP a real run for his money before that incredible armbar victory that he secured from backmount last week. Tomaselli will need to be aware of Nathan NK's pressure, because that's what Ali ADP struggled with, is that pressure in the first kind of couple of minutes. But if anything, Tomaselli's middle name is pressure and stamina. So we're going to see what happens here tonight. Tomaselli will be the favorite and the predictor cards, no doubt. But Tomaselli also has a history of letting people down. Hopefully he doesn't let people down tonight. We are there, we are set, and let's see what the picks are going to be. I mean, you haven't really played. Have you played the trial of UFC 5 yet, Rock, or not?
I have played a little bit. For me, I prefer the UFC 4 out of what I played, but it's probably an issue of not understanding what's new.
That's fair. That's more than fair. I mean, for you then, I mean, bantamweights. Have you used any of the bantamweights? Did you use Sugar Sean O'Malley? Because he feels incredible. He does.
I think that was the first thing I did, and then I went Sean Strickland right after.
Yes, excellent. A man of culture. A man of culture. Well, I tell you, Sugar Sean, Rock, so much reach, so much speed, but Dominic Cruz on the other side of him, very, very tricky. He's got that kind of robotic-like movement. A shorter man in general. I mean, if this was you when you were going Dominic Cruz, the shorter of the two, going against someone that's just naturally taller like Sean O'Malley, are you going to be working the legs? Are you going to be working body combinations? What's your game plan here?
I'd say just keep the volume on. So if Sean O'Malley's on the outside, pressure him and get close, and then obviously he should be better on the ground as well. So if it gets to that point, you have it on.
Good evening.
Absolutely. Well, I tell you this as well, from Tomaselli, who's Sugar Sean O'Malley in the black and gold. He is a guy on Xbox, Rock, that he is known to finish fights in one round. The tagline with Tomaselli is, if you get out of round one against Tomaselli, you've got a very high chance of winning the fight, because he empties the stamina. He walks forward without a care in the world. He'll aim to swing your head off the shoulders. And if you try and compete against him, as you can see Nathan's doing, he will punish you. It's a big start, a big knockdown already for Tomaselli, who is looking in absolute full flow here. Spin kick there.
Both of them are going for the early finish.
No, absolutely. And this is the thing, though. I mean, when you go up against a guy that's so notorious for kickboxing, you think at some point Nathan is going to want to maybe shoot a takedown, try to clench anything to see if he can maybe stop Tomaselli's rhythm. Because I think with these fighters, pressure fighters like Tomaselli, stamina fighters like Tomaselli, you have to break up the momentum of a fight. You've got to break up the rhythm, and I think you only do that by just having an extended period of control on the floor. But he's pressuring him well here, though, Nathan. Good. Got him kind of penned up against the cage, working those counter shots as well. I think Tomaselli's going to have to try and regain the spin here, get him back into the middle of the octagon. But so far, good body shots from Nathan as well. Really nice. Oh, good clip again. Tomaselli, again, eating another big shots, but the elbows coming through. And I mean, Rock, as well, when you're such a favourite like Tomaselli is, adds extra pressure, extra kind of notice that you've got to perform here tonight, especially when he's like the big favourite. A lot of people putting him in their predictor cards. I mean, how would you cope with it? How would you cope with the pressure of everyone knowing, or you knowing that you need to win to make sure everyone's happy?
Well, from being the underdog in most of my fights, I always felt kind of pressure to go forward and not just stand there as the underdog. I didn't want to be seen as someone who's kind of passive. So I don't know if Prix is going to have that same problem. Maybe he can keep the kind of composure. But like I said, I think he needs to just keep the volume up.
So when Nathan got this fight as well, he was originally not supposed to fight, obviously, as I said, and he said, I'm ready anytime, anywhere. I love it. I want to be involved. And you can see he's very much so just sticking to Tomaselli. This is a very brave performance. Oh, it's a wonderful ducking roundhouse that was there, almost felt like. And there's given Tomaselli a lot to think about. And oh my goodness God, Jesus Christ, he's nearly flash-lined him there, but you can see what I mean, though, Rock. You look at the stamina at the end of round one, Tomaselli's bar probably down to about 40%. He's expended a lot there.
Good evening.
He has. I don't know if they're going to be able to keep up this amount of action. Is it a 3-round fight, yeah?
3 rounds, yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. They might struggle even for 3 rounds, the amount of strikes are thrown, but we'll see how it goes.
Thing I'd like to see as well, if we're going to go down that road for Prix and try and win the fight on the the patience road, I think he's got to work those teep kicks a little bit more, try and get those body strikes going. But I mean, who am I to say that, because he's very much so given Tomaselli a difficult round one there. Looks so promising for Tomaselli at the start, but Nathan NK very much showing that he's anything but an amateur here tonight. Looking very good with his movement as well. Those pulls are not bad in terms of their positional ability. Oh my goodness me, Tomaselli pulling out the style points here as well. There's the body kicks coming in. There's the jumping knee. I mean, with how well he's done so far, Rock, I mean, do you think he needs to shoot a takedown? Oh, no, he doesn't. Absolutely he doesn't. As Tomaselli against the cage here. Elbows back from Tomaselli. Jumping knee. What the flying shit has just happened? He's just jumping kneed and collapsed into a puddle on the floor. But okay, we're back in.
He is doing well on the feet, but you said he should go for a takedown. But the problem is he's doing well on the feet, but there is a counter in Sean O'Malley's arsenal. So
yeah, as we've just saw there, that kind of little mini pull into the elbow. But Tomaselli being pressured behind the black line here, and Nathan and Kate really showing some great stuff tonight here with Dominic Cruz. Big knee there comes in though. Head movement's good. Backs away, jumping knee again. Head health is plummeting. There's the takedown attempted. Whiffs that one. Head kick again. Jesus, how much more could he take? Attempted hook there. Goes back to the body. Oh, it's a wonderful timed front kick, and Tomaselli again can't get the finish yet, or can he? The ground and pound. And is this one gone? Yes, it is. Rock Shock Tomaselli takes it in round number 2. But a fight that went 7,000 miles an hour, let alone 90 miles an hour. What a fight, what a performance. Thoughts on that one?
I mean, you were saying that he looked like he was in trouble for a bit there, but as I said, he was the favourite. Even when he's in trouble, he's going to persevere. Absolutely,
look good. For you, I mean, first fight that you've been here with me in the comms booth with, that's a high standard that a lot of the other ones have got to keep me up to. So, I mean, I think it's safe for now, with your nod, of course. That's the current leader for fight of the night for me. Would you agree?
Yeah. Well, we've got the other ones to see, but I'd say it's going to definitely be in contention.
There you go. Tomaselli then, so far, with his hands firmly on that performance bonus. Can he hang on to it? Who knows? But again, another performance from Nathan NK, similar to last week when he fought Ali ADP, the fearsome Canadian. doesn't get the win, but only comes out looking better and better. He put on a fantastic performance with a smaller fighter in Dominic Cruz that a lot of people would say shouldn't be able to have a close competition with a very dominant Sugar Sean O'Malley like Tomaselli. But tonight, he proves a lot of people wrong. He nearly stops Tomaselli on a couple of occasions, but that's UFC. It's not a nearly game. It's you have to do it game. But again, nothing for him to be too disappointed on. A very, very talented fighter, and I'm sure the wins are just around the corner for Nathan. Very impressed once again. And for Tomaselli, a great way for him to start his UFC 5 campaign. Thank you so much as well to Rizzo 2000, Eliso Pez. I can't say that. I'm clapped. And yeah, of course, I'm in there from your community, the Pez fans. So thank you very much if you're in here watching the fights tonight. Up next, then, we got our first non-title 5 round. Rockchuck. It's going to be Rossetti against Jack 17. The trilogy set to be completed tonight, and these two have been in the trenches with each other. Let's go back and have a look at the history of this beforehand. Of course, Jack 17 made his debut at VFL 3. Rossetti made his debut, I think even beforehand. Rossetti was one of the first ever bantamweight champions. Rossetti made his debut VFL 9. So there you go. My knowledge is absolutely out the window. For their fights, though, like I said, 1-on-1 against each other. This is why the Trilogy Decider is happening. Jack 17 against Rossetti 1 happened. Tomaselli, he's fought some killers as Jack 17. Goodness me. A lot of Tomasellis. Jesus, there you go. A decision loss against Rossetti at VFL 53 for Jack 17 on the 2nd of March. That was the first time they competed against one another. Then, of course, Jack 17 got his revenge against Rossetti here at VFL 78, a round 2 knockout on the 20th of June. More than 4 months later, they meet for the final time, a 5-round trilogy decider. It is effectively, Rock, a striker in Jack 17 against a control wrestler, as I like to call him, for Rossetti. Rossetti, like I said, the first ever guy to win a gold belt here through decision. He wrestled his way to glory. It got him some boos at times, it did, but very much the guy that can hold you on the floor and make you really regret buying the game. He's one of those fighters, so we'll see if that's the kind of style he goes with tonight. We're here, we're set, and we're ready for it. I mean, Rock, I know you're a kickboxer by trade, but you never really got into the wrestling on PS. Is that just a personal choice, or just never really understood it enough to kind of go into it?
Well, one instance is I actually fought Rossetti, and then
you did. That's right.
Yeah, he said before we fought, we don't have to grapple if you want it. I said go ahead. I'll probably lose either way, so just go for it if you want. But I'm kind of glad he kept it to a minimum, because would have been very embarrassing. Yeah, no.
Listen, you're not alone. He does it to everyone. But Brandon Royval tonight against Jack 17's Brandon Moreno. Interesting pick for Rossetti with Royval. But of course, again, I think he's one of those guys, Rock, where he likes to use the length of your fighter. You can see here Royval with a significant height difference, you could almost say, compared to Brandon Moreno. But Moreno with so much power, and he's so balanced. I mean, do you have a preference here if you used Moreno or Royval, or is it first time that you've seen either?
On UFC 4, I've used both, but I preferred Royval because I'm similar. I like the lengthy.
That's fair. That's fair. Of course, as well, Royval, not really the guy that you'd expect Toasty to be able to sit and wrestle with all night. But again, Jack 17 with Moreno, he's got that ability to throw those elbows, to throw those kind of devastating strikes that can effectively. Oh, okay. A bit of wrestling here from Jack. This here is almost like a role reversal here tonight. This is supposed to be the complete other way around. And Jack here holding him inside control. Of course, Rossetti winning both featherweight straps at the end of UFC 4. Of course, at that big mega event, won the one featherweight championship and then also won the UFC featherweight championship. So was always naturally going to kind of proceed onwards and upwards towards that bantamweight flyweight division. But again, it's a difficult task when up here. Every single fight filled with such high level fighters, and as you can see here, Jack is just happy to control the fight and just take that momentum, that sting away from him. I mean, he's doing exactly what Rossetti should be doing to him, so it's impressive in that sense.
And it's interesting with the fighter selection. You know, you're saying one of them is stronger in the wrestling, but he went for the boxer.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Well, this is the thing. This is another thing I'll float down your way, because this could be something for you to chime in on. Maybe as well, from a Pez perspective, you can relate to this. Rossetti is very much impacted by people being negative towards him. What I mean by that is when he won the belt by just wrestling, control wrestling, winning it on decisions, he was often looking at the chat, often looking at people calling him boring and it's terrible to watch. And then it got to him and he started this kind of streak for about 2 months last year where he was just doing nothing but boxing and he wasn't winning as much. I mean, do you think you got to be a little bit mentally tough and just block people out? Because it's all about winning at the end of the day, isn't it? You've got to stick to your strengths. If your strengths is to be a wrestler, then wrestle, right?
And the game's the game. Like, you're playing the game. It's not the game you want to play, it's the game you are playing. So
absolutely,
that's the strengths of the game. Leverage them.
Totally. But you can see he's making use of that Royval reach. That's definitely giving Jack a couple of issues here on the feet so far. And I think, again, when you look at Toasty, you look at him as effectively Mr. Cardio. You look at him as someone that's going to want to take the fight into rounds 4 and 5 to make this a little bit more difficult. But Jack 17, a pressuring demon, Rock. He really is. Body kick there connects, but round 1 in the books. I mean, no knockdowns, no stuns, Rock. I mean, there's the stats. Who do you give that one to if you're the judges?
I'd say Moreno, just because of the top control for most of the rounds.
That's fair. That's fair. What for you do you want to see Royval do then to regain this round? Do you think we need to see some of that wrestling? Or do you think just kind of fight from the outside and just keep striking? Well, not that. Not that is the correct answer. Jesus Christ, he's just had his chops sent off, man. But there you go, a strong start from Jack 17. Come back to you in a minute, Rock, when this kind of stabilizes. But ducks underneath. Oh, my goodness me. And he's more and more pressure landing at the front door of Rossetti, who is looking to try and win this trilogy, but it's going to be something magical if he can, because now he is just being counter-struck with absolute excellence. Every single avenue being taken, and there's that wrestling now from Rossetti. Anyway, Rock, same question, back to you.
Yeah, well, I was going to say, if you're getting beat on the feet, and the wrestling is supposed to be your strength, you're going to have to go to it, and I think that's clearly the strategy that's being employed right now.
Absolutely, and this is the thing as well, Rock, we've said as well, I think it's notoriously known as that side control this year, way easier to hold for a substantial amount of time. Maybe the update has impacted that, changed that a little bit. We knew that it was going to be in the kind of patch notes, of course, but whether it's here yet, no one knows. But gets the flip. That is a sloppy one for Rossetti. That is one that he should be able to do with his eyes closed. And now Jack 17 very much back in dominant position. It's a great return for Jack as well. Said was effectively excluded and isolated out of the league at the end of UFC 4. Combination of UFC 4 burnout, but also some stuff that he had going on. Now back here wanting to pick up where he left off. Of course, the other thing for you as well, Rock, is that Jack 17, the Moreno pick, used to be known as one of the biggest cheeses in UFC 4 in this division. A knee elbow spammer, the whole lot. So he's fighting pretty clean tonight, wouldn't you say?
Yeah, I don't know if has the cheese been found yet in UFC 5 or.
I would say yeah. I'd say yeah, it's still the kind of same thing, like consistent clinching and you know. I mean, obviously there's illegal cheese, as you can't stand and gilly people. Oh my God Almighty! And he's dancing on him, Rock. He's gyrating. He's doing all sorts, and you can see Jack 17 there picks up a wonderful ducked head kick victory, and then of course gets a lightning strike that drops Rossetti to the canvas. I mean, for me, listen, I'm a big fan of Rossetti with his wrestling, but I just think a little bit disappointing there today. Some of the denies not up to scratch, but didn't seem fully comfortable with Royval. Would you think it was a pick issue, or do you think Jack 17 was just too good for him, Rock?
Yeah, well, a bit of both. I was going to say maybe the pick issue, not playing into your strengths, especially on a newer game. Maybe you'd want to just kind of use your strengths before kind of venturing out, but the second round especially was just the clinic. Like,
yeah, I would agree.
He's probably regretting going to the ground the first round because on the feet you outclassed him.
I agree. I think a choice as well that maybe Rossetti would look back on is say, maybe go with Demetrius Johnson. Super fast hands and also surprisingly a very good ability to sit there and grapple. But tonight, take nothing away from Jack 17. He looked dangerous, and Jack 17 wins that trilogy 2-1 now. Of course, the span of the last year, Jack 17 will no longer have to worry about Rossetti being in his front view. He is very much in the rear view from this moment onwards. And with that, of course, it's going to cut the time even more because, again, I attributed 20 minutes for those 5-round fights, but we're over and up to the next one. And I'm sure George will be doing backflips in his house, a guy that usually has to wake up at 4 a.m. to work. So it's an even earlier bedtime for you, George. George against Black Panda. Another interesting one for you, Rock, because it's two very contrasting styles. Black Panda and George, both of them 1-0. Black Panda known for incredible pressure boxing. Again, someone that will start the fight very quickly, someone that will start the fight very strongly. But George, a guy that when he's pressured will back up, not make any forward movement and try and bait you to kind of come towards him to then shoot a clinch or shoot a takedown or pull guard. All of George's fights are more slow paced. I think he enjoys the faster, more aggressive fighters because he can lull them into his guard. And then once he has you down there and once he starts that wrestling, it's difficult. It's difficult to get out of underneath him. I think as well, George doesn't. Yeah, he does. He's got 18 career submissions, Rock. So he's currently joint second with his fellow campmate Harry HRX. 18 career submissions tonight. If he gets one against Black Panda, it would not only be a massive one for a step towards the featherweight gold, but it would be, of course, one more closer to that golden 20 mark, which he's trying to chase. So a big one here. But Black Panda, same thing. Black Panda, we've never really seen yet go against someone that's going to want to lock in submission after submission, that's going to want to wrestle and try and tap you out. So it's going to be very interesting because I talk for myself, and maybe for you as well, Rock, is when you face someone online that just wants to shoot takedown after takedown after takedown after takedown and try and tap you and tap you and tap you, it gets frustrating. So maybe Black Panda gets frustrated today. Who knows, you know?
We'll have to see.
Have to say, absolutely. We go over to it and we find out here. No response from Panda. Scratch that. There you go. George panicking, but he is very much here and ready to go. Fellas, as soon as you get the stream link, there it is. We've got it. Boom. And we're up and ready to go. Matty, just woke up. Your sleeping pattern, Matty, is dead. Terrible. Awful. Thank you so much for the follow again as well. RB Real. Thank you so much for that. Are the servers bugging for anyone else? EU servers. I have not noticed anything yet. Lelo here today saying Black Panda is actually so good at the game. This is the thing though, man. It's like you can be good at the game boxing, but if George's evasive ability is solid, it's going to be even more difficult than normal. So let's wait and see. And Ad Wilson, thank you so much for the follow as well. Yair Rodriguez and a Jiu-Jitsu Vanguard calf from George, Taka Yamamoto. So a Vanguard calf, that's indicating to me, Rock, it's going to be all those tricky and difficult submissions. But Yair Rodriguez, he fights with some pace, man. Of course, Black Panda in the green with Yair. Yamamoto in the black for George. We're going to see tonight exactly. There you go. There's the instant Imanari roll. Same thing that we saw his campmate do earlier on this evening, and neither of these two are going to be baited into this one. Goes over into ground and pound though. This is exactly, Rock, what I said. He tries to lull you in, and now George is very much going to keep this position here for the rest of the night. This is now a battle of positions, very much so. Crosses over into top mounts, postures up, rains down the strikes. Everyone said that Black Panda's got some of the very best striking that you'll find, but it's more about his ground defense. It's more about his submission defense when it comes to these BOA MMA competitors. They do not mind this fight being a slow burner. Of course, George has had a couple of fights before where people have come up to him after the fight and said, "Oh, you fight so boring," and his response, Rock, is just simply cry. And that's all he says back. So he's not going to be made to fight any way other than what he's comfortable with.
Well, I think in a competition, you're going to have to expect any type of opponent to face. So if you're getting bored, I think that's a skill issue.
There you go. Especially as well when the champion as well of this division, Sultan Pepe, notoriously a wrestler, a grappler. So it's great practice. You're going to have to kind of compete against some of these high-level jiu-jitsu guys on the way to the gold. But the big thing in terms of now kind of going to George's downsides here in the Black Rock is he is very much open in saying that he does not believe that his striking is at that level. He's a featherweight in grappling. He says he feels at times like he's a welterweight still in his striking. I mean, same thing for him as well. He wants to go for that title and go onwards and upwards in the division. He's going to have to show us that he's got some sort of striking capability, won't he?
Yeah, but I mean, if his opponent is underestimating him, there might be an opening for him to take advantage of.
Oh my goodness me. Well, George may have underestimated the power of Yair Rodriguez's spin kick there as that one connects to the dome. You can see George is still not giving up on that Imanari roll as he tries to go for it again. He avoids it again. And at some point, you got to think to yourself, you just got to kind of get out of the way of that and just kind of leave that to the side. I mean, it's like a party trick, isn't it? You've revealed your hand in terms of you want to go for that Imanari roll. Now your opponent knows, just stay out the way and then re-enter, pop some shots and then kind of go in again. So, oh, George just absolutely being butchered there with the uppercut. Goes back to the switch kick now, big straight down the middle. George continuing to just stand there and eat shots, shoots the takedown, and Black Panda here denies that one. I think it was always going to be a difficult night at the office when he wanted to go for a calf, especially when someone like Brian Ortega's there. I mean, we saw earlier on, Rock, that his campmate as well, George's campmate Chub Nardino, managed to win a fight controversially on decision because he locked in submissions. But I mean, that there should be a Yair Rodriguez round for Black Panda, 100%. Shouldn't it?
100%.
Be something seriously wrong if that was a George round. Takedown there attempted again, spinning him around, moving him towards the cage. Takes the back hit and drags him back down. I'll cut you off as well, Rock. What were you going to say?
I was just going to say, even if you're looking at the stats, the takedowns towards the end of the fight or the round were more just to stop the strikes from coming at him instead of trying to do damage on the ground.
Okay, going for an armbar attempt here. And of course, you can see George's stamina is burning through that. But gains back position. Black Panda showing his incredible knowledge so far. Uppercut there. Another Imanari roll attempted. Misses and whiffs with it again. And it's another wonderful kick to the face there by Black Panda. Leg kicks coming on in. So, head kick into the spinning elbow was lovely, but just not able to get the completion of it. George, again, going for that Imanari roll. Kick to the body. Hook attempted. Little feints of the head movement, but it's just these combinations. Black Panda just outclassing George here on the feet tonight, and now getting his takedown defense to match as well. It doesn't seem like George has really got any sort of idea of what to do here. Oh my goodness me. More and more shots landing. Leg kicks coming off.
Every single time he gets up from the ground, he gets hit with a kick.
Yeah, I think Black Panda, I think if you would agree with me, is when George is missing with that Imanari roll, Black Panda is just getting like 2 steps outwards and then is just in perfect range every time with that spin kick, isn't he?
He's got that down to a T.
Absolutely. Continues to just kind of sit and hope. Does George. Imanari roll attempted again. It's another miss. And there it is. Game, set, and match. Black Panda tonight showing that there is levels at the 145 division. He wasn't baited in by the Imanari rolls. He wasn't baited in by the takedowns. His distance management was perfect. And tonight he showed that he is very much so one of the most dangerous strikers at 145. An incredible, incredible night at the office for him, wasn't it, Rock?
It was. We didn't really get to see what George was wanting to do when he was on the ground. He tried to do an armbar, obviously, the second round, but not enough in terms of actually getting his opponent to the ground. So we didn't really get to see what his full abilities there in that fight.
Absolutely. Well, for George, no doubt he'll be back to the board, the boardroom and talking to guys like Lagout and Harry about what he could have done better there. Still one of the most tricky grapplers that you could face in featherweight when it goes his way, but tonight maybe just felt like a little bit fearful of Black Panda's speed with Yair Rodriguez, but more so just his pressure as well. That first round really, really stuck to him like glue. That's when the Imanari rolls started coming out few and far between, and it only took about 2, I want to say, maximum read the Imanari roll, knew when it was going to come, and then as we said during the fight commentary there, just backed away 2 steps, perfect range assessment, and every time George would pop up and it was an immediate kick waiting for him down the other end. So
essentially a free kick.
Yeah, very much so. 1 out of 13 takedown attempts there from George. He just felt like at points there it was desperation, very much so. So not the night he wanted, but for Black Panda, very much the night he wanted. He showed us tonight that he very much so can compete with grapplers in that division. And no doubt he will be looking more and more up towards Salt and Pepe now with a performance like that. A very, very convincing win indeed. And congratulations to him again. Listen, I think with this next one, man, this is another one where you look at this trilogy and you say this is one of the classics that we've had. Warbsy and Webbo. Warbsy last UFC, Rock, had 139 fights here, 93 wins. Webbo, of course, is one of the most charismatic individuals that you'll find. 108 fights he had last UFC as well. He has the ability, Webbo, to sell fights. He's got the ability to very much get in people's heads with his personality, his character, we'll call it. But Warbsy is an OG. He's been around not just VFL, but the UFC scene for years. And this is a guy that's kind of fought every sort of big name that you could possibly throw at him. So a recap of this trilogy decider. Warbsy and Webbo, of course, the first time they competed against one another was all the way here. VFL 28, Warbsy winning that one by a round 3 TKO on the 8th of September 2022. Warbsy then, of course, faced Webbo again. I think this was when Webbo was on one of his hot streaks, when I think it was just as he was winning the belts. So I think probably around this summer. It was a while we had to wait, I'll tell you that much. But Warbsy and Webbo right there. Webbo on decision, VFL 84, the 11th of July. That was when Webbo very much so had began to kind of assert himself as one of the very best in flyweight with a streak of wins. I think it was a streak of 3, the biggest in his career in that division. So tonight, Warbsy, the kickboxer, Webbo, the wrestler, of course, a man of many alts. Webbo, 32 alts on Xbox. Sometimes you see Webbo on ranked and he's with an alt and he's boxing. Other times he's on an alt and ranked and he's wrestling and he's just kind of making your life miserable. But I think tonight, if Webbo goes back to what his core main practice is, which is wrestling, Warbsy is going to need to be very on guard. I think Warbsy this year as well, his main guy last year was Sugar Sean O'Malley. Warbsy gets O'Malley tonight because of priority pick. I think he makes Webbo's life very difficult if the takedown defense is there. The trilogy decider is on. The trilogy decider is set. Warbsy versus Webbo, a 5-round thriller. Who wins this trilogy? Webbo is live for us and we are up and over to it, Rock. There you go. Let's see what happens. Turn this up just a smidge. There we go. Beautiful. Of course, I think on the fighter predictor cards, I think Webbo was actually favorite by a lot of people as well. I think it's going to be fantastic in terms of what happens here. But it's all going to be about Warbsy's takedown defense. I think that's where this fight is won and lost. Webbo, of course, as you can see, very much going to be opting for that wrestling, as it's Marab Devasheli. No Sugar Sean O'Malley. That is surprising for me, especially when that was his main guy in UFC 4. I think some of the bigger players, Rock, maybe look at Sugar Sean O'Malley as a bit of a cheat code. But I mean, if you have the ability to use him, surely you should. Or maybe it's a thing of honor. I don't know. What do you make of that?
Well, if you back yourself and you want to challenge, maybe you're champion. You want to challenge yourself.
That's true. That's fair.
Nice pick.
But this here, Rock, this is a typical Webbo performance now. This is, we talked about wrestlers in Rossetti earlier on, the Scotsman, but this is all Webbo will do now. He's going to want to carve Warbsy open. We all know about the power of cuts in this game and how he can effectively get a doctor's stoppage by keeping him here long enough. And Warbsy has always traditionally had struggles in the bantamweight flyweight division against people that are core wrestlers, but again, it's just about how many takedowns Webbo can land, as he's got him again. Another trip. Webbo back in half guard now. I think against someone like this, because Webbo very much jokes, Rock, that he's the type of guy that will do a Marab and he'll shoot 40 takedowns in a fight. I mean, if it's you, are you just praying your takedown defense is there, or are you going to maybe try and, you know, catch him on the brief periods that you're up on the feet, try and catch him with like an uppercut to stun him coming in? You've got to gain the respect of Webbo and somehow stun him, don't you?
Yeah, well, it'll be a struggle to get finished early if you know what you're doing on the ground in the first round. So if you notice counter when you don't fit takedown in a later round, you can go for it.
It's going to be a race to the stamina here, and gets out of it. Wonderful work by Warbsy. Great defense on that submission. And now Warbsy with dominant position. Webbo, not bad on his back, but he's very much one of those kind of wrestlers, Rock, where he's like an Islam Makhachev, a Habib. He likes to be on top. I think he likes to have all that control. And you can see Warbsy just disengaging immediately, wanting that fight on the feet. There, and this is the thing as well with Corey Sandhagen, as you can see, he can effectively stay on the outside and just leg kick him. I mean, that's what he needs to do. Work the leg kicks, the takedowns become weaker. Oh, rotates and gets the counter. That's good. It's very good from Warbsy there again. Does go for the bottom side. Kimura tries to cross over maybe, but little taps coming on in. That one there is denied. Trying to go for the bottom side. Kimura again rotates him through. Look at that. What a counter. And now a submission. Very much locked in. And Warbsy suffering the first submission of the fight. And of course, he only needs one or two more of those, Webbo, and he could very much walk away with this one. But now you can see Warbsy looking to get his submission attempt in. Gives up on that one, and that goes to Neon Belly. That's a big stun, and in the end, not a bad little end of the fight there, end of the round there, should I say. A good submission landed in by Webbo, and then that Neon Belly strikes there. So I think both will be happy with that. I can't lie, but a very difficult round to score. Maybe you can say at the very end, maybe Warbsy just takes it because of the stun. But again, you never know, because as we heard from Dave earlier on, when you lock in that submission, it could end up winning you the round on the judges' scorecard. So you really don't know. Oh, Webbo, of course, making use of that boxing practice. Look at that, a double tap. That is fantastic timing. And Webbo here with Merab Dvalishvili has done it in round number 2. It was the double tap of dreams from Webbo. And in the end, Warbsy can't cope. It was ground and pound in round 1, Rock. And then it's just that timing, isn't it? It's just that expert timing. And that's maybe sometimes the benefit of using the smaller man. Is you have that lower center of gravity, you can really get your hands going quicker. What did you make of that one?
I thought that was actually an entertaining fight. The way Merab rushed every round, I felt like at the start round, I thought.
I was going to say, for you, cut you off. Do you think that puts people off? Do you think when you see Merab, your opponent in general, running towards you, you think that maybe makes you go, shit? Should I move out the way? Should I go for a takedown myself? Do you think that maybe got in his head a little bit, or no?
Well, if a wrestler's coming for you every time and you're kind of draw attacking, every time they step into your range and reach advantage, you should be hitting the leg, using your reach. So that's what I was kind of thinking would be the best approach. Make use of that range, because if you're the outside fighter, every time he steps in, he's moving forward. That leg's more vulnerable.
Yeah. No, I think as well. I think the thing that I would have liked to see Warbsy do a little bit more of is try and make that a bit more uncomfortable for Webbo. Of course, we knew Webbo was going to shoot takedown after takedown, but it's like, if you know Webbo's going to wrestle you, I think you just work leg kicks, because again, you work those leg kicks, you then effectively make it more difficult for Webbo to shoot the takedown, and then from there, if you take Webbo's takedowns away, it's like then, okay, he's got his hands, which he's been working on, but they're nowhere near as good as Warbsy's hands still. But again, take nothing away from Webbo tonight. A very good performance wrestling. Nearly got a good submission win. Got in one submission kind of lock, you could call it, but didn't manage to do much more in round 1. And then, of course, Warbsy with good ground and pound as well. Nearly got the job done in the final seconds of round number 1. But in the end, Webbo runs towards him, scares him, flashes with some brilliant timing. The double tap, where I like to call it, is the hook as he was going down, really ended that fight. So a really nice performance from Webbo tonight, and no doubt one that he's going to be happy with, especially since it's a trilogy decider. With this one then, it's a fellow countryman of yours, last but not least in the non-title fights, Rock. It's the Irishman Ginger Ninja taking on one of the best of all time in Jakey B. Both of these two Hall of Famers. Jakey B, of course, has won every single belt the BMF belt, the bantamweight belt, the flyweight belt. He's had some incredible fights with some incredible opponents, from your Nightfalls to your Winters to your Warbsies again. He's no stranger to this. Ginger Ninja, of course, has had a title run before. Ginger more known again to be a balanced fighter. He can box on the feet, but he's more known for his tricky submission ability, known to be able to control the fight on the floor. But what people often forget about JKB is, although his striking is so high level, he started off as a wrestler. So if Ginger wants to take this to the floor tonight, I think he's going to be needing to be a little bit more slippery, a little bit more sneaky. But of course, the thing that Ginger will be happy with is that he got a win over JKB in the BMF tournament on Tuesday. But as always, how much can you really put into that, especially when the fighter picks are A to Z random? So no doubt Jakey will be very aware of that. He'll be aware of what Ginger's style is like, but tonight he's going to need to be very, very cautious if this fight hits the ground and maybe Ginger gets one of those devastating heel hooks in, especially. We go over to it and we find out JKB against Ginger Ninja, and we are here ready for it. Who takes it? England or Ireland? We're there. The battle of two Hall of Famers, a battle of two former champions. Of course, JKB will tell you he never lost this belt. He vacated it at the end of UFC 4 due to just not wanting to compete anymore on that game. But let's see who gets it here. Corey Sandhagen and Ginger Ninja opting with Piotr Jan. So interesting, because Jan used to be Jakey's priority pick on UFC 4. Tonight he takes it away from him. Jan, of course, with no force of nature anymore, so that makes him a little bit more nerfed. But I mean, what do you make of this Jan pick then, Rock? Because like I said, he is a little bit nerfed, but still a decent option, I suppose, or not for you?
Well, he's very well balanced, as we said earlier, with the strength, so you don't know what's going to hit you, really. Like, is kickboxing, is he going to go to the ground? He'll be better on the ground than Corey Sandhagen anyway.
Yeah, very true.
So.
And this is the thing as well, we've never really seen Jakey consistently use guys that are more naturally kind of bigger. It's always been him kind of using the Yan pick and fighting kind of lower upwards. But I think tonight with Ginger, he's fighting with a confidence. He's got that camp behind him, his new team, Envy, who he'll believe have the ability to turn him into one of the greatest in Europe. But you've got to go against one of the gatekeepers, one of the kind of OGs of the UFC scene of JKB, who is always just so slippery when he gets into rhythm. Some people have called JKB cheesy before. I don't personally see it, but to each their own. But this is one of those ones tonight where he's going to need to use all of that knowledge of Yan, especially from UFC 4 when he used him to his advantage. So far, the thing I'm liking, I don't know if you'd agree, Rock, is just to mix up the level changes from Ginger to go high to low, low to high, even mixing in a couple of leg kicks as well as we've seen. I mean, do you think that's do you think that's the kind of key for victory for him tonight, just to keep it rotating? Or do you think he needs to be careful of stuff like that? If he does rotate, those counter shots going to be lethal for Jakey?
Well, Jakey should have the reach advantage, so the counter is a risk.
Oh, there it is again. That slip straight, beautifully timed by Ginger Ninja. Leg kick there, swing and a miss. Goes 1-2s down the middle again, clips him up. There's that uppercut combination that we've come to know and love from JKB. Now you can see Ginger almost feeling like he's been forced to kind of fight off the back foot there. So scary when you're being peppered with shots by someone, especially like Jakey, to kind of say, I've got to take a step forward here and work off the jab. But he does so and continues to do so. And again, like you've alluded to as well, with Yan and Ginger. Yan as a pick and Ginger as a player. Good wrestling. So it'll be interesting to see if he wants to shoot on Jakey anytime soon. As you said as well, Corey Sandhagen's ground stats not going to be anywhere near as complimentary. Oh, jumping knee. That's wonderful. JKB knocks him down with a jab. And against the cage here, Ginger Ninja suddenly, Rock becomes in trouble.
He does.
JKB now inside control. For 19 seconds, just, I would say, work the elbows and see what you can do here. Tries to cross over into top mount. The sides otherwise. Goes over into full mount. Posture up is denied. Hell of a round. I mean, in the end, I mean, that is how quickly rounds can change, Rock. We go from talking about how well Ginger is looking to that flying knee probably giving Jakey the round because of the knockdown, wouldn't you say?
Yeah, I'd say the pressure from Jakey, you would expect him to be on the outside, but he kept the pressure on, and maybe that was a bit of a shock. You would expect Jan to be better in the pocket, but I think it was overwhelming, and obviously got to the ground in the end.
I would say there was a period there, probably around the second minute of the round, third minute of the round, where it just seemed like Ginger was, as I said, almost felt like he was obligated to throw it. It's a big front kick there, and it's the uppercuts, the hooks. They're both pulling now. Ginger Ninja is in trouble. It's that stun that Jakey B is looking for as he continues, and there's the turning takedown, and here comes the wrestling rock. Elbows coming in from side control here. Tries to transition into sprawl. That one there is denied. More elbows raining in. Goes into crucifix now. And he'll be happy to sit there and hold Jakey in here. And this is a very dangerous position if he continues to get by and into crucifix. Because you see both of them cut. The eye also starting to be a little bit damaged by Jakey as well, and that's only going to get worse in this side control position. Crucifix is denied. And you look at a period like this, Rock, and you think to yourself, why didn't Ginger just do this from the start? Sometimes people, when they fight against Jakey, they feel obligated to maybe try and prove to him that they can outstrike him. Do you think maybe that's now, looking back, what it feels like to you, or?
Well, if you're getting beat up on the feet and you want to go to a takedown, like you're going to be low on stamina, damaged, maybe you feel like if you go there, you're just going to get pieced up there too. So, you know, go into the next round and maybe your opponent doesn't think you want to go to the ground.
Oh, hang on a minute. That's good. And he's gone into the uppercut here. Jakey B could be in trouble. Goes for that judo toss, but Jakey B right back to his feet. I think Jakey's got to fight from the outside just a little bit more, as I think, as you said in the end of round one, you expected Ginger and Jan to be so much more slicker in the pocket. I think he's definitely heeded your advice there, because he's looked very good in the close control here in the second round. And he's clipped him again. And now again, head movement from Jakey. The uppercut's there. And the ground and pound. Is this going to be the moment? Jakey B is out of there. Similar to what he did to people in UFC 4. Tonight, Jakey B finished and TKO'd by Pyotr Jan. That there, words I never thought I'd see, or words I never thought I'd say. Jakey B never gave up that Jan pick when he had it in UFC 4. He gave it away tonight. And I mean, that's a good performance and a good victory by Ginger Ninja, wouldn't you say so, Rock?
Yeah, and I'd say the more balanced fighter pick definitely came out in the second round. Like, he was beating them on the ground and caught him twice and then finished them in the end. It was definitely more of a mixed martial arts performance compared to the first round where he was just shelling up.
Absolutely, and I think as well, I think people that usually criticize Ginger Ninja and say, you're just a submission guy, you're a submission merchant, he'll be looking at them tonight and saying, no submission needed. Did it with my hands, did it with a Jan that doesn't have force of nature this year. And Ginger Ninja very much back in the conversation once again, you could probably say, about going for that elite level gold. He will no doubt have someone like EASYWORKGG in his crosshairs. But for tonight, Ginger Ninja gets it done for the blue corner, and I think that's going to be one of the fights that you maybe look at and say that's going to probably have upsetted a couple of the predictor cards tonight. But commiserations to Jakey. Congratulations, of course, to Ginger. He is looking dominant here tonight. Well played. Well played. Up next, then, we go to our 4 title fights, and we're going to quickly ping the Discord and then get this one going. Of course, again, thank you to everyone so far tonight that's been on time. We're 30 minutes early, which I'm sure is going to make a lot of people in the title fights happy. And no doubt this is going to be some good stuff. Because, I mean, when you think about the title fights, Rock, I think you're going to see, especially in this first one with Yazan and Kessler, the development that some of these guys are doing in the heavyweight, the light heavyweight division. On the Xbox side of things, because they're like the amateur levels. You're going to look at Yazan, especially, I think, tonight and go, wow, that is very impressive. And especially when Yazan's only had the game for about 2 or 3 months, only started very late in UFC 4. So I'm excited for it. But I mean, for you, more so, I mean, you look at these weight classes, bantamweight, middleweight, light heavyweight, heavyweight. What one are you looking forward to? Are you hoping to see a Sean Strickland in middleweight, perhaps, or? You're just looking forward to seeing the fights
Well,
in
I'd say
general.
the heavyweight maybe because it's something more I can relate to.
You're not a heavyweight. Stop it. You're being way too harsh on yourself. You're way too harsh on yourself.
From the results, maybe I was.
You fought killers though. There's no shame in that.
Yeah.
So.
But is Sean Strickland getting picked?
I don't know. I would hope so, but I think last week, if my memory serves me correct, the champ Kyle picked GSP. So I think it may be a bit of a GSP. I've just tagged everyone in the tag request. Whoopsie. Well, everyone's getting another tag. I've done that in the wrong place. I was talking and not doing it. Yeah. Thank you, Vape. Cheers, Vape. Go away. Don't comment in the tag request. I don't want to have to delete this. Please stop. Please stop. Please stop. I will mute this channel. Stop it, you lot. You're like hyenas. I make one mistake and you jump on me. Leave me alone, man. Leave me alone. VFL UFC. Title fights are now live. There we go. There you go. You're all happy now. It's in the correct section. Why are you bullying me? As my good mate Portuguese Prince would say. We're going to whack this on Twitter as well, actually, as well. Thank you as well tonight. The graphic, of course, by Sam Orber. Really, really classy poster. One of the best ones that we've seen. That kind of black and gold hue type type thing is incredible. Pop onto the VFL Twitter. And then we'll whack this one on. Title fights are now live. Twitch.tv. UFC. Sweet. Okay. Of course, if your predictor card is still in play, congratulations. You're nearing the finish line. This would be big for you to win that cash prize, of course. But we start off with the heavyweights. Of course, Yazan came in last week and just put in an absolute wrestler's performance. A guy that, of course, at the end of UFC 4 was learning so much with Brock Lesnar. Brock Lesnar, of course, out of the game now, but looking very much like a John Jones champion is Yazan. Kessler, of course, 1-0 as well. He says that his experience comes from the olden days of UFC. UFC 3, he was competing a lot more. He was fighting a lot more. He said he took a couple of years off, came into the league in UFC 4 and needed to relearn a lot of the stuff.
Get me an HWPLS boss.
Okay, get me in heavyweight plus J Fuller, stop it. Of course, he very much needs to relearn a lot of the basics, he said, and he feels like with Boa MMA, he now has the camp to do that. His boxing was always good, Kessler, but his submission game, I think, has been elevated in this level. Tonight, the American champion, Sheila Yazan, will more than likely pick Jones and will look to keep this fight dominantly on the ground. For Kessler, it's going to be about takedown defense, and I think working those hands tonight, because although Yazan's takedowns are good, Rock, I think the striking still has a little bit left to be desired. But let's see what happens. Who knows? Here we go. We're here. We're ready. And the heavyweight champion is here, ready to perform for us once again. You'll be hearing Dex Primacy in the corner as well. The bantamweight flyweight contender, no doubt, will be in there. Yazan ops for Jones. And Kessler here tonight ops for Tommy Aspinall. Will be fighting on the weekend against Pavlovich for the gold. Maybe we see him pick up gold here tonight.
Yep, he's going to Aspinall. You need this.
It's going to be the submissions of Tom Aspinall against that kind of speed and length of Jones. I mean, heavyweights, Rock. I mean, what do you make of these picks, Jones and Aspinall? Are you liking either one, or what do you think?
Well, compared to Jones, I don't know. There's not much you can match him with, but I don't know. I've used the Aspinall in UFC 4. I actually really enjoyed using them. So
yeah, he was in the league. He had one of the highest win rates in the heavyweight division in terms of picks. People love the Tom Aspinall pick, especially in these title fights. Dex Primacy tonight, of course, the man that takes credit for molding not only his younger brother Pressure Ice, but also molding Yazan, his friend, into killers in this game. And he says that he believes that these two guys, Pressure Ice and Yazan, have the ability to really, really explode and go high up in the divisions. And you can see here the bodywork already by Yazan is stunning Kessler.
Calm down.
With how
oh my God,
with how powerful it was.
Mix it up.
And you can hear there the quotes from his coach to mix it up. And there's the pulling of the guards.
He's pulling back a lot.
And now here we go. The top mount position from the challenger. Of course, Kessler tonight, the man hunting for his first championship belt with Tom Aspinall in the red.
Don't stay there.
The champion, aka Positive, or Yazan, John Jones in the black and gold. And it's a brave move, isn't it, Rock, when you hear that the champion last week was such a dominant wrestler, and now you're opting to take the champion down and wrestle yourself. It takes some balls, doesn't it?
It does, but he was getting his midsection was getting punched, so I feel like it was a choice of any way to stop that.
Shit.
So I'll go to the ground.
True, that's true. You can see good denies here, and it's going to be one of those things again where you just think about and you talk about patience from the champion. It's all well and good winning the belt. You have to be prepared for the different kind of styles that then you face afterwards, as the big elbow there lands from top mount position.
Don't elbow. Just hit normally, because I know that's fucking up with your transitions.
Now you got sprawl, and now using the cage to get up. A smooth transition there from the champion, Yazan. Now saying, back down we go. This time I'm in dominant position. Crucifix.
Here come the elbows.
Is locked in, and here comes the elbows, very much so. But side saddle, not a bad position either, especially if you get the lock in, but doesn't get the lock in. Sprawl gained again. That's a good safety zone, no doubt, for Kessler. Of course, Rock, as I said, Kessler are part of Boa MMA, Giorgini, and that crowd in terms of their submission acumen. I think they'll be telling Kessler so far, you're doing absolutely fine, doing nothing too bad. The body shots are a hindrance, yes, but we can get the submission here. That's what they'll be thinking about at Boa.
Yep. Fuck that body up.
Goes to side control.
His corner is terrible.
You can see
His corner is terrible.
Dex Primacy now firing off shots. There you go. Dex Primacy firing off shots at the corner. We may have a bit of a scrap in the crowd here, Rock. What'd you make of that?
You won that round.
Coaches trashing each other.
Let the fighters do the work.
Hey, that's funny. That's funny though. That's good. Dex Primacy is always ready to just whack the gloves on and fight, man. But would you agree with his coach? Is that a John Jones round for you? It certainly looks like it, doesn't it?
Yeah, I think 100%. Obviously on the feet at the start, that kind of what Aspinall brought to the ground, and then he did well to get up Jones. He used the cage, whereas Aspinall was in the middle. He was on the bottom, so he couldn't really get up as well. And then Jones did more damage when he was on top, in my opinion. So,
I would agree. I think for you, would you just say kind of split the round up now? First 2 minutes, 2.5 minutes, keep on the feet, work the body. Second 2.5 minutes to the ground, deplete his his mentals kind of thing. Because that's the thing. It seems like Kessler, I don't know if this sounds weird or not, cringe or not. It doesn't seem like he's fighting with too much confidence at the minute, does he? It seems like he's just kind of like reacting rather than being proactive.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, Jones are positive, but actually, he was on the ground, but he used the cage to get up, whereas Kessler was down, he sat down, so.
It's a side kick as well, isn't it, Rock? It's just really, really finding a home every single time. He is not telegraphing that side kick at all. Again, right there. He's blocked at that time.
I got a fucking 9.
I think it's that heavyweight, you don't want to protect the body because you're constantly worried about if it goes up, the kick that you're thinking is going to the body goes to the head. That's a problem for Kessler so far.
Big knee to the body again. You can see that stamina is dropping and dropping and dropping, Rock. I think he's... Oh, flying triangle here, Rock. Wow. This could be something. But we're rotating into slow motion here. But EA and their servers, incredible. What are the servers like on ePro, Rock? Are they good? Are they bad?
For me, they're good because I think most games host their servers in Ireland. But
oh, there you go. You're lucky then. You're lucky.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's insane input delay in some circumstances here on UFC 5. On the FIFA servers, they're not too bad. I feel like they've improved the FIFA servers, EAFC servers, what you want to call them.
Yeah, I get about 10 ping when I play.
Oh, okay, Mr. Show Off, Mr. I live next to a server. All right, us commoners over here with like 18. Shocking, man. 1-2s going down it. I think as well. I think I'd like to see a little bit of as well is maybe Yazan Positive trying to work those leg kicks, and oh, it's another flying triangle. He's going for it again. Oh, listen, and that's big. That's big, Rock, because look at that. He's got one gate in. That's one submission position in. If he gets one more submission, He could be in very big trouble here.
Yeah, it's definitely the work from the Jimmys in.
The coach is not happy right now. You can see Dex Premise. You can sense the nervousness here. This is not looking good now. The champ could be in trouble. Gets out of that. Needed that. That was a guillotine there, Rock, and he needed that deny. He gets that deny. Wow.
No. Go half guard.
20 seconds remaining. I think if there was a corner here, Rock, that needs the round to end, it's going to be the champion. The champion looking and feeling nervous. The coach is even telling him that he's nervous. They will need that break. They will need to talk about that one. That is a round, I think. I won't lie to you. The strikes maybe say one thing, but control time, but also the submission, Rock. I think the challenger there, Kessler's won it back. I think it's 1-1.
I agree. I think with the first flying triangle, I'd say you could edge it to Jones, but after the second one, and getting that submission advantage, I have to go Kessler.
Absolutely. And now, Kessler will be knowing, he'll be smiling to himself, thinking, I just got to get one more. And I've got him.
Every time he's clinching, to deny that triangle, hold RT. To deny that triangle that he's doing, that triangle choke from the clinch.
Good takedown defense there as the coach screaming instructions about denies. Now that body is absolutely minced, Rock. Look at that. Another body kick there connecting. Shoves him backwards. Clinches.
Kill that body, bro.
Oh, rocks it. And the coach says kill the body. And he certainly does. Uppercuts coming in now. As you can see, Kessler rotating backwards. That body shot again. More and more. And there's that spear takedown. Wow.
Calm down. Remember,
it's still a long way in this fight, so that body damage is kind of an investment on the positive.
It's got a tense feeling about it, Rock, doesn't it? It's got a tense feeling.
Yeah, like on the one hand, the longer it goes on in terms of the body shots, you would favor positive, but the submission advantage.
Oh, he's jumped back down. I'm amazed he didn't just disconnect out of that and just go back up to the feet. I'm amazed he wants to be down there with him. Elbow comes in off Kessler. That stamina of Kessler. Oh, big body rock there from the knee. Continues to work the midsection. Uppercuts now.
When his block is broken like that, throw hooks.
And there's the deny. And he's pulled guard. Oh, he's rotated him through. Oh, this is... Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, no. Rock, it's a submission. Rock. It could be Anu. It could be... Does he get out of it? He gets out of it. Wow, he got out of it. The champion being made to work here. Kessler's stamina is absolutely cooked right now. And you can see he wants him to come back down there. He's inviting him back in. Paul Craig-esque.
Yep.
And there's that side kick again.
I need to see more knees.
Clinches there. There's the knee again to the body. And now the elbow's coming and he knocks him and drops him. And this is going to be it.
Good fucking shit.
Big knee to the body. A minute and 7 seconds left. Kessler is struggling. The elbow clips him. And now they're raining down the strikes here. Midsection.
Come on.
Is in trouble for the challenger. The corner loving what he's seeing. And jumps right back into him. Rotchuk. What do you make of this? This is a comeback of championship proportions, isn't it? He is just jumping onto him here.
Yeah, well, after that second round, I thought Kessler was going to start pulling ahead, but I think it was just the body shots too much of a problem.
Hold RT, hold RTB.
And that's... Is he going to survive it? No, he's not. He is out of there. He is out of there.
You're too good for this fucking division, bro. Come on.
The coach tells him he's too good for this division, but he was made to work tonight, Rock, wasn't he? He was made to work.
Yeah, I'd say Kessler's jiu-jitsu was definitely a lot better, but at the end of the day, his striking defense and in terms of body shots preventing him from really stamping his authority and going to the way with it.
It's over, good shit.
He's loving it as the champ, but said he was... I mean, we saw some championship qualities tonight in young Yazan, didn't we? He was nervous at points. You could tell the way he was fighting wasn't clued up with intelligence, and he had that corner in the background to just calm him down and say, relax, stand up, work the body shots. It's almost like he forgot about the body shots before his corner was telling him, Rock. And then that's the beauty of having a corner. Sometimes they just guide you towards that victorious path. And tonight, no doubt about it, Yazan, deservedly the victor, worked those body shots from the rip, from the first round, from the first minute. And of course, that very much comes back to save the day at a point where I think he was nervous going into the third round because of that submission gate. He gets it done, and still for the heavyweight champion of the world. A very good fight, I would say, as well, Rock. I enjoyed that one. That was good.
Yeah, like I said, I was very impressed by the Kessler's jiu-jitsu. It was just the lack of stamina probably in the long run meant he couldn't use it to full effect.
Yeah, and I think as well, maybe you could argue even slightly, should he have maybe spammed a couple more takedowns, especially when he knew he just needed one submission to capture the gold. Maybe that's what he needed. Maybe that's what he needed. But a very, very valiant performance tonight from Yazan, and no doubt his corner will be absolutely delighted because it's the best. Those are the best kind of wins, Rock, when you lose a round, you're nervous, and then you just come back and you show that perseverance. So that's a big, big moment for him tonight for Yazan. That solidifies him as one of the best heavyweights that you'll see at this current moment in time. A very, very dangerous man in that division. Who can stop him? I don't think there's many. We go over to our next one, though, and it's the light heavyweight division. It's, of course, Sequoia. You'll like this, Rock, because I know Kiko, that's what his name is. Would you like to know what Sequoia stands for? What his gamer tag, his ID stands for?
Go ahead.
It's shove your coronation up your arse. That's what it stands for. So, yeah, that's Kiko for you. That's the Irishman. And, of course, tonight he takes on talented balanced jiu-jitsu artist in VRL Kieran. Kieran can box. Kieran can grapple. He can do it all. Last week, people were saying about Sequoia, about Kiko, that he was almost a little bit disrespectful towards Mikey 19. They felt like he could have finished the fight way sooner. Felt like he toyed with his opponent tonight. If he toys with VRL Kieran, based on what we saw at the end of UFC 4, Kiko may lose his belt. Kiko tonight needs to remain professional, but also remember that the belt is on the line because Kieran has been waiting for this opportunity to go for the strap for so long now. Such a promising end to UFC 4, a great development through his camp at XPG. RJ, of course, saying that he's very much prepared to put the house on Kieran tonight. There's a lot of hype around this young man. Is he hungry enough, though, to take the belt away from the Irish wrestler in Kiko? Let's go and see. Kickboxer of VRL Kieran against the champion, the wrestler from Ireland, Kiko. Let's go over and see what we have in terms of a stream link for us. And it is Kieran streaming for us. The link here for you, Mr. Rock. There you go. Messages from Kessler as well. I'll be back. Respect to Yazan. Respect they're paid very much from the challenger. Again, I think Kessler realized tonight that fight is only going to make him better in the long run. A very, very valiant performance. So close, but just not close enough. Of course, no real surprises here, Rock. Last week, the champion, Sequoia, won the belt with Ankalaev. He sticks with Ankalaev, and it's no real difference here. He goes against Jan Blauschwitz again, the same guy, or the same fighter that he beat last week to get the belt. So that's going to feel like an area of familiarity, isn't it?
It is, but if one of them is put into work to look at the tape, it could be an advantage if they know the other opponent's game.
That's true. Yeah, I think so many people these days are always looking, reviewing at their opponent's last fight. I think especially XPG, the type of camp that do enough recon to tell you this is what he does, this is what he doesn't do, etc., etc. I'm the shooter. Thank you for the follow as well. Appreciate that one. But you can see, it seems like there's a standoff here between these two. I think what's happening here, Rock, is Kiko, Sequoia, the champion, is saying, I'm holding John Jones hostage. He's not letting him pick John Jones. He says, if you want to use Jones, I'm going to take him. So I think he wants Ankalaev, but I think he's very much prepared to block the Jones pick. I mean, I've never really asked you about that. What's your opinion on that? Blocking the picks. Are you a fan of that? Is that strategy? Is that champion's privilege? Are you not a fan of that?
Well, ultimately, I think from your own point of view, you shouldn't get too worked up about what your opponent is going to pick. But if you know you can get in your opponent's head by blocking, there's a bit of advantage there, because some people would let it get to their head and go in with the wrong attitude, and they wouldn't have confidence in the fighter they actually have to end up using. So I think it's a fair tactic to use.
Well, there you go. We're going to see a rerun of last week's matchup then in terms of the fighters. It is Ankalaev against Jan Blachowicz. Of course, this is not something that the champion is unfamiliar with. The champion tonight, Kiko Sequoia, in the red trunks with bowl cut, aka Ankalaev, and Kieran, the man that's looking to get his first championship gold belt in light heavyweight, with Blachowicz in the black. I mean, Blachowicz, Rock, he's just your typical Polishman. He hits hard, he's resilient, but also, surprisingly, his body kicks, his leg kicks, ridiculously strong. So he's going to need to be very aware of that tonight, is Sequoia. But of course, Magomed Ankalaev, very decent for grappling and jiu-jitsu as well. If Kiko can get that, or the champion can get that takedown and kind of lock him up with submissions, it could be a very difficult night for Kieran. Kieran's just got to remain on job here and do exactly what he's doing. He's got to pressure and not feel like there's any fear. There's not any respect there. He's going to have to kind of make the champion go a little bit down and dirty tonight, I think.
Well, Blachowicz is also a jiu-jitsu black belt, so if it does go to the ground...
Is it? I did. There you go. The more you know. The more you know. Elbows coming in.
Well into the game, but...
I think it definitely should. And this is the thing as well, at points, the champion, Kiko, almost felt disrespected at being in that light heavyweight division. He was a middleweight in UFC 4 at the end, and then got into light heavyweight, got that title fight, which, again, he deserved due to his talent level. But, again, this is the thing with these divisions, Rock. Heavyweight and light heavyweight, these guys in here are always improving, and they are always learning. And you are seeing excellent takedown defense here so far from the challenger, but also incredible pressure that I don't think the champion is able to cope with right now. Works the body, good body strikes there. Kiko not able to find the takedown yet. Goes back to the body, those double elbows coming in, those elbows slicing and dicing. Sequoia open. As he continues, oh, it's a double tap, and he's not jumping. Wow, he's not jumping in a title fight. Kiko's face is absolutely exploded into crimson here, Rock. And if you're VRL Kieran,
on the feet, so
yeah, if you're VRL Kieran, you are saying that this is going exactly how you want it to go right now. The block's gone, the head health's gone, and is the gold belt going to go? It seems like imminently so. This would be one hell of a comeback if Sequoia can bring this one back from the dead. But he's stunned again. Head kick there through the block attempted. Another takedown. That one stopped in its tracks. It is all clipped right back. Beautiful work. Elbows coming in, and the elbow clips him again. Works the body now. And an uppercut there. Is Kiko, the champion, going to get out of round one here? Oh my goodness me, I thought he was going to get knocked out with that head kick as Jan Blachowicz teleports through Herb Dean and ends round one. That there is that's a 10-8 round right there, Rock. He is
100%. That
is, look at the state of his cut, look at the eye, look at the face. The champion is in all sorts of trouble here. It is a dominant display from the challenger. What does Kiko need to do here, Rock?
Well, he even caught him at a counter at the end, but I think the damage that he accumulated was too much for him to keep pursuing it.
Oh my god, he's stunned again. And it could be, oh, the head kick again. Kiko is trying to pivot. He doesn't know where to go. The uppercut again. Body kick. Elbows. How much more can he take? Not much is the answer, Rock. It's and new light heavyweight champion of the world, VRL Kieran. Kiko doesn't want to stay to see the belt wrapped around his opponent's waist. And it is an absolute dominant performance from Kieran there tonight. Flawless. Would you agree?
Yeah, probably the most dominant on the main card so far, in my opinion.
Dude, that's a difficult one because, like I said, for VRL Kieran, he came in tonight with such heavy disrespect on his name. Almost, you wouldn't be thinking, regardless, that he could go out and do that to Kiko, but he does. And wow, is the only real thing you can say to that. The question mark I have is, do I take that performance of the night bonus away from Theo James? Or I don't know. That's I'm going to keep it on Theo for now because he did do it against Sugar Sean O'Malley and he did do it with Sandhagen. So I'm going to keep it on Theo James for now. But Kieran is a very, very tight second place performance of the night tonight. Absolutely showing his development like none other. A wonderful performance by VRL Kieran. He is now the new king of the jungle in that light heavyweight division. What a victory that was. Congratulations to him. Up next then, we go over to... Actually, wait, I want to see as well, what is that winning streak for him now in light heavyweight? Before the turn of UFC 5, he was 1, 2, 3. He was 3-0. So that one there tonight, his fourth victory, beat MKD in round 3, beat MN 1872 in round 2, beat Leddy in round 2, and then tonight has beaten the champion Kiko in round number 2. So said 4-0 if you combine both the records of UFC 4 and 5, and he's going to be tricky to beat, man, he is. But up next then, our co-main event of the evening, 40 minutes early, so these two are going to be loving the fact that this is so ahead of schedule. It's going to be Kyle MCC18, a 1-0 champion, the GSP picked last week, Rock, taking on Murdoch. Murdoch, a late replacement. He was supposed to be going up against Cellalot TV. The American, of course, still in hospital. We hope he's all good. We know it's confirmed. It's not a lie or anything. So we know that he's going to be back and no doubt hunting for a title shot when he's back and ready to go for full fitness. But tonight, Murdoch is just as good as an opponent as maybe Cellalot TV was, if not maybe better in the grappling sense. Murdoch, former light heavyweight contender, now middleweight number 1 contender on the fly of situation, will very much be able to grapple with Kyle should he choose to. He knows Kyle's probably going to take that GSP pick from him. So who does he go with? You think about grapplers in the middleweight division, there's options now, Rock, because they made Chael Sonnen a 4.5 star. They've made so many fighters in that middleweight division usable. Even Marvin Vittori, maybe even Dricus Duplessis are all viable shouts if you want to be there tonight and wrestle. So I'm interested to see exactly what happens here with this title fight. But we go over and we see for ourselves if they are ready and live for us. We know we've got EasyWorks link here, but we need Kyle and Kyle MCC and Murdoch.
Good evening.
Link, please. There we go. Oh no, they're back. The bots are back. Sweet Jesus Christ, not again.
Good evening.
Right, we're going to turn the follow alerts off, fellas. So I apologize for that one. We've been follow botted again. So top tip. Let me just turn the follow alerts off. 2 secs. Can one of the mods in the chat quickly do me a solid?
Good evening.
And put the ability to type in chat, set that to a month, because they come in here and they spam as well.
Good evening.
So yeah, I just got to find this. There we go. Alert box off, sound stuff off. There you go. So you will lose the sound alerts and stuff. But yeah, if someone can please make sure that the chat is set to follower only for a month, that'd be handy. Sorry if you've only followed today, but I don't want to get these bots basically coming in here and spamming us. So there you go. Anyway, we're here and we're set for the co-main event of the evening, Rockin'. You were saying you were hoping for a Sean Strickland. I'm very much the same. It's GSP against Paulo Costa. That is where we are going tonight. I don't know why we've got this horrendous blue overlay, but we'll allow it, Murdoch, because it's your title fight tonight. Hamzat Chimaev and GSP. I mean, that's some good picks right there, isn't it, Rock? The ability to counter wrestle with Hamzat Chimaev is going to be pivotal, don't you think?
Yeah, and I assume Hamzat's got a big buff since UFC 5 because he was
yeah. The thing with Hamzat Chimaev that's always so big, especially the controller disconnected, he could end this fight right here if he wanted to. He's respecting him though. There you go, bad respect from both. The big thing for Hamzat Chimaev always, Rock, is the fact that he has such a high power rating. It was the same last year in UFC 4, something like high 90s in terms of his strike power. So if you're the champion tonight in GSP, you can't sit and trade for too long. Hamzat will be slow, bulky, yes, but it only takes a couple of shots for Hamzat Chimaev to really make you remember exactly how good he is. And Again, there's that immediate first takedown. Kyle, the champion in Redwood GSP, does not deny it, and this is what we're going to be seeing a lot of here this evening. I think GSP being a 5-star in middleweight and welterweight, so handy, or 4.5-star should we say, it's pretty much the same. One of those situations tonight where if you want to wrestle, you've got to be so careful, because the thing that I would say, Rock, is with GSP, you go up against GSP, you know that his chin health, his chin rating, not the greatest, so you will have a lot of success if you keep it on the feet and you just look to basically hook him and destroy him with the striking game. But again, you go into the spider's web of the champion Kyle, you may not come out because the submissions now are being looked for. Murdoch here having his stamina kind of all the way sucked down, and this is going to be the first submission gate of 2 required. Of course, Kyle knows he can't immediately go for another one. He's got to let that stamina recharge, of course. But you can see so far the champion very much happy to be down here. I mean, what do you make of the submission system then, Rock, this year? I mean, I know you said you prefer 4 to 5 for various things. Is that the reason? Are you not a fan of the submission system?
I've seen people complain about the mini games in UFC 4. I actually quite like them, because maybe it's because of the divisions I'm playing low level players, but I feel like there is a bit of tactics into it now. At the highest level, I don't know, is there much of a skill gap in terms of the submission?
I think it's all about transitions, and just the people that are so razor sharp with their reactions and the GA build and whatnot. They're always going to be so kind of up there. But you can see now Kyle is looking phenomenal here, taking the arm triangle, and I think Kyle MCC here is going to take home his middleweight belt again. Yes, he is. One and done. Murdoch wins again. 4 minutes in the first round, and this wrestler, this submission artist, is looking unstoppable in middleweight. It is another week, another victory, and this week, Rock, it wasn't even the champion that needed to shoot the takedown. The challenger shot it. The champion said, okay, that's what you want to do, let's do it, and he gets the stop inside round 1. Dominant performance again from the middleweight champion this evening, wasn't it?
Yeah, I was gonna say actually, Hamzat, the one took him down, but GSP was comfortable on his back.
Do you think, here's a question for you, because I always ask this, do you think, because we know Kyle is such a wrestler, do you think Kyle allowed the takedown to happen? Do you think he just said, okay, let's let it happen? Let's let it happen. It felt like it for a little bit, didn't it?
Yeah, I wouldn't say he was asking to be taken down, because he was, probably doing better on the feet, but there was no worries in his head, even though it's against Hamza. There was no worries that he is comfortable off his back.
And I think that's going to be the key. If he keeps picking GSP, it's not going to be about who can take him down and counteract the wrestling. I think it's going to be about keeping it on the feet and just working that chin, that head health, because that's what GSP lacks in. That's the negative part of it. A 4:19 finish. There we go. I was getting the time wrong. Arm triangle, courtesy of GSP. And Kyle MCC right now looking like one of the most dominant GSPs you'll find in that 185 division. So congratulations to him. And with that, I mean, again, Easy and Winter, they're going to be doing cartwheels, man. That they have gotten to this point here now. The main event of the evening, and it's going to be 45 minutes early. That is 45 minutes more sleep, no doubt about it. I mean, these two, Rock, I tell you, are 2 of the most dangerous fighters that you will see on the feet. I've sparred both of them. I want to get better. I've played both of them on Xbox, and they have both kicked the shit out of me, which is completely fine because that's supposed to happen. But you talk about EASYWORKGG. EASYWORKGG, incredible combinations, incredible pressure. He will fake a takedown and then hook you in the face. That will really catch you off guard. But Winter, equally, someone that maybe even brings in leg kicks a little bit more to his game, works those body strikes, and just has this fluidity about him. And he's riding on confidence too, man. I think Winter won 200 pounds 2 weeks ago, winning the first BMF tournament of UFC 5. But of course, maybe his confidence a little bit rocked as well, because in Tuesday's BMF, the one that happened 2 days ago, EasyWork v Winter, I think it was in the quarterfinals, and EasyWork beat him. But again, A to Z random, you can't really make too much of an assessment on that. But do you think that will be in the mind of Winter? You think if you, even if it's A to Z random. You have no control of who you're picking. You think he's still going to be maybe thinking about that loss 2 days ago? Or you think he's just going to be brushing it over his shoulder as the elite player that he is?
Well, if he's got the positive mindset, he will just kind of attribute it to the A to Z pick. I mean, if the shoe was on the other foot, you would say it doesn't matter, the random, it's still skill based at the end of the day, but it's just, you have to go in with the right kind of viewpoint, regardless of which end of the stick you're on. So I'd say it's in his best interest to just kind of put it down to the random pick.
Well, I'll tell you, this one is a fight that a lot of the people tonight, Rock, have said this could be a Hall of Fame potential inductee level fight. That's how highly rated these two are. And I think, again, this could go decision. It would be incredible if it went to a draw. Online draws are a thing just for the theatrics of it. But who knows, man? It's going to be a very, very tricky one to call. I think when we looked at the predictor cards and the build up to tonight, I think it was very split. You have half people saying easy, half the people saying Winter. It's too difficult to call. With that, though, listen, we waste no further time. We get this posted on Twitter, and then we are up and over to it for the final fight of this evening. So Taylor, the take for this one, of course, is We Know. Right here, I got to take this off Winter as well. Put this on to Keza. Keza won the BMF title, so put that on him there. So there's your belt, Keza. I didn't forget. There you go. Don't bully me. So you can see Easy 1-1. Of course, a 1-1 record because he held both bantamweight and flyweight belts going into last week's card. He lost the flyweight belt to Rep, and then of course he won his bantamweight title defense against Jovi Rami. Tonight he wants to go to a positive record in UFC 5, but he has to take on WinterxJ, a man that, of course, as I said, not only won the BMF belt about 2 weeks ago, but has then also started off his UFC 5 career to an absolute blinder, a 1-0 record there. Who gets it? It's the champion against the #1 contender, WinterxJ. A battle of two of the greatest that will ever possibly do it in these early stages of UFC 5. I can't wait to see this one. I'm excited for it. Let's see which one of these high-level AIs gets the job done. There is the link, and we are off and over to it. Sugar Sean O'Malley is the selection from EASYWORKGG. Winter will have to find a counter pick. Let's see what happens here. Corey Sandhagen, TJ Dillashaw. TJ Dillashaw will be brave. It is TJ Dillashaw. A massive, massive height difference, I will say. That is something. What do you make of that one, Rock? Because it's... usually you compete height against height. Are you surprised by TJ?
Not really, because O'Malley's strength would be at distance. So if you're in the shorter fighter, get close. Like you can see, he's starting off with, you're nullifying one of EasyWork's biggest strengths going into the fight.
Oh my god, his T-posed. Wow, that was something. That was the bow of respect there. Funny little Easter egg for you. But of course tonight the champion in black and gold was Sugar Sean O'Malley. WinterxJ in the white with TJ Dillashaw. And of course, Winter, known with all of his picks, whether it's Dillashaw, Sandhagen, Sugar Sean O'Malley, to just walk towards you and just really light you on fire. For Easy Work, a bit more calculated. Nearly, of course, won the BMF title himself on Tuesday. Finished runner-up against Keza. Gave Keza a hell of a run for his money with Royce Gracie in the final. Unfortunate pick, but that's just the way the BMF goes sometimes. So far, though, you can see Winter really looking to work body shots off here against EasyWorkGG, the champion, just keeping his composure, keeping his calm as he tries to find his bearings early on. 1-2's back down low to the body. I think the ducking roundhouse from TJ is going to be a weapon for itself as well. But again, TJ not really getting too much of a nerf in bantamweight. In flyweight, it's very bad. His chin rating in flyweight is absolutely terrible, but I think there is some truth to what Rockchuck said. I mean, you can kind of fight at a lower center of gravity. You can kind of sit there and maybe fight from inside the pocket with a little bit more success. But I just worry about that super, super long jab that you're seeing there from Sugar Sean to really stifle him, stop the fight in a dangerous way. That is a wonderful combination, though. That head kick there, right off the pivot that works the body back up top. Uppercuts coming in. EasyWorkGG struggling at this minute in time to get back into this one. I think that's going to be what Easy Work is now going to have ingrained in his mind, isn't it, Rock? Just be aware of that jab into that head kick, that ducking roundhouse.
Yeah, he's doing well, Winter, though, to get in his face. Although every time he backs up, EasyWork seems to be hitting him in the body with a kick.
I think this is what, right now, that this little spell is exactly what Easy needs to do more of. Is just to walk towards him and pressure him. It felt like maybe that first couple of minutes when Winter was having a little bit of success, it was because maybe Winter didn't feel threatened. I think Easy Work now walking onto him and just trying to close that distance is maybe reminding him, hey, listen, I'm the champion for a reason. And you can see that block of TJ Dillashaw very much in a bit of a worse for wear state. And that stamina of TJ Dillashaw as well. Winter's thrown a lot and he's been clipped now. Uppercut there attempted, and now these two are throwing elbows and overhands like crazy men. Round 1 in the books, and that is an action-packed round there, Rock. But the ultimate question for you is, who's won that one? Because the stats, nearly identical. Wow.
Yeah, I was going to say probably Winter. He definitely started off better. I'd say if you're picking someone like Sean O'Malley, you kind of need to get into the rhythm of the fight before you can kind of really show off what you want to do. Hard to split. I just picked Winter, but it's not a strong win either way.
That's fair. Well, like I said, both of them getting a stun each, both of them landing 28 significant strikes each. And you can see there, that big hook coming in immediately from Easy Work already to reopen that cut on TJ Dillashaw. In Winter, again going for that jab into that head kick there. And you can see now Winter is going right back into the thick of things. There's EASYWORKGG has been dropped by that ducking roundhouse and against the cage here. He's looking for the finish. Knee against the body. Spins him back round. That ducking roundhouse is a weapon from WinterxJ. So close, yet so far. Leg kick. Be interesting to see if either of these two are going to go to the ground. They're not known as groundsmen. Not known as wrestlers. They wanted to get this one going. Maybe a test there of the jumping knee. Maybe Winter needs to be wary of that in the later moments of the fight. Leg kick comes off again. Goes with the hook. More and more hooks coming forwards. Lovely combination. Run there by Easy Work. And now look at him. Look at this, just this flurry. Like the last 10 seconds or so, Rock, of just complete control from Easy and Sugar Sean. That's got to be down to the reach for me. Tapping that leg as well.
As I said, if you have the reach advantage, it can take a while to get into the rhythm, but it seems like he is getting into that rhythm now. And it's also, when Winter is throwing, he's starting to find some counters.
Yeah, I mean, the thing as well that's he's now switched on to is that those leg kicks. Because those leg kicks, once he taps the leg again, look how much he's really brought that leg health down. He has done a fantastic job in round 2 to really... Oh, my goodness me, I thought that hook was going to maybe go through, but there you go. Look at that block going all the way down the leg. They see that left leg. It's flashing, but it's not all the way gone yet. That is not good for Winter. Uppercut there coming in. It's such a fast-paced fight. The block gone, the leg gone, and now the left leg being worked more and more. Winter not going to be able to move as freely, as there comes the pressure. From WinterxJ again. Hook, uppercuts, and they've been stunned. And Winter, oh my goodness me, Easy Work. The champion on the back foot. Jumping knee attempted. Hook comes in. There is an air of tension in this one. Oh my god, the ducky nearly swayed into the ducking roundhouse. Jesus Christ. Oh, the elbow comes off. Uppercut there, dodged again with the head movement. The leg kick continuing to be tapped. Another one comes in. That one checked though. He's got to watch his own leg. The block going. Uppercut again. And is he going to be able to finish this one? The up kick saves him. But Jesus Christ, we did not take the piss with this main event, Rock. This is incredible. That round, for me, it's got to go to TJ Dillashaw, I think. I think the red corner takes that one. I think TJ's got that one.
To be honest, I'm kind of stuck either way. I don't know. I think EasyWork still did a good bit of damage, especially to the leg.
Well, put it this way, man. Oh, we've got more hope in Santa Claus coming down in this fight goes to decision. And EASYWORKGG can't finish it. He gets flipped and rotated. Oh my god. Oh my god. What cinema we are seeing here. We don't say these two are the very best for no reason, man. Holy hell. Fine margins. EASYWORKGG drops the challenger, and WinterxJ still not out of there. But it is nearly on its way. Shimmies him. TJ Dillashaw busted wide open. Uppercut there. Overhand comes in. Ducks that one. Head movement is phenomenal. Oh, and there's that fake takedown into the hook on the uppercut. Drops him. Oh, and EASYWORKGG has done him in 1, 2, 3. Round 3 victory for the champion, and still bantamweight champion of the world. EASYWORKGG. We said watch for that fake takedown into the uppercuts, into the hooks. And he is so silky with it, Rock. What a finish. Yeah. What a fight. And the question to you now, Rock, is does that beat the Tomaselli fight earlier on for fight of the night or not? Because you're in charge of it.
Well, it is funny to realise both fights that are in contention. Sean O'Malley fighting in them. I would say because it was a main event, I'd say that has to kind of sway it a little bit.
There you go. That's completely your call. You go with whatever you feel. Whatever you feel.
Yeah. Say this fight right here.
All right, there you go. Well, I can't blame you. Both of them were incredible, but the closeness, various moments, the evasiveness of both fighters, so good. But tonight it was so close for Winter, but in the end, EASYWORKGG holds his breath, grits his teeth, and says, the belt's coming home with me. A round 3 finish, 153 on the clock. And EASYWORKGG says, if you want this belt, come and collect it, because no one's taken it off me for a long while. EASYWORKGG, winner and still bantamweight champion of the world. And with that, fellas, the card has concluded. A rerun then of the championship winners tonight, and still bantamweight champion EASYWORKGG, and still middleweight champion Carl MCC18, and new light heavyweight champion VRL Kieran, and still heavyweight champion Sheila Yazan, and still PS champion Myth. The performance bonuses tonight, of course, fight of the night, EASYWORK and WinterxJ. That beat Tomaselli and Nathan NK right at the end. Unfortunate for them, but again, who can blame them? Theo James, performance of the night with Sandhagen. Char J, knockout of the night with Conor McGregor. And submission of the night, staying with Mikey19 due to that Imanari roll early on in the cards. I mean, Rock, what a night of fights we've had on the main card there. I mean, what did you make of that? What did you think of it?
I don't think we've seen one go to the judges on the main card.
We didn't. No, we didn't. Absolutely none. Nothing but action and finishes. Incredible.
Yeah, it's definitely action-packed.
And I mean, hopefully we can get you on the commentary desk again, man. You were a pleasure to have on. I mean, anything you want to shout out or promote or say, then take it away.
I stream myself on Twitch, eFootball mostly, a bit of FIFA, VFL. I'm in on a new team, second German division. That's what I stream. So if you want to check me out on that, I appreciate it.
There you go. Said, make sure you follow Rock Shock. Really, said top guy. Said, if you want to go and see some of the best e-pro action you'll find, that's the guy to go and find over there. It's simple. It's just pop a comment in there so they can click your name and follow you. Just type like a full stop in the chat, Rock, so they can go and follow you.
Yeah.
There you go. That's him right there. So go and follow him, man. He's the GOAT. He's the GOAT on e-pro. And again, really happy to have him here with us tonight. But an incredible night of fights. It really was. Rock, I'm going to let you go and do my outro, and then I'll see you when I see you, man. Thank you so much for coming on again.
Yeah, thank you for having me. That was actually really fun.
Hey, no worries, man. You're always welcome back. Speak soon. But no, listen, fellas, not only incredible night of fights, but incredible that we finished so early. Everyone on time, barely any issues, some crazy fights, some crazy decisions, some crazy comebacks, you could say, but in the end, just a wild, wild main card. And for EASYWORKGG, the top of the mountain is very much secured. Who can stop him? Who can take him out? That's the big question. For now, though, listen, as always, we're going to pretty much love you and leave you there. We're going to turn the sound alerts and alert box back on. Sorry about the follow botting again. It's nothing to do with me, but listen, sorry if it meant that you couldn't talk in the chat tonight. But Bill Duck 21 and Headhunter Banshee, thank you for the follows again. If anyone wants to get involved in the league, like I said, ! Discord, I'll give you it here, give you one for free. That's where to go. And then just ask for UFC tags. We're live next Thursday again. VFL 110, a mega card, 5-star fighters across all levels of the card will be viable. So again, I hope you've enjoyed it. Thank you for rocking with me for the last 5.5 hours. These fly, they never feel like they go too long. And remember, if you need anything, I'll be on Discord for the remainder of the night doing some work. Shout, DM me, I'll be there. Have an excellent night. Thank you so much for being here. Good luck in your VFL games tomorrow, and I will see you for more UFC action next week. Have a wonderful night. Make sure you join the raid when I start it. Showtime. We're going to go and see him. Goodbye.